Byron Hill joins Lucky 7, and it's very tight between the pair. Lucky 7 and Byron Hill go past as one. Close up in third, Spitspot, and they were clear of Sunning Hill back in fourth. Jez Gigi up and okay following that final flight spill. So too jockey Sean Bowen.
It looks to me, Martin Dixon, that you may have started the day on a high.
I think so. I think he's got it far side. He was pulling himself up in front, wasn't he? But once he's been joined by Byron Hill, he looks like he's battled back. Pretty certain. It's a 101 job, that, isn't it? I think he's got it far side.
Yeah, 100 to 30. Nice darts. I didn't think summer jumping was your thing.
It's not really, but...
So the first one goes to the professional pundits over in William Hill's studio. Not in my method. Byron Hill was a strong each way in my method. Just got touched off. Course 7 to 4. I'd say Paddy DePaul to win this one, but it's a no bet from us. We're only backing gold gambles and the fixers. So we'll be back at 220. 220. First at Brighton, which is most likely going to be between James Park Woods or Fable, or Roundabout Silver. We'll need last shows for this one. Strive even. Reverse gamble. When the grounds are all the grounds have changed today. So this is a true test now. We're going to give it a week to see what the methods are like on the change of grounds. When the change of grounds, reverse gambles tend to win more often than not.
So the play areas are like kids.
So I'll have a new chocolate please and salted caramel. No, 2 separate pieces. No, this was supposed to be a surprise. No.
Heavily odds-on shots. You could quite easily have a novice hurdle with 11 to 12 runners and have a 5s-on chance in the field. Yeah. But in these handicaps, if you haven't got odds-on chances, surely it's still productive to have them.
Yeah. As the race course is going to suffer here, because someone like Newton Abbot, I always regard this as a holiday venue. Newton Abbot.
It is.
There'll be people there, and they've been robbed of that extra betting opportunity, that extra spectacle, that extra race.
They might not know because it's down to a 6-race.
No,
card.
but that's the fact.
I just think I just don't really see. The point is, Henry Daly had a horse. Jimmy the Digger was supposed to run. That race was abandoned. There's no other race for that horse till the 24th of September. He said so. He could have run today and on the 24th of September.
And where does that leave the situation with the owners?
I suppose if that race on the 24th of September now has 8 runners instead of 3, then it's all for the better, really. Because I don't know, but I just think I understand why they're trying to do it. Because ultimately, they want more competitive racing, don't they?
Yeah, I get that, Matt. I get it, but you go through the analogues of time, it's always small fields in September. We used to have walkovers. We used to have 2-runner races. Plenty of those races in as long as you can go. The only way you can do it is go back to how it used to be if you want to have 7 weeks off, which isn't going to happen.
And then we used to come back in August. You'd have the West Country Fawn. Exeter used to race in August on firm ground.
You never
with
get that
three-runner races. But they'd still get the punters there because it was the holiday crowd. But
thing
where
is-
does this leave the owners? Are you not going to be upsetting owners? Owners are going to get frustrated by this.
And have less horses during the summer.
Any owner that wanted to run their horse at Newton Abbot will definitely be frustrated, of course, because there was prize money in up for grabs and they were intending to run. So, yeah. Tricky one, isn't it?
It is. Investment Managers 1 for Andrew Thornton, and those that followed the Andrew and the favourite Investment Manager 6-4 favourite beats number 2 Paddy DePaul 85-40. Mr. Yates third, 5 lengths and 6 lengths were the margins there. Now it's time for a bit of seaside action. We're off to Brighton, and the runners making their way to the start for the 220. It's the only turf flat meeting in Britain today. Good to soft in places was the official going when I checked about an hour ago. First race coming up from Brighton. Now this is how they bet on the opener. This is an apprentice handicap over a mile. 9-4 each of 2. Number 2, Hell of a Pace, course and distance winner, is sharing favouritism with James Park Woods. 7-2 Fact or Fable, 5-1 Roundabout Silver, 14-1 Spanish Main, and Strive is the complete outsider at 25-1. So it's a tight opening betting heat here at Brighton, and as you'd suspect at this venue, Martin, there's a lot of course. There's a fair bit of course winning form on offer as well.
Yeah, there are four of them. 4 of the 6 have won here over course and distance at Brighton, so there's plenty of it. It's kind of what we come accustomed to seeing that at Brighton. They have a lot of low grade racing, and a lot of the same horses sort of turn up throughout the year there. So plenty of these have been to the track and shown their form. I think Hell of a Pace should be clear favourite for this race, really, Darren. Just her consistency sets her apart, I think, from the rest of the field, really. She's been running really well for the last few weeks. She came back from a break in August. She was second at Lingfield, second again at Lingfield on the all-weather. And then I think coming back onto the turf helped her last week, onto a slowish surface. I think the even softer ground today will be a good thing because she's a mare that stays pretty well, sees out her mile races pretty well. She'd probably get a little bit further. And she's got a £5 penalty, and Olivia Tubb actually claimed 7 last week, and she's only claiming £5 in this race this afternoon. So I suppose there's a little bit more on her plate from that perspective, but she's quite likeable. She's genuine and consistent, and I couldn't say the same about the rest of this field, really. There are some horses. Roundabout Silver's dropped to a good mark if he was to return to form, but he's sort of struggled right through the season so far. James Park Woods hasn't won for a long time, and I think heavy ground suits him best. I don't think we're going to be dealing with that today. So I think Hell of a Pace deserves to be clear favourite, and if she reproduces her form from last week, which I'd expect her to, she'll go pretty close again.
So Martin Dixon there with Hell of a Pace, who is trained by Johnny Portman's got that C&D form in the book last week. Hell of a Pace 9-4. Was joint favourite with James Park Woods. James Park Woods now is at the top of the market at 2-1. We do have some specials here at William Hill as well, involving Hell of a Pace. Hell of a Pace to win by over 1 length, 9-2. Hell of a Pace to win by over 2 lengths, 7-1. Runners about to go into the stalls. James Park Woods is now the clear favourite. James Park Woods, partnered by £7 claiming jockey. That is Taryn Langley, a horse that was second in testing conditions at Force last week. Tops the market, and Fact or Fable's third in, 130 about Fact or Fable, and this is a horse that's won once at Brighton from 5 previous attempts at a busy old season. Fact or Fable's won twice this season overall. So Martin Dixon is with Hell of a Pace for Johnny Portman and Olivia Tubb. This is an apprentice race. Runners now moving up into the starting stalls for race 1 over at Brighton. This is the 220. First 3 of the 6 have loaded. Fact or Fable is about to load, one of the greys in the field. Fact or Fable, course winner Millie Wanacott is aboard. Fact or Fable just takes a turn, but Hell of a Pace then carrying this £5 penalty. And as you were saying, Martin, this horse, is, you know, there's a lot of second places there. There's a few second places in the book, but consistency, that is the thing about this horse. This horse is consistent.
Yeah, and at this level, it makes a big difference, doesn't it? Because the reality is that although we've only got 6 of these, at least half of them probably won't run the race on the day just because that's what they're like. But in her case, you can pretty much, her record suggests at least that she's likely to turn up and give her running, and I think that might be enough really in a weak race.
Okay, let's go to Brighton.
Stall 6, 1 mile is the race distance here for today's opener. And they're off and racing, jumping away. Now, James Park Woods did not start well. Taryn Langley already getting quite busy in the saddle right at the back end of the field. Looked half asleep as the gates came open, did James Park Woods. So meanwhile, the rest of them begin their meandering run down the hill with 3 greys, all pretty prominent really, disputing the lead, 2 of them, Factor Fable and Roundabout Silver, with Strive now improving on their outside. Hell of a Pace just tucking in behind those, and then Spanish Main on the inside of the track. That one's going to have the rail, and in touch now is James Park Woods as they continue now to head towards the home straight. They've got just under 5 furlongs left to go in this Ace Odds Bonus Codes Apprentice Handicap, and it's Fact or Fable narrowly in front of Strive in second place. Spanish Main on the rail third. Roundabout Silver's just dropped back to 4th. James Park Woods is well in touch after his slow start, and Hell of a Pace now the back marker as they race downhill towards the 3 pole. Now 2.5 out today. There's quite a significant cutaway. Interesting to see how that shapes the end of the race with 2.5 to run from this point. And James Park Woods now beginning a promising looking run on the stand side of the group to join Fact or Fable. Strive just in behind those. Spanish Main next. Roundabout Silver and Hell of a Pace both need to pick up as they race uphill towards the final furlong now. James Park Woods is out in front. Fact or Fable in second place. Strive back in third place. James Park Woods doing well here. Half a furlong left to go. James Park Woods fluffed the start but coming home strongest. And James Park Woods gives Taryn Langley a first win of the new calendar year. Second place for Strive, who was 4 or 5 lengths away in second. And third was Fact or Fable.
Yeah, so the place on Strive, the reverse gamble, got more returns than back in the Goldwyn favourite, which we don't back favourites, even if they're gold bets or fixers or super fix. Oops. How many day meetings have you got?
So I think the subject of this should be, is this the perfect place for a quintessential English
4-day meetings.
It's a definite yes. It's a wonderful
So again, we've got a Goldwyn favourite
spectacular
for
views,
Perth.
protection, but the
We don't back favourites. It's a waste of time. I did previously say, but because the people that follow me don't need to really know about these favourites, because it's no good me working to give them temptation.
if possible, come on a sunny day. That makes a massive difference. Alan says he needs some uncomfortable shoes. We need to investigate if there's somewhere we can stay overnight, because this will be. We'll definitely come back. Pub crawl, yeah, it looks like it'd be fantastic for a pub crawl. I know that's not everybody's back, but I also know a lot of people that want to go back to the pubs. There's just so many. I mean, every corner you go out, it's like Quirky Barber. So what's that?
One talks about established 1991. Just explain the name of my phone.
Good cat.
Because you know.
Okay. You, what we say? Okay. Seek him. Seek that Lee. See. It's not you. It's not you.
So we've been bought hands, which is kind. Thank you very much. For your oh, fantastic. You're on the landlord, aren't you? That's my dad's favourite. Yes. My dad loves it. And guess what I've got for food? It's full fat.
Yeah. So we are at the best club in Knaresborough called 640.
Yes.
But we are not because there's 7 of us.
We've had a good activity. It's been lovely.
Hey, it was wonderful Saturday.
Yeah, it was good. You can't wait to get rid of us. Yeah, we're going for a cover now. And we're having a cup. Yeah, straight now, that's the plan. That's a couple of weeks. I don't think he just wants a holiday, but he's happy that for a bit. He has more holidays than Junior Charles. You need to start blogging him. Thank you for fetching us this wonderful coat. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maxine. We'll definitely do that soon. Absolutely.
This is the company on your doorstep.
Sit there. Sit there. Sit there. Sit there, lad. He's customising it. So thank you for the drinks and everything. Really appreciate that. Sure, yeah.
CNSC, Lamb curry.
Good kid. Yeah. Good kid.
So we had a look at it, spent ages in that lunch.
Been a good girl. Yeah.
Now well in touch with the other runners and has managed to overtake at least one of them as well as they continue their progress going down the side of the track and are now galloping towards fence number 4. Dripsy Moon, who's defending an unbeaten record here at Scone Palace Park, Perth. 2 out of 2 at this venue so far. Jumped that cleanly, which is more than can be said for Jerash. The maroon and yellow jacket just corkscrewed through the air somewhat as they now make a right-handed turn back towards the entrance to the home straight. 4 fences in a line down here, an open ditch, then 2 plain ones, and then the water jump. The water only taken once in this race. Dripsy Moon from in second position, Garde des Champs. Paris Encore stalking the leaders every move down along the inside. Jerash a little wider, then the nose-banded Mons Glory, and the back marker Val Sorpresa. Over the second fence up the home run. Val Sorpresa not really having a cut at that. Just dropped a further length away at the tail of the field as they go on towards what will be the last next time. And all over safely, spaced out by some 8 or 9 lengths this field of 6 as they run down past us with just over a circuit to go and now on towards the water. The running order, Dripsy Moon, from Garde des Champs, Paris Encore, Jerash closest to us, and then a little break to Mons Glory, who's back with Val Sorpresa, who again was a little less than fluent, the full brother to once useful staying chaser presenting Percy. Same colours, making the right-handed turn and out towards the far side of the track. They're through halfway in the Auto Services Perth Support Dundee Benz Novices Limited Handicap Steeplechase. Dripsy Moon under Brian Hughes, Donald McCain's only runner here today. Over that fence with the lead, again just stood off in a fraction, and in rear Mons Glory was given 4 faults at that time. Racing on now towards the final mile. Dripsy Moon, who had 3 of these behind when they all met here some 23 days ago. Jerash, who wasn't one of them, that one races in second. Paris Encore, who was closest to Dripsy Moon that day, is racing in third in the blue and yellow jacket as they now square up to an open ditch. Dripsy Moon, Jerash, Paris Encore, the leading group of 3. Followed a further 4 lengths away by Garde des Champs and then Val Sorpresa, who's moved a few lengths in advance of Mons Glory. Next fence over in the back, and all taking it safely. Dripsy Moon still with the advantage over Jerash and Paris Encore. Still a little break of some 3 to 4 lengths back to Garde des Champs and then Val Sorpresa, and last of all are now being pushed along is Mons Glory. 4 more fences left to get across, 1 more over in the back, and it is a Dripsy Moon in the black and pink, still just about ahead to Jerash on the outside, and Paris Encore just a length and a half behind them, jumping that in third. Val Sorpresa warming to the task now. He's gone up into 4th place in front of Garde des Champs, and they're leaving Mons Glory behind, making the right-handed turn back towards the home straight. 3 more fences to jump, and it is Dripsy Moon now with the open ditch in front of him. Comes down to it then Dripsy Moon, and over just 3 parts of a length ahead. Old adversary Paris Encore in the blue and yellow colours has gone into 2nd place and is on the attack once again. With him behind them, Garde des Champs, Val Sorpresa not out of it down the wide outside, and Jerash between them. Paris Encore is absolutely level with Dripsy Moon and takes over at 2 out. Paris Encore looking for revenge, might get it as well, moves away by some 2 to 3 lengths. 2 in second, Dripsy Moon. Here's the last, Paris Encore. From in second position, Dripsy Moon. Then down the outside, Val Sorpresa Fraser, who's running on well. And to the inside, Gare des Champs. It is Paris Encore. Hasn't put it to bed just yet. Val Sorpresa in the green colours, and Dripsy Moon is coming back for more. And Dripsy Moon moves on again from Paris Encore. Here's Val Sorpresa out wide, but it's Dripsy Moon who wins at Perth again. Loves it here. 3 out of 3 at the track, and beats Val Sorpresa and Paris Encore, who struggle to put it away. And they finished a few lengths adrift of Gare des Champs, a long gap to Jerash, and pulled up Marne's Glory.
Well, that was a race that, well, shall I describe it as a seesaw? Because it could have gone any way from the third last fence.
It was difficult to call, though. Dripsy Moon got headed, and you saw Paris Encore went to the front, pricked the ears. You thought, well, the race has been put to bed. But this fella, Donald McCain's had a few over the time who've loved going around Perth, especially over fences. He's game. He likes it round here. Val Sorpresa was the one who was coming on the outside, and he was finding was a little bit rusty in the early stages, but his jumping got better and better the further it went, and he'll definitely be winning. And I'd say before too long, he's a better chaser anyway. But as far as the winner's concerned, he's been tough.
He has. He's rallied. He's won. That is Dripsy Moon. And the SPs here. Number 2, Dripsy Moon, the winner, 2-1 favourite. Second, number 5, Val Sorpresa at 10-1. And Paris Encore in third in the end, a 5-2 chance. And going to the last, bringing in Martin Dixon. I thought Paris Encore was going to collect. Hello?
Maybe not.
Sorry, Darren, I'm here.
Oh, yeah, right. I thought I haven't upset you, have I?
No, not just yet. Give it an hour or so. No, no, he's been very game, hasn't he, today? I didn't expect that. Last time out, Paris Encore couldn't get to him. So once he'd got to him, and he'd gone a couple of lengths clear, you thought the game was up. And don't know, maybe Paris Encore just has idled in front and hit the front a bit too early for him, perhaps. I don't know this afternoon, but yeah. Either way, he looked the winner, and he didn't win, did he? But Dripsy Moon, really determined effort from him. He's had 4 starts over fences now, 2 seconds, 2 wins, and he's always in the mix. He's a good, solid jumper, isn't he, Andrew? Which is,
he is.
These chases, it's such a big factor when you can, if you jump well and you make the running or you race up with the pace, it's a big, it gives you a chance every time.
Absolutely. Now, we've got chasing it a bit more pace, 2 miles the journey for the next race. Beatbox is 4-9, Magistrato 5-2, 8-1 top speed. This race coming up is the 240 at Newton Abbot. Skelton's been among the winners on a regular basis during the summer months, and Beatbox comes here at the top of its game, Andrew Thornton.
It does. Interesting. Very interesting. Magistrato's going to get a soft lead here, and I'm going to put him up as my selection, purely and simply because there'll be nobody else to take him on. Right. Ground conditions, yeah, I think you could say the ground conditions might be an issue but I just think that the fact he's going to get a soft lead, and as I mentioned before, over fences, ground is never as testing. Beatbox will be ridden with a bit of patience. This fellow will roll away in front, and this is the ideal track to do that. So I take a chance with him.
Okay, Magistrato to do this from the front, 5-2. It's 2-1 on. Beatbox is looking for that hat trick of wins. The hat trick includes a C&D success here just over a week ago. 3 runners going 2 miles, 240 Newton Abbot. Lining up, here is Richard Hoyles.
And they're off. 3 runners leave the 2 mile, half a furlong start for the St Austell Brewery Handicap Steeplechase. Magistrato, white and blue, left hand down on the approach towards the first of 13 with the grey top speed. Beatbox, the short-priced favourite, rises in 3rd place as they've taken the first. The leader is Magistrato, and quite keen, under restraint at the moment, leads by 2 lengths from top speed in 2nd place as they approach another plain one. Beatbox over in 3rd. As the leader, just fighting the rider slightly, heads on then towards the open ditch, which is number 3. Magistrato under Chris Ward, still under restraint with the head to one side. Just dragged the back legs through the ditch, but is over to the other side safely. 2nd place is now disputed between Beatbox, the short-priced favourite, for Harry and Dan Skelton, And I think just one shy of 50 winners for the campaign. This horse has contributed a couple of them as they reach the AstroTurfed water. Top Speed on the outside continues to dispute second place. So no change in the play as they head back towards home. Still over a circuit to run and racing towards fence number 5 of the 13. Magistrato, Top Speed on the outside, and Beatbox last of the trio. Still under tight restraint. Magistrato heads towards the first up the home straight. And they all jump that nimbly. Top Speed to the left-hand side. Beatbox in third place. And they're making their way down towards the fence, and the circuit's time will be the last. Magistrato comes towards it, just puts in an extra stride there. Top Speed closed, and Beatbox is still well in touch. Making their way past us, Magistrato has been joined on the outside by Top Speed. There's about a neck between the pair as they pass the line with a circuit to go. And Beatbox just being moved a little bit closer by Harry Skelton as they turn down the side. Magistrato from Top Speed as they turn away. Magistrato leading Top Speed up on the outside. Still not too much between the two as they just skirt this little left-hander. Beatbox is being kept in close attendance by Harry Skelton. Every now and again just asking him to maintain touch with his front pair. Magistrato towards the 7th. Takes it well. Beatbox jumped it better than Top Speed, who is the first one to show serious alarms and has quickly lost 2 lengths. No more than that at the moment. And Beatbox was just a little bit awkward into that back straight. So Magistrato it is who leads by just over a length or so. Beatbox in second, Top Speed 2 lengths further back. Front two once again jumped it better than Top Speed, who rather hung in the air and is beginning to struggle now as Beatbox moves to Magistrato. They head towards the middle one down the back. Magistrato over, Beatbox in second. The two with a widening advantage over Top Speed, who's getting increasingly remote, and Beatbox is sent on. And messing around by Harry Skelton, quickly goes past Magistrato and fires Beatbox into the ditch, which he takes really well. So Beatbox has upped the tempo, leading by 3 to 4 lengths. Magistrato in second place and 15 back to Top Speed. So having been well grouped together, they have broken apart somewhat as out in the lead Beatbox leads them over 3 from the finish. Magistrato hasn't completely given up the ghost. The gap between them remains about 4 lengths. A widening gap back to Top Speed as now Beatbox is asked to go away, and Beatbox has done so readily. So heading towards the second last, Beatbox is clear. Magistrato likewise is clear of Top Speed, and this is 2 from the finish. Beatbox is over well. Glance over the shoulder, we'll see. Race in safekeeping, barring any accidents at the last, with Magistrato in second. Top Speed is over the second last as the leader Beatbox is steadied into the last and measures it well. Beatbox over in the lead from Magistrato in second. Top Speed back in third, and Beatbox makes it 3 out of 3 since joining the yard. Continues upwardly mobile. Another winner for Harry Skelton, and the 50, I think, up for Dan Skelton as he continues to lead the trainer's title. Magistrato across the line in second, and Top Speed gets round in his own time to finish in third place.
Yeah, so it has gone the way of Beatbox. Beatbox, the 2-1 on favourite, number 3 in the card, beating number 2 Magistrato at 5-2. Top Speed getting around, as Richard said in his own time, not at a top speed time. And that one was in third, but Beatbox certainly on a roll, as are the Skeltons.
Yeah, they've had a good summer. Not, you know, the last sort of month or so, there hasn't been very much racing. There was 17 days off, and a lot of the horses have had a bit of a break, and obviously Beatbox, he's been in good form. He's won since the break, and he's just a horse who's progressive and in good form. Very slick at his obstacles. I opposed him because I thought Magistrato might just rock and roll, but none of it. He's just a very well handicapped horse.
He is. When bringing in Martin here, when do you take closer order with the jumping then, Martin? Sort of like, I know, is it sort of like Cheltenham's first meeting, Aintree Old Roan, around that time, Charlie Hall?
No, I tend to basically October.
Right.
It's as easy to just start at the start of a month, yeah. And I'll start doing the jumps form day in, day out from the 1st of October. I don't really do much of the summer jumping because the flat's so busy, isn't it? And there's so much to do with the flat racing, and that's kind of what I'm covering most of the time. So I don't really keep on top of the summer jumping, but as soon as we get to October, I'll start doing the cards every day and looking at it and keeping on top of it. So, yeah.
And Andrew, when does it start for you? Is it the Chepstow meeting? Is that hail the start for you?
It is really.
Yeah,
The Chepstow meeting. I always think, Chepstow, it's not a big race, but up north, the Bobby Renton, the first meeting at Wetherby, and then it just starts to flow with the Roland Merrick, not the Roland Merrick.
Charlie
Hall, sorry.
Well, you got the old Roan Aintree and the Cheltenham's first meeting at the end of October.
It's October. That's when your first big meeting is at Chepstow. So that's when it really starts to kick into gear. Silver Trophy and what have you. So
it's a great meet. It's a great meeting that at Chepstow as well, isn't it? I mean, it clashes with some big flat racing as well on the same day, but it's always a meeting at that Chepstow one that for the next sort of 2 months you can keep going back to it, and it provides so many winners because there are just loads of strong form races that come from that Chepstow meeting.
Is that Arc weekend then, Martin? This year?
No, it's a week after the Arc, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. Is it
it's a Sarowich and Dewhurst classes without those races.
That's it. Future Champions. Future Champions Thursday.
And then Champions weekend at Ascot the week after.
Yeah. And I don't know about you. I always think, Futurity, Doncaster, and after that, I always regard domestic flat racing as over. Once that's
prize money around.
Yeah.
That's a big shout.
It is. Well, all right then. Martin, once we've had the Futurity meeting at Donny, I ain't interested in domestic flat racing. We'll say that.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. November handicap off the cards.
Yeah. It's heavy ground. It's normally run on the all weather nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah. I'd say at the point. I think that's fair enough. It's certainly by that point of the year, to be honest, I would be much more in jumps mode.
Yeah,
I do love the Breeders' Cup. I do enjoy the Breeders' Cup. I do enjoy it. Yeah, because I think it's just it's a good way to finish, and I go back.
Have you been?
Never been, but
have you been, Martin?
No, I've never been. No.
No, you didn't go on the. You didn't join the Mick Appleby bus last year, no.
No. The bus was stalled in England, as far as I was concerned.
Yeah. Have we got Martin's nap going?
No, it's nap time.
Nap time at Brighton.
I'm just watching the horses just trickling out of the enclosures now. No, I've never done the Breeders' Cup either. Never done the Breeders' Cup. No, never. I've been in the Melbourne Cup. It's normally the same time, isn't it? Done that a couple of times. Right.
What was his nap? What was Martin's nap again?
It is. You're not going to sing it, are you? By the rivers of
Babylon.
Babylon. It might be of those of a certain vintage that remember that, Andrew.
Yeah, you could be right. While you were talking about it, I was just watching the 7-horse going down a post, Jif's Army. Interesting you're taking this Jif's Army is going to love the ground. So this could be an interesting race, Martin.
Yeah, he's definitely got a chance. He probably, he does have, I'd say it's a toss-up between him and Kildon and Amy Murphy's horse, Dark Angel horse, in terms of who sets the form standard. But I just like the way that Babylon shaped at Yarmouth. I thought he would have finished a lot closer if he'd had a better draw. Like I touched on earlier, he's by Sea the Moon, who gets a lot of soft ground horses, and the Dam won a Group 3 on soft ground. So for a restricted race, he's actually got one of the better pedigrees in there as well. The mare hasn't really produced anything of note as it stands at the moment, but she was a very good race mare herself. He cost 27,000, so that's a bigger price tag than most of the field, not all of them, but it's a higher price tag. Jif's Army, for instance, was a $3,000 yearling, so he's got a bigger price tag and a stronger pedigree than most of the field. It's a proper soft ground pedigree, and I did like how he ran at Yarmouth. I thought he could mark him up quite significantly, given that the draw was very much against him that day. And I quite like his draw today because he's out in stall 11. But they're obviously coming across towards the stand side, and that's where the races will develop. And I think from that higher draw, there's a fair chance that Kaya Fraser might be able to bag the stand side.
And going back to that Yarmouth effort, is that fair to say that he was just found wanting for a gear change at some stage of the race, got a bit tapped for a bit of toe?
He kind of did get outpaced, but he was all because they came across to the stand side. He was always kind of in the wrong position through the race. So it was tough for him from where he was positioned. He was stuck out wide a little bit early on. All of the action unfolded up the stands rail and from the high draws, and he just didn't have a chance really of ever getting involved in the race. Obviously, it was his debut. He was green. He was a big price as well. And I think this is a weaker race this afternoon. Don't think there's, you were looking at probably mid to high 70s performances in terms of the principals in that Yarmouth race, and the time was quite good as well. And he just struggled to get into it. But I think with a run behind him, slower ground, weaker race, hopefully a better draw, it could all come together for him. He's one of only a couple of bets that I've had on the day so far.
They're poles apart, aren't they? Yarmouth and Brighton. You've got to talk about a straight 7, and then you got the this idiosyncratic circuit at Brighton.
Yes, I suppose with all of these 2-year-olds, you're going to wonder whether they'll really handle the track. That would be something positive for Jiff's Army, the favourite, that he's been around Epsom and he's handled it there. So Epsom and Brighton are not a million miles apart in terms of their makeup of track, are they? So you'd be pretty optimistic that Jiff's Army will at least handle the track.
Yeah. So, as you say, Jiff's Army's had that experience of rolling downhill and encountering a camber. They are at the post at Brighton. Just to mention some jockey performance enhanced odds on the Brighton card. Billy Loughnane to ride 2 or more winners at Brighton was 5-2, now 3-1. And Holly Doyle to ride 2 or more winners at Brighton was 7-2, now 9-2. Some big name jockeys here at Brighton this afternoon. Runners at the post for the 255 at Brighton, for which Manu Rossa Ryan, Jiff's Army is the 9-4 favourite. Babylon 130 with Kildona 9-2, 5-2 on Mirabeau. Tuscan Star is 17-2. It's 14-1 bar. Let me just highlight the absentees. Numbers 3 Hyperchromatic and 10 Oasis Sunrise are the non-runners. Got a 2-year race. It's going 7 furlongs. I'm joined by Martin Dixon here. Martin's best bet of the day goes in this race at Brighton. Remind everyone what that best bet is, Martin.
It's number 1 on the card, Babylon. He's just a horse who was an eye catcher, I thought, at Yarmouth on his debut. Finished in mid-division that day, but he had a tough draw to work with. We saw in our first race at Brighton, they were coming up the stands rail, and from the high draw in stall 11 this afternoon, I think Babylon will be in prime position once they come round that final bend to be able to be towards this stand side under Kaya Fraser, and that could be helpful to him. And he's got a strong soft ground pedigree as well. He's by See the Moon, who gets a lot of winners on soft ground. The mare was a very good mare on soft ground herself. She won a Group 3. So influence is there to suggest that he will appreciate the ground conditions. So hopefully it works out.
Okay, a big thumbs up from Martin Dixon for number 1 at Babylon, the second favourite currently. Kaya Fraser takes the ride for Harry Eustace's stable, and that is 11-4 with Jiff's Army, who has that form at Epsom, the favourite at 5-2. And away from those two, you're looking at Kildona for Amy Murphy's stables. So 2 starts thus far. One of those was at Deauville last time, but Amy is a regular cross-channel raider, and Kildona wasn't beaten all that far at Deauville last time over the straight 6 and heavy ground. 5-1 Kildonan. John Hunt on duty here at Brighton. Let's go to Brighton.
They're off and racing. Good start made by Kildonan. Kildonan away very sharply indeed. Jiff's Army just a little sleepy from the gates, nudged along mid-division. So Kildonan with a good start leading, but downhill, Twilight Moon now making progress to press for the lead. Babylon upon the outside, still showing signs of inexperience on the second start. Tucked in behind them, the grey Mirabeau, yellow cap, travelling strongly down the hill. Then Lady Killanova, who's back in 5th place. Jiff's Army is in 6th, followed then by Watkins and Domain Boy. And the back marker is Tuscan Star, as the runners then continue their run downhill. So passing the 4-pole, sweeping in towards the home straight. Kildonan leading very narrowly here. Second place for Twilight Moon, who's coming stand side with Babylon. And then behind those comes Mirabeau the Grey, still travelling with plenty of hope. Jiff's Army's in behind. Now Lady Killanova's being brought under maximum pressure. Watkins is next. Work to do for Tuscan Star to the far side of the group. And also Domain Boy at the rear end of the field as well. Kildonan then leading narrowly. Twilight Moon up the near side rail, but Mirabeau being produced now with what looks a very promising run. Jiff's Army's on the move as well. Mirabeau, though, got first run on Jiff's Army as they head now uphill to the final half furlong. Mirabeau, Finley Marsh has a look at the big screen. It could be a long look because he's well clear. Mirabeau's going to bolt up. Well back too. Beats Twilight Moon, who rallied for second place ahead of Jiff's Army, and then Lady Killanova.
Well, that winner has absolutely hacked up in the end, ultimately. That is Mirabeau for jockey Finley Marsh and Dominic French Davis. The SP of number 4, Mirabeau, is 6-1. Second horse home, number 11, Twilight Moon, at 22-1. And third, number 7, Jiff's Army, the 5-2 favourite. In the end, winner was well on top there, Martin.
Yeah, he was nicely backed as well before the off, Mirabeau, and he's loved the ground conditions. And his debut actually came in May, so he'd had a long time off the track, nearly 4 months since we've seen him. A totally different horse today. He ran at Newbury first time up in a big field, and he's obviously come back a completely different horse after the summer break. He was well backed, like I say, and Finley Marsh kept it very simple, didn't he? Travelled strongly in behind the leaders, got across to the stand side, got a clear shot at it. Something that Babylon didn't get, I think it's fair to say. I'd give him another chance, to be honest. Yeah. I thought he was caught up on the rail behind horses when he was trying to get rolling, and he couldn't get out at any stage to get competitive, could he? But again, I think he was kind of better than the result, to be honest. I thought he wouldn't have beaten Mirabeau, whatever, to be honest, but he would have probably been involved, at least in the places, if he'd have got out at some point.
And looking at him as well, Martin, I wouldn't say he was really in love with the track.
Probably not. No, he was very green coming down the hill, wasn't he? He jumped the path. So there's probably an element of that. The winner looked a big, powerful horse, doesn't he? This Mirabeau. He's got plenty about him.
The thing is, Finley Marsh as well. Finley Marsh based with Richard Hughes, Dominic French Davis, stone's throw away. I'd say, you know, Finley's very experienced now, and you can just tell they were at one. And physically, he looks an imposing type. He's loved the underfoot conditions.
And they all came to the stand side there at Brighton. Now, I had an email here from Gary, and I think it's... I know, Martin, since you joined the William Hill family, I believe you've been inundated with fan mail.
Oh, have I? Wow.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't aware, but
oh, yeah. We've had to hire a couple of new people just to delve through your.
They've been
it's unbelievable.
He didn't realise.
I'm sure there'll be a bit of hate mail as well.
Oh, I can't get into the office for you. I can't get into the office for your fan mail.
It's a good job it's not carrier pigeon nowadays, sending it back.
And Gary he's dropped his line. It's a great show. Gary, I hope you don't mind me reading this word for word. He said, "Who's Marion's other bets today? Keep up the good work, Gary." Now, John Wayne was a big butch fella, and his name in real life was Marion Michael Morrison. You're not telling me that your name in real life is Marion Dixon, are you?
I'm sat here in a wig and a dress, Darren, you know.
Right, okay, right.
Well, that's 2024.
Well, yeah, listen.
2024.
We don't have a problem with that, bud. We don't have a problem with that.
No.
But what are your best bets? You've mentioned one. Are there any sort of other big bets lurking today?
No, there aren't, to be honest with you. The only other bet I've had at the moment is in the 440 at Brighton, a little bit each way on Innisfree Pearl.
Right.
Very likely race. Tom Ward trains. Ran well on soft ground at Windsor last time out in a race that's worked out quite well already. The runner-up Red Clouds came out and bolted up next time. That was last week at Lingfield. It's a low-grade race. Pretty unexposed horse in his Free Pearl, and I just thought on soft ground there might be a little bit more to come. But yeah, that's the only one. The only other one so far that I've backed. But
Innisfree Pearl, 13-2. Yeah. Well, you found us the first winner at Perth, and that's where we're going next. We're off to Perth. for the 305. Got an email as well for you. I think French Holly gets a mention in this email, but we'll come back to that, Andrew. Leading Lion is the 5-2 market leader. 130, Here Comes Georgie. Mallingham is 9-2, 15-2 Cuban Cigar, 17-2 Ravens Craig Castle, 9-1 Just Dotty, 14-1 Matchless, and it's 28-1 about Well Planted. That's a full show. Got a 2-mile handicap hurdle coming your way now. We're bringing in Martin Dixon and Andrew Thorns. We'll start with Martin on this occasion. Leading Lion for Sean Bowen and Gordon Elliott. Last time out winner, tops the market here for this handicap hurdle. Martin.
Yeah, he's got a good chance, this horse. He won very easily on his handicap hurdle debut at Bellestown last time out. He really travelled very strongly through that race. Now, it was off a mark of 100. He runs here, obviously coming over to the UK, but runs off 13 pounds higher this afternoon. But the way that he travelled suggested that he had quite a lot in hand of his mark, to be honest. He's quite a fast horse for a hurdler. And I think coming back to 2 miles won't be a problem, the way that he travelled last time out. And the goodish ground at Perth this afternoon is going to be in his favour as well. So there's lots of positives there for him. He's obviously very well found in the market. I was just preferring the chance of Malangan at the prices, slightly bigger odds. We've seen it already this afternoon, horses that really like Perth and have good records there and are used to going around the track. Well, he's got loads of course form. So I was just with Malangan, but certainly not really negative on Leading Lion, who does have plenty of potential.
Okay, Malangan given a favourable mention there in dispatches by Martin, and bringing in Andrew Thorns. Of course, Malangan took this prize 12 months ago.
I don't think there won't be any hanging around here. Malangan's going to go a real good tempo. For me, the horse that was slightly overpriced, with the 8 runners in here, I thought Matchless was too big. He'd had a break after, he had a spin on the flat the other day at Newcastle. Loves his hurdling. He'd run on heavy ground at Fontwell on his last start. This was back in March. Before that, he ran at Fakenham. He ran well at Newcastle behind Horn Cape. I just thought it was too big a price, especially the way the Candlish horses have been running. They had a treble at Cartmel. Had a great time. The horses are in very, very good form. He's got top weight in here. But to me, he's overpriced. You know, the fact the run was badly needed on the flat. He's an 83 rated flat horse.
I've seen that.
And it was needed. He was a bit too fresh and a bit too keen. That'll have served a purpose. At the prices, I think he's too big, because I think it'll be run to suit. He's a good, strong traveller, because Malangan will go a real good even tempo.
They're listening. They're listening. The money is coming for this horse. They're listening to you. To your words of wisdom.
Can't believe that.
You must have lots of disciples out there, because they are following you. It was backed into 8-1. You can actually get 10s now, but it was backed into 8-1 initially.
Like I say, I do think he's too big a price. He was running some very competitive races, and you know the fact that he's had a bit of time off, and the yard form is very strong.
And an 81 on the flat.
You know, and bearing in mind, Leading Lion is he's 69. Other horses in and around that sort of mark. Obviously, the Ravens Craig Castle's interested for me, and Jardine's Yard. He's first running a handicap this afternoon with Brian Hughes on board. It's an intriguing race, and Malangan he's the one horse in here who's got very little weight, and he can go a real good even tempo.
Effective around here,
and he's very effective. But you know, obviously 9 years old. He's got a few younger rivals in here, but this is a very competitive race.
Okay, they are about to line up for the 305 at Perth. 9-4 each of 2 now. Here comes Georgie. Here comes Georgie and Leading Lion. 9-4 joint ferrets. Flags aloft. Here's Gareth Topham at Perth.
Runners approaching the starter. In they come steadily. Not too much quicker. That flag remains in the air. It was a little bit too quick for the starter's liking. Well planted, Marlongan were Two of them just breaking into a bit of a trot there, and the starters asked them to take a turn. Here we go, take two. They're off and running. The Stellantis at Auto Services Perth Limited Handicap Hurdle event. And they gallop on to the first of 8 flights with well planted, the grey sleeves taking off just in front of Matchless in the middle and wider out his last year's winner Marlongan, being followed a length and a half further behind by the grey Ravens Craig Castle, who's along the inside of Here Comes Georgie. Next in running, race favourite Leading Lion in a dark green and white coloured jacket, horse with the white blaze. And then towards the inside, Cuban Cigar, and last of all is Just Dotty as they race into the home straight for the first time. And it is Just Dotty's stable companion, Well Planted, who makes the running here. But only just from Matchless Marlongan, and away to the right-hand side, the recent course scorer Here Comes Georgie with the white sleeves and cap, as they now take off at flight number 2. All across safely. They are pretty tightly grouped here with no more than half a dozen lengths covering them. And now halfway down the home straight and towards what will be the final hurdle next time. Here comes Georgie now joining Well Planted for the lead, with Marlongan a little guessy at that in between runners. Followed in fourth by Matchless. Ravens Craig Castle along the inside. Leading Lion is out a bit wider, racing side by side with Cuban Cigar. And last of all, another 1 length behind is Just Dotty. Just 6 lengths now between the leader and back marker as they turn right-handed and gallop away from us. Less than 1.25 miles to go in the Stellantis at Auto Services Perth Limited Handicap Hurdle Race. And up ahead now, Here Comes Georgie has taken over in the hands of Gavin Sheehan. Here comes Georgie, seeking back-to-back Perth successes, and crosses that flight really well from Marlongan. And to the inside, Well Planted, and out wider, the last time out Bellewstown scorer Leading Lion, won very easily that day. As they now race right-handed into the back. Matchless all smothered up in amongst horses, with Just Dotty, a yellow cap, taking a little closer order to the outside of both Cuban Cigar and the grey Ravens Craig Castle. On they head towards the next flight, over in the back straight. And all across it's safe and sound, with Here Comes Georgie, 3 parts of a length in front of Marlongan, with Leading Lion now just a length and a half behind, racing in a dispute of third, with Matchless in between horses and Well Planted to the inside. Then Ravens Craig Castle, Just Dotty, and Cuban Cigar now finds himself in last place under Conor McCann. But all to play for as they go down towards the third flight from home. And knocking that flight down, Here Comes Georgie, still had a narrow call though from Marlongan, and Leading Lion a little wider out, who's moving well. Shaken up to the inside is Well Planted. Matchless in between horses, still with a bit to give, with on the outside Just Dotty to be played late. Ravens Craig Castle is running next, and they're just beginning to get away from Cuban Cigar as they race into the home straight and gallop on now towards the second last flight. And Here Comes Georgie is out in the lead here. Leading Lion away to the right-hand side as they're now on the approach to the second last flight of hurdles. And it is on the left-hand side. Here Comes Georgie. Leading Lion in the dark green and white colours, with Marlongan still in the mix. Matchless down the far outside, Just Dotty. Cuban Cigar on the left is picking up very well as they now make the run down towards the final flight. Leading Lion has gone out like a prick balloon, and as they approach the last hurdle, Here Comes Georgie is now trying to fend off Cuban Cigar. Then Matchless and Ravens Craig Castle as they gallop into the closing stages, and it is Here Comes Georgie who made that bid for home, turning in, is a length in front of Cuban Cigar, and it's Here Comes Georgie for back-to-back wins at Scone Palace Park. Cuban Cigar was second, Ravens Craig Castle was third, then Matchless, Marlongan, Just Dotty, Leading Lion, and Well Planted.
Yeah, victory in the Perth Handicap Hurdle. The 305 races gone to Here Comes Georgie for Patrick Neville and Gavin Sheehan. Gavin had a tremendous season last season. He was aboard Here Comes Georgie, 9-4 joint favourite. Second, number 2, Cuban Cigar, 9-1. And third, number 6, Ravens Craig Castle, who returned at 11-1. Leading Lion was the other joint favourite, 9-4, was well held. I thought your Matchless was He run a big enough race, but just didn't go flattened out on the run in there.
Yeah, he's on and off it a little on the way around. But Patrick Neville, he's had a pretty good time at Perth recently since he moved yards.
Now, you tell me, where is he now? Because he was sharing Anne Duffield's establishment, wasn't he?
Yeah, like I say, he's moved yards. He's gone up to Midland now.
He's in Midland now, is he?
He's in Midland itself. So, if you want to go to him, he doesn't have to box them up anymore. If he wants to head up to Midland, it's not far.
Where is he in Midland?
I'm not exactly sure.
All right, yeah, okay.
Not exactly sure.
Yeah. So anyway, he's got all the facilities to hand. Yeah.
Yeah. So Gavin Sheehan gets a good chunk of them, and I think he had a 28. Martin might correct me. 28-1 winner up there, and about a 8-1 winner at the last meeting. So yeah, they're in good heart.
Yeah.
They've definitely turned a corner. Last year, through the sort of winter, they were never thriving, were they, at all? And he struggled to get the winners. But the tide does seem to have turned, and this horse's form, he actually clattered through one, didn't he, down the back straight? But he was kind of left alone, which surprised us a little bit in front. He's managed to dictate and stack them up a bit, hasn't he, Gary?
Yeah, I mean, he was the 33-1 winner here at the last meeting as well, Martin. The handicapper put him up 3 for beating King's Castle. And King's Castle, well, he'd been a model of consistency. I think he'd won about 3 of his last 4 starts for Jeremy Scott.
Right, should we move to Newton Abbot?
Good idea.
Let's go to Newton A, where we have got the 3:15 2-mile 5 furlong contest coming your way. It is a handicap chase for the conditional jockeys. Let's have a look at the betting. Right, non-runner number 8, Test Flight. Let's take that out. 13-8, Coconut Twist. 9-4 is the price of Bensini. Dancing on the Edge, otherwise known as Dottie at Home, is 9-2, chasing debutantes. Heyday Baby, 10-1. Firefly Lane, 12-1. 18-1, Leah Thorpe. And Sunshine Girl, 66-1. Let's bring in Andrew Thornton for the action here at Newton Abbot. Coconut Twist, the market leader. 1 win over fences from 3 starts. That was over this C&D.
And that was on soft ground as well. The horse has only had chance to run on soft ground on a couple of occasions, and has managed to go and win one of those. So ground conditions are back in this horse's favour. 1 round here in May, that was with Harry Reid on board, as I mentioned, with the cut underfoot, which is obviously the big plus for this afternoon. Open. It's a very open race. I'm going to go with Dancing on the Edge for Paul Nichols. Freddie Gingell taking the ride. Mare with top weight here. She was favourite when she ran round here last time out. I think they might ride her with a bit more.
She's had issues.
Yeah, but I think they might ride her with a bit more positivity this time around. And I always think that bit of sun on the back is a big plus.
I think it's triple suit, won't it?
Yeah, and like I say, it's 2-mile 5. Might have just been stretching the stamina a bit on the last couple of occasions. So back to when she won round here, I think this just might suit that a little bit better. I think it'll go harder. Good traveller, and obviously Freddie Gingell, who's, well, he can't have too many left on the £3.
No.
So you're still good value for that £3 claim with lots of experience under your belt. And he's keeping the seat warm at the moment for Harry Cobden, who's had a prolonged bit of time off with it. He got an injury back in the summer there, but I think his target is Chepstow.
Okay, Dancing on the Edge, otherwise known as Dottie. I know, and that is fact. 3-1, Dancing on the Edge. Coconut Twist, the 2-1 favourite. Bensini, 9-4. Let's go to Newton Abbot.
2 miles 5 furlongs for this conditional jockey's handicap steeplechase. Firefly Lane in the pale blue and white colours. Right hand side, Heyday Baby amongst those prominent with Leah Thorpe as they take the first. Dancing on the Edge in the gold jacket on the outside. Safely negotiates her first race in public, or fence in public, on the outside of Sunshine Girl. Striped colours of Bensini. And last of all is Coconut Twist as they take fence number 2. So all over that okay. And 3 deep for the lead, Firefly Lane racing on the outside. On the inside is Heyday Baby, and between the pair is Layerthorpe. So a blue and white trio heading the field. Racing in 4th place is Bensini. On the inside of that colour change, Sunshine Girl in the black with the blue star, then Dancing on the Edge. And last of all is Coconut Twist as they make their way down the side of the racecourse. So a little left-hand turn before they'll spy fence number 3 on the side of the course. And out in the lead, Heyday Baby has the advantage from Layerthorpe. And on the left-hand side is Firefly Lane. Bensini has moved significantly closer in the striped colours of black and pink as they take the 3rd. Rose in 3rd place there as Firefly Lane just loses a spot. Then behind these we have in 5th place Sunshine Girl, and the last 2 Dancing on the Edge and Coconut Twist. Into the back straight they head. Out in the lead, Heyday Baby by a length from Layerthorpe. Bensini in 3rd as they take the 1st down the back. We'll take that okay. Firefly Lane in 4th place, just ahead of Sunshine Girl. Dancing on the Edge towards the outside of Coconut Twist. The middle one of the 3 in the back straight. Heyday Baby just into the bottom of it, and a slow leap at the back by Coconut Twist as they head on now down towards the open ditch. Out in the lead, Heyday Baby, anxious to go a bit faster as Benjamin Macy sees a decent stride, as did Layerthorpe, who jumped up well on the outside, and they are the first 2. Firefly Lane on the outside of Bensini. 5th place belongs to Sunshine Girl, Dancing on the Edge in 6th. And Coconut Twist is last of the 7. So down the side of the course they head. Out in the lead is Heyday Baby over the AstroTurf water jump. And they've all taken that perfectly okay. So completed a circuit, not quite yet at halfway. Heyday Baby leading by about 3/4 of a length from Layerthorpe in 2nd. Bensini races 3rd in the stripes. Firefly Lane ahead of Sunshine Girl in the black and blue. Gold Jacket on the outside of Dancing on the Edge. And then Coconut Twist as the leader just jumps to the right. And we've lost Bensini. Bensini blundered and unseated the rider. Not sure whether he might have jumped into the back of Layerthorpe, who was slightly impeded by Heyday Baby as they all rather got in each other's way. But Bensini was out of the race, having lost the rider. Horse gallops on perfectly okay, never having left his feet, but just causes Layerthorpe a moment or two's anxiety as they race past us with the circuit to go. Out in the lead, it is Heyday Baby, leading by a couple of lengths. Layerthorpe is in 2nd place. Heyday Baby just had a little bit of look there. But as we pass the paddock, following the loose horse out to the right-hand side and taking a shorter option, Charlie Price is up perfectly okay as the other 6 runners are now more tightly clustered. Heyday Baby from in 2nd place, now Firefly Lane on the outside of Layerthorpe. Towards the outer is Dancing on the Edge. Coconut Twist much more involved now in the grey jacket. Sunshine Girl is right at the rear of the field now as they take the next plain fence. And over in the lead, Heyday Baby. 2nd place belongs to Firefly Lane. Layerthorpe in 3rd. Dancing on the Edge, getting closer in company with Coconut Twist. Both of those just being put into the race now for the first time as Sunshine Girl has dropped to the back of still a tightly grouped field. Heyday Baby towards the next from Firefly Lane, Layerthorpe. Another mistake by Coconut Twist, his 2nd of the contest. Dancing on the Edge has moved past Layerthorpe, just taken 3rd place. Coconut Twist still in touch. And still in touch as well as Sunshine Girl, middle one down the back straight. Firefly Lane picked up in front there from Heyday Baby. All the time Dancing on the Edge is getting closer. Layerthorpe still on the tails of the leaders as well as they approach the final ditch. Coconut Twist trying to rally after those a couple of errors in the grey jacket as they take that ditch. Heyday Baby begins to retreat as Firefly Lane leads. Dancing on the Edge, Layerthorpe still right there. Coconut Twist in 4th, and they've now moved on by 2 lengths from Heyday Baby, and weakening Sunshine Girl is completely tailed off. So now looks to concern just 4 as they head towards the 3rd last. Layerthorpe was into the bottom of that, as out in the lead it's Firefly Lane for Ben Godfrey. In second place, Dancing on the Edge. Layerthorpe is third, then Coconut Twist, and these four still only separated by a couple of lengths as they make their way towards the second last. Firefly Lane in the pale blue, the noseband gold jacket of Dancing on the Edge, then Coconut Twist in the grey colours towards the outside, and then Layerthorpe. Four of them covered by a couple of lengths as they head down towards the last. Firefly Lane not giving up the lead without a battle. On the outside, Coconut Twist inside, and now just beginning to weaken his Layerthorpe at the last. Firefly Lane is over in the lead from Coconut Twist on this short run in. Firefly Lane trying to repel all of them. In second place, Coconut Twist, who is getting closer as the line approaches, but Firefly Lane for Ben Godfrey and Jimmy Frost, and Firefly Racing held on bravely to beat Coconut Twist, Dancing on the Edge and Layerthorpe, and they are the only 4 to finish, the other 2 being pulled up before the home straight.
Well, it was a good competitive finish at the end of that conditional jockeys handicap steeplechase. And the 3:15 race at Newton Abbot has been won by number 6. That is Firefly Lane, whose return at 1-6, 16-1, Ben Godfrey for Jimmy Frost. The second horse home was number 2, Coconut Twist, the 2-1 favourite. And third, number 1, Dancing on the Edge, the 11-4 shot, the mare there, who travelled really well, but victory has gone. Andrew Thornton 2, Firefly. Let's say it again. Firefly Lane, winning pointer. The first race, first win under rules.
It's a while since the horse was pointing, mine, but you know, winner under rules. You could argue that the last run was possibly needed after a bit of a break and has improved.
Okay, time now to take in some action at Galway. The 3:20 race coming up from Galway. Andrew, the favourite at 11-10 is Apples of Brazil. Second in at the moment is Andrew's waving to me like mad to turn the TV over. That is Port Cammon at 3-1, 9-2 about the mediator, 7-1 Oh So Charming, and Olympia de Sarisi as 11-1 bar. The thing about Galway is it is soft ground for today's action. We've got a short price favourite in the first race. That is Apples of Brazil, the 11-10 market leader.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to beat. Very, very well supported. And Barry Connell's yard's been in a lot better form at the back end of the season, early summer, than it was during the season. Okay. They obviously could work quite right.
Okay. Right, let's go to Galway.
That off. Using to jump off of them 8 Storm Steps, having whipped around. On the run of the first of 9, it is Olympia de Sarisi just leading on the approach to the first from It's All a Dream, jumping up in between them, Port Cammon, being followed by Oh So Charming on the inside as they make the bend at the top of the track. It's Olympia de Sarisi going along in front from It's All a Dream, disputing third, Leaving Secret, Port Cammon, and Oh So Charming followed by Apples of Brazil. And the mediator as they make the downhill run to flight number 2. Leading group tracked on the inside by Banner Boy, who's followed by Will We Take Her? And then Desert Haven, and way down south, and Stilly next on the outside, followed by Nothing to See Here. And then Elefanisi, Between Friends, Flood of the Tiger, Rag and Bone, Mount Mandela, Shul Molly Shul, flight number 2 on the turn into the straight. Over in front by less than 2 lengths, Olympia de Sarisi, followed by It's All a Dream, just third Leaving Secret from Port Cammon, and then Oh So Charming, Apples of Brazil in the leading 6, and they're followed into the straight of flight number 3 by the mediator. And then Banner Boy, Will We Take Her? Desert Haven way down south, Elefanisi next, then on the outside is Stilly. Coming up the hill, having jumped 3, it is Olympia de Sarisi just with the edge from It's All a Dream, the red cap. Improving on the outside is Leaving Secret, now much closer in third. Then Oh So Charming, Port Cammon, Apples of Brazil next. Then the mediator and Banner Boy, Will We Take Her? And Desert Haven, a gap, 2.5 lengths to way down south, and then Stilly, Elefanisi and Flood of the Tiger, and then Nothing to See Here, Between Friends, Mount Mandela, Rag and Bone at the rear is Shul Molly Shul. Going to the flight, just outside the halfway stage, that was number 4 in the opening race, the Kenny Developments maiden hurdle over 2 miles. It's Olympia de Sarisi making the bend at halfway, followed by It's All a Dream, and third is Leaving Secret. Little is changed up front, followed by Oh So Charming, then Apples of Brazil, and Port Cammon has dropped a position or 2. Then the mediator and Banner Boy next, followed by Will We Take It and Desert Haven, and way down south and Stilly next, being followed by Elefanisi and then Flood of the Tiger. Nothing to See Here, Between Friends, Rag and Bone, Mount Mandela, Shul Molly Shul. 7 furlongs to go. They're pretty well strung out. Jumping on at that flight, It's All a Dream, has headed, losing there at that 1 Banner Boy. As it's all a dream, goes on by a couple of lengths to Olympi de Cerisi. Third is Leaving Secret, then Also Charming, Apples of Brazil, Port Cameron followed by The Mediator. Then Will We Take Her, Desert Haven next. After Desert Haven is way down south, followed by Stilly and Ella Fornisi. Last of the flights up the far side, that was 3 from the finish, where a mistake was made by Desert Haven. It's All a Dream, and Jack Gilligan being followed with 5 furlongs to go by Olympi de Cerisi and Shane Fitzgerald. Third, but only just Leaving Secret and Dad O'Keefe. Also Charming next on the inside. Looking poised as Apples of Brazil. Then Port Cameron, leading group, followed closely by the Mediators. They come down into the dip. Gap then to Will We Take Her, Desert Haven, and then way down south, Ella Fornisi, Florida the Tiger. Coming towards the second last. It's All a Dream from Leaving Secret. Ridden along in between the pair is Olympi de Cerisi, followed by Also Charming, Apples of Brazil on the outside, followed the second last by Port Cameron, who made a mistake, and also made a mistake was Apples of Brazil. Trying to close round the outside is the Mediator, but it's All a Dream. Back for home, 2 clear from Also Charming, Olympi de Cerisi, followed by Leaving Secret, Apples of Brazil, the Mediator on the stand side. The final flight, it's All a Dream, the leader from Also Charming as they meet the hill. Then Apples of Brazil, Leaving Secret, the Mediator, and Olympi de Cerisi is next. 150 yards to go. It's All a Dream from Also Charming, who's trying to bridge the gap. Couple of lengths between them. It's All a Dream will last it out for the Gilligans. Good start for locally based trainers, with second Also Charming, third Apples of Brazil.
Yeah, it's All a Dream taking out the money there over at Galway at 12 to 1. Winner of the first race at Galway. So full coverage of this Galway card running through until 7:15. The ground there at Galway described as soft for this afternoon's jumping. Let's now move across to Brighton. Coming up from Brighton, we've got a sprint race. This is the 3:30. It is over 5.5 furlongs. The runners have arrived down at the start here over at Brighton, and it is 13 to 8 the field. Number 2, that's Secret Handshake, 3 times a course and distance winner, 13 to 8 market leader. Libra Tiger 3 to 1, 130 Voodoo Ray with This My Dream 7 to 1, and Alpha Dal is the complete outsider, who shows at 8 to 1. So this is the 3:30 race. Runners are at the post over at Brighton. Just the 5 runners. And between 2 of them, Martin Dixon, there are 7 course wins.
Yeah, absolutely. And the last time that Secret Handshake, the favourite, came here to Brighton, his last 3 wins have all been over this course and distance. And the last time that he came here to Brighton, admittedly, it was off a lower mark, but he was an 8.5 length winner under William Carson, who rides in again today. Ground was on the easy side of good that day, and it was a small field race where he was able to dominate really from the front, and he was seen to very good effect. But it's a similar setup for him today, isn't it? There's been a lot of market support for him, and it's easy to see why. He's not a horse for me that I would be wanting to back at too short a price, but he's got his conditions. I'd just take a chance that Libra Tiger, who's dropping down the weights all of the time, maybe those cheap pieces that he's got on the first time could help him to get a little bit closer to Secret Handshake. He was only 2 lengths behind him when they came up against each other at Sandown on the 30th of August. Libra Tiger had been off the track for 6 weeks before that run, so it's entitled to just to sharpen him up a little bit. The cheap pieces might help him as well, just to travel that little bit better. And he is becoming a well-handicapped horse now, Libra Tiger. He's not one of the previous course winners, but he is reunited with Holly Doyle, who's won on him before. She's got a tune out of Libra Tiger in the past. He handles a slow surface, and he did meet some trouble in running as well at Sandown last time out, so he would have been a little bit closer but for that. So marginal call, but at the prices that they are, I think 11 to 8, I can see why Secret Handshake is that price, because he's got everything in his favour in terms of conditions and obviously being suited by the track. But there's a chance that It's My Dream and maybe Alafdal press Secret Handshake early on. And if they do and they go a little bit too quick in front, Libra Tiger is likely to be finishing his race off there.
Okay, Libra Tiger's joint second favourite at 7 to 2. Secret Handshake is the 6 to 4 favourite. Let's join John.
Jumping away, Voodoo Ray was just awkward out of the gates, just slow to get going. This is the early stages of the Sky Sports Racing version 519 handicap, and Secret Handshake goes straight about business and has the field well on the stretch, with only This My Dream chasing him early. He's a length off the pace. There's 2.5 then back to Libra Tiger in third place. Another gap to Alaf Dal and Voodoo Rays. They've all come pretty wide then coming into the straight. 3 furlongs left to go. Secret Handshake, a 3-time course and distance winner, from This My Dream in second, followed then by Libra Tiger, who switched out wide. Voodoo Ray needs to pick up sharply now, and so too does Alaf Dal. Secret Handshake on the rails, still leading. Libra Tiger's not giving up the chase, and between the two of them is This My Dream. Furlong marker coming up. Voodoo Ray not getting into this at all. Secret Handshake is out in front with half a furlong left to go. It's going to be another wide margin winner. This time Secret Handshake and William Carson. A very, very decisive ride. Pinged out of the gates, never really saw which way he went. He won by a long way to beat This My Dream in second and Libra Tiger third.
Hey, it's that track craft, isn't it, Martin?
Absolutely, yeah. It's pretty much identical, to be honest, to his win here earlier on in the year. William Carson knew exactly what he wanted to do. This My Dream did press him, but he couldn't go with him from halfway, really. And it seems as if the nearer to that stand side you get, the better your chance, doesn't it, at Brighton this afternoon? We see it quite a lot on soft ground there, but that is the place to be. It seems pretty marked this afternoon, and William was able to bag that position on the front runner.
Number 2, Secret Handshake, records a 4th course and distance success. The 11-8 favourite. Second, number 3. That was This My Dream at 13-2. Third, number 1, Libra Tiger. And just going back to Galway, I'll just give you the SPs at Galway, that first race, the 3:20. Don't forget, we've got another place for opportunity coming up with Wolverhampton's card due to start 5-5. Number 2, It's All a Dream, was the winner at Galway, 12-1. Second, number 14, Oh So Charming, 15-2. Third, number 1, Apples of Brazil, the 11-10 favourite. For the record, the mediator was 4th, half a length and 1.5 lengths the margins. We obviously get a few people inquiring into Martin Dixon. Martin, tell us a little bit about yourself. Why, you I believe, started off in time form?
I did, yeah, quite a while ago now, yeah. But
you were still in shorts when you were at time form, obviously.
I'm sat in shorts now, but
okay.
It was...
What colour shorts you got? What colour shorts?
Blue, if you really want to know.
All right, so he's sitting in his office with a Kiss Me Quick hat and shorts. All right. So you started off in time form.
Well, straight out of university. I did a bit of work for the PA, actually, while I was at university. Right. I did little bits of like race previewing and stuff like that, and then went to time form, and now racing TV mainly.
What year then? What year did you start with time form, Martin?
Oh my God, 2006, I reckon. 2007, maybe. 18 years ago.
Just thinking post Dunwoody era, because Dunwoody, he was the man who always had every edition in his bag.
Did he?
Yep.
Did he?
Yep. And that's probably about the last thing he'd look at before he...
the Black Book?
Well, before he went out on the track.
All right.
You know, something what you vividly remember about somebody who was at the top of the game.
Yeah. And tell me, you've got a few nicknames, haven't you? Why does Barty call you Aggro?
I actually have no idea. I actually have no idea.
I've been meaning to ask you. So I thought, I've been meaning to ask you this for a long time. So why not do it on air? Why does he call you Aggro? And you got no idea.
Well, not really. I think Jamie Lynch might have told him a story about me that was a bit wide of the truth.
Okay.
And, I actually think it came down to a 5. During those early years when I was at time form, and I lived in Leeds, and we used to play 5-a-side football once a week, every week.
Right.
And we're in this little league, and I think there was this game, like a top of the table clash midweek 5-a-side football one week, and it was I think I got a bit revved up and lost my temper with someone. And I'm pretty sure that's where it stemmed from.
Right.
Lynchy then went and repeated the story to Barty in the press room, and ever since that day, he's the one and only man that calls me aggro. And he still does it every time I see him.
What do you mean? You think that's where it came from?
I'm pretty, yeah. Well, to be honest, when he first said it, I was thinking, why does he? But that is why.
Right.
Pretty sure. But yeah, I've never actually sought confirmation from him really, but
Right.
I'm pretty sure that's.
I thought you were going to come out
It's a
with
vague memory.
I thought Andrew Thornton was poised to give me some breaking news there. No. Right.
Not at all.
He's just getting excited about your stories. Okay, so we won't call you aggro.
And then a few of the lads that I used to work with at Timeform, like Jamie Lynch and Dan Barber, even now, and a few of the other guys that are still there, they call me Ron.
As in
Do you
Ron
remember
Dixon?
Yeah, do you remember Brookside?
I do remember Ron Dixon and Brookside. Yeah.
So when I joined, they still used to have the rota for Timeform on a big board at the back of the office.
Yeah.
And it was just, you'd go into the office in the morning, your name was there, Dixon, just your surname. And on your first day, Dixon's been added to the rota. And obviously before I'd even got there, they'd nicknamed me Ron. It pretty much stuck for my whole, well, to this day with various of those lads. Yeah.
And in all seriousness, though, Ron, Aggro, Martin, whatever you want to call it yourself. In all seriousness, Timeform, great grounding, because I mean, you mentioned a whole host of guys there. You know, Jamie Lynch, Dan Barber. You know, look where they're at now, along with your good self.
Yeah, no, well, it's just when it comes to race analysis, and you know, everyone does it their own way at the end of the day, but there's just a sort of an outline of teaching you what you're looking for and the basics of analysing racing. And obviously that there'll be other people that do it in different ways as well, but and you add your own niche to it as well, and you have your own ideas, but there's a basic sort of platform there that gives you a good way of analysing racing. And you know, I think that's the core way that I would still look at it today, to be honest, Darren, really.
Yeah.
It's not that everybody will come up with the same ideas and the same selections and things like that, but when it comes to analysing pace and the different attributes that you look for in horses at different tracks and all of those different things, you just pick it up. And the biggest thing of all is you're there watching racing all day, every day, and looking at it and analysing it, and you're doing it day in, day out. And obviously by doing that, you learn a lot, don't you?
Right, you've analysed this race at Perth, haven't you? Well, not analysed it, you've looked at it.
I've looked at it.
Yeah, can't beat history as a non-runner. Oliver's Travels 5-4 favourite. The Gypsy Davy is 9-4. 4-1 C Astor. Wasdale Dundalk 17-2, and Universal Folly 18-1. And you've got that favourite there for the Bowens, looking to complete a hat-trick of wins. Martin, take it away.
Yeah, well, you know, going back to that, one of the key things that you look at in any race when you're analysing it is trying to look at the pace of it and see if you can fathom out what type of horse might be advantage. Well, I think there's a good chance that the Gypsy Davy gets an easy time on the front end here. And small field chaser, he's a very, very good jumper, this horse. I have actually seen him run, although it's summer jumping, I've caught him a couple of times when he has been running this summer, and he is a really good jumper. He hasn't yet managed to win this season over fences, but he will be winning races over fences, definitely. He's too good a jumper not to. And I think he might get his own way out in front. And if he does, I'd make him the selection. Oliver's Travels has obviously been improving, but the two wins have both come at Worcester. It's small fences there and a different track. The Gypsy Davy's got experience at Perth and run well here earlier on in the season, so I'll take him to make all the running.
The Gypsy Davy. And Andrew?
I agree. I just worry about Oliver's Travels. You'll know early doors with his jumping. He jumped very well at Worcester last time out. I'm just wonder whether he's as good going right-handed. He just has a slight tendency to drift left-handed, whereas the Gypsy Davy, he loves going right-handed. Winning form Taunton, Hereford. Right-handed seems to be his bag. Oliver's Travels, he's won a Newton Abbott and Worcester, a lot closer to home. Peter Bowen's got a great record of Mickey Bowen up at this track, but I do just wonder whether that his jumping is a little better going left-handed, so we'll have to wait and see. But Gypsy Davis getting a stone off him as well after Oliver's Travels went up, so I agree with Martin. I think he's the value.
Okay, here we go. The Gypsy Davy, the selection for the boys. Let's go to Gareth Topham.
Charlotte Auto Services Perth Handicap Steeplechase. It's our feature race here today, and the Gypsy Davy, the dark blue jacket with the pink stars on the sleeves and cap, shows up together with Seaster, the black sleeves, and away to the right is Universal Folly, who was clipping the top of that opening fence, but gets away with it. And down along the inside of Universal Folly run both Wasdale Dundalk and also Oliver's Travels, and a little less than fluent at the second there was Seaster, as the Gypsy Davy gets away by the best part of 4 lengths, making the run to the water jump, which they will take on 2 occasions. The Gypsy Davy, trainer Evan Williams, his only runner here today. Very long way to come, and over by some 5 or 6 lengths to Seaster. Gordon Elliott's representative, Sean Bowen, on board, and just coming a little wide around the turn with Oliver's Travels racing in 3rd place. And then in 4th, maybe just Wasdale Dundalk in the black and white checks along the inside of Universal Folly as they now come to fence number 4. And the Gypsy Davy in a clear lead, measured it well, and got away by 5 lengths at least from Seaster, who races in 2nd place as they head off into the back straight now and on towards fence number 5, which will be the first of the open ditches. They'll be taking 4 open ditches in total, and they're jumped as fences 5, 8, 13 and 16. So here's the 5th. Good jump there from the Gypsy Davy. Seaster a little long. She's not the biggest. She rather reached for that around the outside of Universal Folly, with up into 2nd place now Oliver's Travels. Change of venue for him today, as won at Worcester the last twice. Seaster's not having a cut at her fences here. And at the back of the field now, Sean Bowen just administering a couple of early reminders as they're now 1/3 of the way through, passing the 2-mile starting area and on now towards fence number 7. And it is the Gypsy Davy, who's unbeaten over hurdles and has been placed in all 5 of his steeplechase races to date. And the Gypsy Davy jumping well, seems to be in a nice rhythm, and is 6 lengths in front of Oliver's Travels, who races in 2nd spot under James Bowen, as they now race on into the home straight and on towards their point of departure. They've got another open ditch in the way before getting to that point. The Gypsy Davy under Adam Wedge. Again, beautiful jump. Soared over that like a bird. From along the inside, Oliver's Travels in the yellow-coloured jacket. And then Universal Folly, 3 times winner over fences. He's in 3rd spot. Wasdale Dundalk, last year's winner, higher in the weights this time round. As they come over the next, the back marker, Seaster, hasn't lost any further ground. As they gallop now to the fence, which will be the last after another circuit. And the Gypsy Davy put himself right that time, was clever. Got away by 4 to 5 lengths over Oliver's Travels, Universal Folly, Wasdale Dundalk and Seaster. That's the running order then as they head down past us and on towards the water for the final time here today. Each of our last 4 races over the smaller obstacles. And they've all taken that water fine, and the Gypsy Davy looking to take a bit of catching here. Jumping really well, and is the best part of 6 lengths to the good over Oliver's Travels, who's got 12 stone on his back, the top weight running in 2nd spot. No changes in behind. Universal Folly remains in 3rd, just in front of Wasdale Dundalk and the back marker Seaster. Coming to the first fence out on this final circuit, and it's the Gypsy Davy. Some 5 lengths to the good over Oliver's Travels. Universal Folly just bumped along briefly there, with Wasdale Dundalk in 4th under double-seeking Danny McMenamin, biding his time, and Seaster being just nudged along, cajoled along the back marker of the quintet. Into the back straight, less than a mile to go, and at another open ditch, the Gypsy Davy. Over it by 3, a slightly reduced advantage as Oliver's Travels creeps closer, with Universal Folly on the outside and Wasdale Dundalk. And there's now a 6-length break at 2. Seaster, who's struggling. Good jump again there from the Gypsy Davy. Completely out-jumped Oliver's Travels, who was in too close. Universal Folly is in 3rd. Wasdale Dundalk a further 1.5 behind in 4th. And Seaster needs a miracle from there. She's not really had a cut at it today. The back marker as they race now towards the 4th fence from home. The Gypsy Davy on the approach to the last fence over on the far side with a much reduced advantage, but again meets the fence spot on and got away by 2 from Oliver's Travels in the yellow colours, blue and yellow, and now nudged along in third Universal Folly. Wasdale Dundalk may have a part to play still as they swing right-handed back towards the final line of 3 fences. Open ditch plain in front of them, and now pushed along in front for the first time the Gypsy Davy, but again wings the fence from along the inside Oliver's Travels, and Oliver's Travels still travelling well, and the gap is just about there for Oliver's Travels. The Gypsy Davy now being ridden along. Here's the nose banded Wasdale Dundalk with his effort, and Universal Folly to the outside. We have a change of leadership at 2 from home as last year's winner Wasdale Dundalk goes to the front in front of Oliver's Travels and Universal Folly. No more from the Gypsy Davy, who's weakened into 4th. A big brave jump at the final fence from Wasdale Dundalk. Oliver's Travels away to the left. On the right and a couple of lengths behind them is Universal Folly. It's a long run in for home. Wasdale Dundalk going for the repeat, but a real thorn in his side is Oliver's Travels. Wasdale Dundalk from in second, Oliver's Travels, and he's done it again. Wasdale Dundalk scores for Lisa Harrison, and a double on the card for Danny McMenamin. Strong in the finish and got the better of Oliver's Travels, who's denied the hat-trick. Universal Folly third, 4th home the Gypsy Davy.
Another entertaining finish there at Perth, and victory has gone to Wasdale Dundalk. Wasdale Dundalk, winner of the race last year. Danny McMenamin at the double this afternoon, 9-1. The price of Wasdale Dundalk. Well done if you found that one. And Oliver's Travels went off the 13-8 favourite. The horse there going down battling in second place with Universal Folly taking out third. Wasdale Dundalk taking the money for Danny McMenamin, the second year on the bounce there, Andrew.
Yeah, good training performance as well, and it got a bit...
That's excellent work. Excellent, isn't it? Very excellent. I expect you to design an SS ring. I want my SS man to have a nice full ring. Start right away. Listen. You're sure lucky in this. Have you seen some new blood? Charges of what? I've seen it. Like, having little such Jews. That's disgusting. So, remember Paul and Rose, 2 good men, kicked out the SS and sent to the Russian front for raping Jewish girls. Didn't make sense to me. Me either. We are ordered to kill them, but we're not allowed to use their bodies first. As it should be. We're SS, we're the elite. We do not call ourselves in Jewish shit. The British want to humble me. Now what the kids are right. Just because we're the same place. Look at us. Sharp defenders of the right. Don't talk like that. My father was killed in the First War. Doing his duty for the fatherland. And we are doing our duty for the Führer here. It's as honorable as we want to better feelings. He's right. What do you do? Sit in your little booth and turn on the gas. Valve up. Wait 20 minutes. Valve up. Big drop. It takes a great catch. But how many Jews did you get? Talk about taking front of them. They don't hear anything, do you? They hear you. See? They're dead. How would I? 15, 15? My son is 12. I hope he lives to be 50. I mean, if a Jew can, why can't he? What's 12 years? 12 years. 12 years.
You know, like I say, good competitive juvenile
hurdle. Okay, here we go. Let's go to Newton Abbot. Don't forget, there's a race coming up from Galway in 5 minutes' time at 3:55. Let's go to Newton Abbot first.
Into stride, but the runners have all got away okay as they head towards the first of 8. Unleash Hell in the centre, left-hand side, Beige and New Moon. And on the right-hand side, the colour change, Scotty's Sister, in yellow with the black disc, are the first 3 to rise at flight number 1, which they all take pretty adequately. Striped colours of Torrent on the inside of final entry in the white cheek pieces, SoCals on the left-hand side. Path of Stars is very free at the back, and one from the tail is Window of Time as they reach the second. And again, they're all over okay. Mason Brook Meadow is towards the inside, horse with the white sheepskin noseband. So well grouped, they head out of the back straight for the first time. Scotty's Sister on the inside of Unleash Hell. Then 4 wide on the outside is Beige and New Moon. Of final entry, Torrent in the stripes. And reading back towards the rails, Mason Brook Meadow. Black and yellow colours of SoCat just ahead of Window of Time. And the back marker is Path of Stars. But would be no more than 5 lengths to 6 lengths off the leader, who remains Unleash Hell and Scotty's Sister sharing things at the head of affairs, and still this chasing line of 4. Torrent just shading third place at the moment by half a length from Mason Brook Meadow, then towards the outside Beige and New Moon, final entry in those white cheek pieces. SoCal comes next ahead of Window of Time and Path of Stars. Racing on then towards the third, Unleash Hell and Scotty's Sister are over. Mistake by Window of Time there at flight number 3, and on the outside Beige and New Moon has already prompted the rider just to shake him up as Unleash Hell, with a definite advantage, takes that flight of hurdle. So Unleash Hell for David Bass, leading by 2 lengths now. Scotty's Sister in yellow and black, the outside final entry, white cheek pieces, then Torrent in the stripes, and SoCal, who's made ground into 5th. Mason Brook Meadow, still in touch, but has just lost a place or 2. Racing on the inside of Window of Time, and at the back of the field, already calling it a day with a circuit to go, is Beige and New Moon, who weakened tamely and is not being asked to go out on that final circuit, which means the back marker now in the race is Path of Stars. So on this longish run between flights 4 and 5, Unleash Hell leading by 2 lengths from Scotty's Sister. The previous winners, Final Entry and Torrent, are racing in 3rd and 4th, just ahead of SoCal in the black and yellow colours. Yellow with the black epaulets, Mason Brook Meadow. Then Window of Time, just trying to regain her equilibrium after that mistake a little earlier in the race. And last of all is Path of Stars. But they're still pretty well grouped. There'd now be about 8 lengths first to last as Unleash Hell races towards the first in the back straight. From Scotty's Sister, final entry, SoCal moving on the outside into 4th place past Torrent as they take that flight of hurdles. Again, they all take it pretty well. Standard jumping has been okay. Mason Brook Meadow, as Torrent is now ridden along on the inside. Then Window of Time, and still at the back is Path of Stars. This is 3 from the finish. And over it, Scotty's Sister is renewing the challenge to Unleash Hell and has taken it up. So Scotty's Sister moves to the lead. SoCal right down the outside for Gerard Harney, ahead of stable to creep back as weakening quickly Unleash Hell, and right at the back in 7th place Path of Stars is ridden along as well. So making this journey towards the second last, Scotty's Sister in the yellow with the black disc, on the outside SoCal on the first start for David Pipe in black and yellow, then final entry Torrent, and in 5th place Mason Brook Meadow. They've now gone on from Window of Time, who's losing ground, likewise Path of Stars, and pulled up was Unleash Hell. So racing to the second last, Scotty's Sister on the right hand side with Torrent, who's now rallying pretty bravely here and coming through to repress the leader at 2 from the finish. They're ahead of final entry. So Torrent, one of the first off the bridles, found plenty for pressure. Scotty's Sister and final entry on the near side trying to deliver challenges. Torrent will just rise in front at the last. Scotty's Sister is half a length down, then final entry, but it's Torrent for David Noonan and Nigel Hawke. Finds enough to win. Scotty's Sister slightly crossed late, but beaten too far, I think, for it to make much difference, with final entry in 3rd, and they were clear of the others, headed by Mason Brook Meadow.
Yeah, Torrent goes on to take the money there over at Newton Abbot. Meanwhile, at Galway, they're about to make a line at Galway where they've got a handicap hurdle, and I can tell you it's 11-2 the field here. Grandpa Jur is the market leader, 11-2 Grandpa Jur. Second in at 7-1 Baru, with 15-2 being about what's a fella to do. 17-2 the Vegas Raider, 9-1 Bar. We've got a quick selection, Andrew.
Big price, well, decent price. What's a Fella to Do? One of the older horses in the race, but yeah, has some very good back form.
Okay, they're about to make a line here for race 2 over at Galway. This is a handicap hurdle. We're paying 5 places as well on this race here at William Hill. Let's join Jerry Hannon.
The Anglo Printers does a handicap, full field of 20 over 9 flights. Baru prominent with MacFeast, Liberated Light in between them, working out to What's a Fella to Do as they link up with their first flight. Baru rose with MacFeast, being followed at the top end. Already a reminder for Gustavo Goodway. What's a Fella to Do now moving through to pick off both Baru and MacFeast and Fear the Deer. Liberated Light next, followed by Benzine and Grandpa Jordan between horses. Gacotta's next, and then Glen Truan in for the night. Department of War, and then Target Flavio. Tommaso Mahler, Wee Charlie next, followed by Mephisto and the Vegas Raider. Coming towards the second flight, and the leader is What's a Fella to Do? Builds up a lead over Baru, then MacFeast, Fear the Deer. On the inside is Liberated Light, followed by Benzine and Grandpa Jer. Over the second. What's a Fella to Do? Hurdled it well, increased the lead as a result to 4 to 5 lengths over Baru. Fear the Deer nudging into third ahead of MacFeast, and then Liberated Light and Benzine on the outside of Grandpa Jer, followed by Glen Truan and Wee Charlie and Tommaso Mullen. Gacotta next. And then Target Flavio, Department of War in for the night. Gustavo Goodway. Coming up to the winning post the first time, having jumped 3. What's a Fella to Do? The leader has a reduced advantage over Baru, Fear the Deer. Then MacFeast, Grandpa Jer is just 5th from Liberated Light. Then Benzine, Wee Charlie next, followed by Glen Truan and Tommaso Mahler and Gacotta. Target Flavio, Department of War, the Grey Mephisto. Then in for the night, only one plan, the Vegas Raider. Gustavo Goodway. Only $1. One behind Dream Shaper. Going away from that 4th flight. Taking them past halfway. What's a Fella to Do? And JJ Slevin make the bend. Under 2 lengths in front of Baru and Rachel Blackmore. Third is Fear the Deer and David Doyle as these 3 break away from MacFeast and Grandpa Jer. Benzine, Liberated Light, Wee Charlie. Glen Truan, Tommaso Mahler. Followed by Mephisto. Gacotta, Target Flavio in for the night. Department of War, only one plan, the Vegas Raider. Then Gustavo Goodway. Only $1, Dream Shaper. 7 furlongs to go. What's a Fella to Do over the next? By a length to Baru. Another length back to Fear the Deer. A gap of over 4 lengths then to MacFeast, Grandpa Jer, Benzine, Mephisto makes a forward move. Then Tommaso Mahler, Wee Charlie next. And then only one plan who's picked up some ground. At the completion of a circuit, 3 flights left to jump, and the Anglo Printers does a handicap. What's a Fella to Do? Up and over by 2 lengths to Baru. Then MacFeast. Tommaso Mahler has made rapid headway on the inside. Followed then by Fear the Deer. And then Grandpa Jer, Wee Charlie and Benzine next with Mephisto. And then Glen Truan, only one plan. Gacotta, Target Flavio. Liberated Light is beating retreat. Followed then by the Vegas Raider and in for the night, and only $1 next. And Dream Shaper struggling as Department of War. And Gustavo Goodway hasn't really traveled from the outset. Coming down into the dip with 2 flights left. What's a Fella to Do? Gathered in by Baru, who's now within a half length, being followed to the second last by Tommaso Mahler, and then MacFeast and Fear the Deer, working out to Benzine, Mephisto, and then Wee Charlie, who's raced onto the heels of the leaders as they jump to second last. It's What's a Fella to Do? Round the home turn, a length in front of Baru, then MacFeast, Tommaso Mahler, Fear the Deer, and then comes Benzine with Gacotta making late headway as they spin the turn into the straight. 1 flight left. What's a Fella to Do? From Baru, who continues to harry the final flight. What's a Fella to Do? From Baru, Gacotta runs on ahead of Wee Charlie, MacFeast, Tommaso Mahler from a long way back, Target Flavio, and then in for the night, who's coming out best of all on the outside ahead of Benzine, and it's Wee Charlie who has raced on ahead in the closing stages of the Anglo Printers Dirty Handicap. Wee Charlie won by a couple of lengths from in for the night. Gacotta, Dream Shaper never nearer, and then Baru, What's a Fella to Do?
Yeah, the 3:55 at Galway then. Wee Charlie, the winner there. For a long way, Andrew. I thought you were in with a good shout there. Your
What's a Fella to Do? Around, I think you might have pinched 5th from an each-way perspective, but Wee Charlie for Michael O'Sullivan there hadn't shown too much his previous couple of starts, but it was first start for Jared O'Leary there this afternoon, and the horse has certainly shown plenty in the finish.
Yeah, it has indeed. It's Mark Wilson in for Darren Owen for the next hour or so here with William Hill. Right, without further ado, we need to crack on, because Brighton's 4:05 is just a few moments away here for the next race. Martin Dixon is having a look through the card for us here. Cassandra Alexandra is the 6-4 favourite. 9-4 About Spring. Inshad at 5-2. It's 11-1 Lucky Lottery. Prada on Prole at 12s and 28-1 and Bigger. The remainder. Martin, good afternoon to you, sir. What are you going for in the next at Brighton?
Hello there, Mark. Yeah, tricky race this. We've got 2-year-olds, and not many of them have got really experience on soft ground conditions. So it makes it pretty difficult, because the form book could be ripped up in some respects in this instance. Spring up at the top of the market has been a little bit easy to back. That's probably ground related, because she did run a couple of times on softer going in the spring, admittedly at a very early stage of her career when she wasn't handicapped, and she struggled. On the plus side, she did win over the course and distance last time out. Selection-wise, marginal play again, but Inshad maybe could be helped by the blinkers. This horse went off odds-on off the same handicap mark on nursery debut last week at Chepstow. He did seem to hang fire a little bit late on. He pulled a long way clear of the third horse. I thought he was going to win. He actually was matched at 1.01 in running, but he ended up beating a length. But he was hanging the latch a little bit. His head carriage was a bit awkward. They've seen fit to put blinkers on him, and that could just help him to find that extra little bit that he needs to win a race. He did show a little bit of promise at Wetherby when the ground was on the easy side of good back in June, and he's by Gregorian, a sire that gets a lot of soft ground horses as well. So yeah, I'll give him one more chance in Shad. Spring, just concerns about the ground. The money horse has been Cassandra Alexandra. She's been runner-up on her last 2 starts. She's run well in defeat, including at this track. She was actually behind Spring last week, but in the case of those two, it's going to be which one handles the slower ground conditions, because it's certainly not as quick as it was 8 days ago at the track.
Yeah, okay. So Inshad is the selection then, as they make their way down at the start then for the next. You mentioned Cassandra Alexandra, 9-4. The money has come for that one, hasn't it? Couple of seconds recently.
Yeah, a couple of seconds, including behind Spring, who obviously takes her on again. She's had a few goes in nurseries now, off marks of 46, and now 48, which she ran off last time out as well. She's definitely got a race in her. She's pretty straightforward, and obviously she's only got a low rating. Kaya Fraser actually takes off £5 off her. It's the first time that she's been ridden by a claimer, so that does sort of take a little bit more weight off. And I suppose if you take that into account, there's an £11 swing with Spring at the weights from that length and a half defeat a week ago. But like I said, it's difficult because we don't know which of these really will go on the ground. None of them, I would say. The only one in the field that's really proven on soft ground, if you wanted one at an each-way price, is Lucky Lottery for Gay Kellaway. She did run on soft ground at Beverley in late May. It was only in a claimer, but she did handle it, and she finished second on that occasion. So she might have a bit of an each-way chance just because she's got that proven soft ground form.
Okay, well, they are those are the thoughts of our guest today, Martin Dixon, who is covering all the action at Brighton. He's keen on the chances of Inshad, 11-4 about that one. Money continues. Cassandra Alexandra into 2-1 now, 5-2 About Spring. Lucky Lottery 17-2. It's 12s and Bigger. The remainder. Last couple are going forward. Inshad to win by over a length, 11-2. Are we being a bit greedy, Martin?
I'm not. Well, given the way that he hung the latch when he did get to the front at Chepstow last week, the blinkers would need to work if he was going to win by more than a length. What we are seeing today at Brighton, though, is that the stance side is where you need to be, and whichever horse bags that is going to be an advantage, that's for sure. Okay, cheers. The thoughts of Martin Dixon there. Last one going forward at Brighton. Let's join them.
And the 8 runners are set. They're off and racing. over the 6 furlong race distance here for the Get Race Day Ready Nursery. Back marker early is In Shad. Spring well away. Keen is Kate Be Quick. And on the inside running rail, Cassandra Alexandra gets a good spot as well. Out wider, that's Lucky Lottery moving just ahead of She's a Dark Horse. And Lucky Lottery comes through to force the issue now. Holly Doyle certainly ups the ante there. With Prada on parole at the back of the field with Tiana Rose, and In Shad still last of all. And now, Lucky Lottery quickly headed. I'm afraid something's gone wrong there with Lucky Lottery and is swiftly being pulled up. Meanwhile, the runners head towards the final 3 furlongs of the contest. Spring up on the outside joins She's a Dark Horse, with Cassandra Alexandra in behind them in 3rd place, and within striking distance as well. Prada on parole comes next, and then Tiana Rose. In Shad with work to do in the back marker. Kate Be Quick, as they now race uphill with the final furlong marker in sight. Cassandra Alexandra with the advantage here. Cassandra Alexandra pushed into the lead, chased all the time by Prada on parole. Tiana Rose over on the far side. Behind those comes Spring. It is Cassandra Alexandra in front as they race up towards the line. Cassandra Alexandra goes on to win by a length. In 2nd place was Prada on parole. Tight for 3rd there. We had Tiana Rose in company with Spring. Not far away was Kate Be Quick, and She's a Dark Horse.
Well, the money came in quite late on Cassandra Alexandra, and it has won in the end by about a length. Back in 2nd was Prada on parole. And up for 3rd was Tiana Rose. Martin, well, the money came and the money was right, wasn't it? It's done it quite nicely in the end, the favourite.
Yeah, another winning favourite at Brighton, and more crucially, perhaps, another winner that was able to get across to the stands rail. Admittedly, she wasn't there immediately, but with over a furlong to go, she found herself in front. Kaya Fraser was able to get across to the rail, and once you've got the lead and the rail inside that final furlong, it seems that this afternoon at Brighton, they are very difficult to peg back. Kaya Fraser's claim has helped. He's a good rider, isn't he, for £5? He's pretty strong in the saddle. He's having a good solid year again, and yeah, he's made the most of this opportunity, and she was really well back close to the off, like you said, Mark. She was very strong in the betting.
Yeah, thoughts on your selection? Anything to moan about or bemoan, or was it just beaten on the day?
Well, he got quite significantly hampered by the horse that went wrong, didn't he? He was out the back, and he did get sort of blocked off when that filly was going back through the field. But to be honest, he just looks like he's not the most straightforward. To be honest, he's wearing blinkers, and you know he was never able to get competitive, really, was he? It was a bit of a messy race for him, but he was probably hanging a bit to the right and not looking the easiest to ride, to be honest.
No, it wasn't. Hopefully, Lucky Lottery, got pulled up in the early stages of that race. Right, we will confirm the result as soon as it comes through. We do owe you a result though, from Galway, where Charlie was the 10-1 winner of the 355. In for the night was 2nd at 10-1. Gekota was 16-1 third. What's the fella to do? 7-1. So if you did back it each way, you will get some money back. And Dream Shaper was 5th at 66-1. Well done if you found that one at Galway. I can tell you that Cassandra Alexandra returned a 9-4 favourite in the end at Brighton. Wins Prada on parole 2nd at 12-1, and Tiana Rose 3rd at 28-1. That was the 4:05. Got plenty of action to come. We'll be going to Perth shortly for the 4:15. Newton Abbott 4:25. Galway, Brighton, Perth, and Wolverhampton kicks off at 4:55. So it's a busy old hour or so we've got in front of us here. We'll have a look at the betting for a 2.5 mile jumps race up at Perth, where the market principles league clash is 4-1. Gavin 4-1. Winds of Winter 9-2. 6-1 about Yakaleo. Nakasama at 9-1. 10-1 Sassified. Shantu Lucky at 12s. Solway Molly at 14-1. Gina Moon at 16s, 25-1 right now. And Don't Look Back is 33-1. We're a fifth of the odds. 1, 2, and 3 at Perth. Martin and Andrew are looking at this one for us. We'll start off with you, Mr. Thornton. The 4:15 at Perth, 2.5 miles, 11 of them going to posts. Where are you going?
I'm going with League Clash here for Robbie Llewellyn. I ran okay at Newton Abbott last time out. The horse that finished 4th was Dancing on the Edge, who didn't run badly at all there over fences down at Newton Abbott earlier on in the afternoon, only beaten 2 or 3 lengths, was bang there at the last, and that was the horse's first start for Current Connections as well. Got very little weight to carry. I'm surprised that Gavin's as short as he is in the market. You know, recently he hasn't shown too much. I didn't think he was one that, you know, he's been tried over 2.5 before, but he just doesn't really look like he gets home to me. So I just felt that League Clash, just with a yard that has done very well when it's got horses from elsewhere, and Rex Dingle, he's had an excellent couple of seasons with Anthony Honeywell mainly, and obviously the link up with Chris Gordon there last season, and I think he's another young talented jockey who's come through the ranks quietly away, and he's ridden a lot of big winners for somebody who hasn't had that much experience in big handicaps. Not that that's a big handicap today, but I'm just, you know, somebody who's definitely on my radar, who's stepping up to the next level.
Yeah, okay. Well, there's money coming in because it's 4-1 from, I think it was 6-1 earlier on. So there is money for that one. Gavin next in is also 4-1, 92 Winds of Winter. Yakaleo at 6 is there, making their way out onto the track. Martin, your early thoughts on the next at Perth?
Yeah, I'm interested in this Murphy and Jardine first start for the stable, Winds of Winter. Picked up from Paul Flynn's yard since she last ran. She tried a couple of handicap hurdles in Ireland, big field, 17 runners at Punchestown, finished 6th, and then 6th of 18 at Tipperary. Not beaten that far over 3 miles the last time that she ran. And she didn't get home that day. She travelled pretty well for a long way. She got very tired late on, and that was over 3 miles. I don't think she stayed. So back to 2.5 today. Looks a positive. Interesting recruit to Ian Jardine's yard. She should find this a little bit easier than those really big field handicap hurdles in Ireland. It's probably not a bad little race, this, though, but I do think she's of interest starting out for a new stable. And Yakaleo is a one that's attracting support in the market as well. Handicap debut for Nicky Richards. You always have to keep an eye on them. He did show a little bit of ability in his bumper races. He wasn't beaten far on his bumper debut last season and showed plenty of ability, and then kind of running 3 times in novices. He's got his mark now. He's an interesting runner as well, Yakaleo, but just Winds of Winter, like I said, starting out for the new yard, but I do think there could be some improvement in Yakaleo as well.
Okay, for those just joining us on the shop service, and Martin Dixon keen on the chances of Winds of Winter, a 9-2 shot. He's been backed, as is League of Clash, 4-1, joint favourite with Gavin at the moment, 6-1 Yakaleo, Sassified at 10s, Nakasama at 10s. They are out on the track, and Andrew Thornton is also casting his eye over this. Just refreshers with your selection, Andrew?
Yeah, I'm with League Clash. Robbie Llewellyn, just second run for the yard. The run at Newton Abbot was decent last time. Are likely to be ridden up with the pace, and only 10 stone 3 to carry with Rex Dingle taking the ride. The other one I think was well back this morning. That's Nakasama for Noel Kelly's team. Has a rating of 73 on the flat. Ran at Galway there at the beginning of the month, and has only a 93 rating over hurdles so far. So that horse could be leniently treated, but it's been relatively weak in the market late on. But maybe that's purely and simply off the back of one or two others been well supported.
Yeah, it is 9-1 at the moment. Nakasama was a shade shorter. They are coming forward to face the starter. Then 4-1 now, League Clash. Gavin is 9-2. Winds of Winter at 5, 6-1 for Yakaleo. And it is 9-1 and bigger. The remainder, if you fancy Andrew's pick, League Clash to win by over 3 lengths, 9-1. If you want to play that one. Looks like it's going to be a competitive race, certainly if the betting is anything to go by. 5th the odds, 1, 2 and 3. On the back of this, we'll be going to Newton Abbot for their 4.25. Galway 4.30, Brighton 4.40. Plenty of action to come. They're down at the start then for this next race. We are almost at post time. Martin, just one final quick word. Anything down the bottom that you could be tempted to throw in as a potential each wayer?
I think this is I do think this is a really competitive race, to be honest. And the horses at the front end of the market, lots of them being well supported. So in terms of slightly bigger, look, Yakaleo is about an each way price at 6-1. So he'd be the most interesting one for me at each way prices.
Okay.
I'd be a little bit surprised if there was a massive upset.
Okay, well, they're away racing. Let's join them.
Commercial handicap hurdle race. Galloping on to the first of 10 intended flights. Gavin is going to show up prominently. And he's a real bundle of enthusiasm, is Gavin. He's up and over the first flight and already clearing away the best part of 5 lengths to the good over Solway Molly in second, the winner of the Best Turned Out award beforehand. And then Winds of Winter, first start today for trainer Ian Jardine, down along the inside of Gina Moon. And with those, off into the back straight is Lee Clash in the black and pink striped jacket. Sassified over towards the inside in JP McManus's green and yellow hoops, being followed by Shantu Lucky and Yakaleo. As Gavin steps over hurdle number 2, they're all over it safely. Well down the field in the early stages is the grey Don't Look Back, who's just in front of Nakasama, and between those right now as they continue their merry way across from us over in the back, and Gavin has raced clear. Gavin by the best part of 5 lengths to Solway Molly, and then to the inside Winds of Winter. Gavin clear across that hurdle, which they've all taken successfully, and shortly they'll be beginning the right-handed turn back towards us here in the stands. Gavin's lead is now a good 8 lengths from Solway Molly and Winds of Winter, with back in behind those Lee Clash around the outside of Sassified, Yakaleo, and then Shantu Lucky with in behind runners Gina Moon, and then to the inside Don't Look Back, and then right now and Nakasama at the back end of the field as Gavin, only a 6-year-old. He's had a fair bit of racing, Gavin, over the last few years. In his early days, this is the sort of thing he used to do. He's been held up in more recent times, but back to these positive tactics today, and James Bowen is just allowed to let Gavin roll, and he must be around about 12 to 15 lengths in front now as they race on towards the flight, which will be the last in another circuit of the track. Gavin comes to this one. Oh, and he's gone. Now the others looking to take evasive action, and they haven't, I'm afraid. Solway Molly is out of the race. Sassified was badly hampered, and Don't Look Back was brought down. So making the run down past us, a circuit to go. Solway Molly now galloping loose just in front of the field. Don't Look Back is galloping loose after the field. And looking back at 2 at that flight of hurdles, Gavin is up on his feet. All the jockeys seem to be okay. They're all up as well. So swinging right-handed away from us and out towards the far side. The complexion of the race has completely changed now, with Winds of Winter towards the inside of Yakaleo in the black and red hoop jacket, Lee Clash, and deeper out of them, Gina Moon. There are the 3 riders walking away as they continue their progress out towards the far side of the track. And the remaining contenders very tightly grouped now, with to the inside Winds of Winter in the grey and pink colours, Yakaleo the black and red, black and pink bang there as well, Lee Clash, and then out wider of them Nakasama, being followed by Sassified, and towards the inside Shantu Lucky. Right now in the yellow and green is deeper out on the course, and 2 to 3 length break has opened up to Gina Moon, who's just feeling the pinch now as they continue their progress over in the back straight. And Nakasama, the pink-coloured jacket, around the outside here, just racing with the loose horse. Down along the inside as they head to the next flight is Winds of Winter, with Yakaleo up in between runners. Right now is there 2 as they cross the 3rd flight from home. They've all taken it safely and easing on here. It is the Ian Jardine owned and trained Winds of Winter by a neck over Yakaleo. And then towards the inside at Shantu Lucky, without a bit wider right now. Sassified will turn the corner in 5th position, and a little break has opened up to the others. Lee Clash is now off the bridle and has dropped back, as has Nakasama, and back in behind those as they make the run for home at Gina Moon. So heading down towards the second last flight of hurdles, and it is up in front to the inside Winds of Winter. Winter being tracked into the race by Shantu Lucky. Yakaleo down the outside in the black and red jacket. Just now falling back in behind a blundering right now as they came over two from home, and Sassify down along the inside, heading towards the final flight of hurdles, and pushed along now Winds of Winter as Shantu Lucky ranges up on the outside of the loose horse. The loose horse just threatening to take Shantu Lucky wide of the hurdle, but that didn't happen thankfully, and Shantu Lucky is over the last clear of in second position Winds of Winter, then Sassified, and right now and into the closing stages they race. Aaron Anderson on the Jessica Betty trained Shantu Lucky goes on to win an eventful contest. From in second position Winds of Winter, home for third right now. Sassified passes the post in fourth.
Yeah, an eventful race, and pleased to say that all involved back up on their feet. Well, Andrew Thornton, you're the one that's been in that situation. A horrendous fall for Gavin, and it was bad, but it could have been a bit worse, really.
It was. He stepped at it. He rolled over. He caught James Bourne he caught James Bourne as he was on the floor. Thankfully, he was able to run off, albeit hobble. Then there was a bit of a knock-on effect. Unseated, somebody else got brought down. Thankfully, we saw all three jockeys walking away, battered and bruised, and all the horses as well. So, could have been a lot worse. The nature and the ups and downs of jump racing, and that's why, hey, you see that. That's why we have the Injured Jockeys National Hunt and the Injured Jockeys Ledger Legends race to raise money. Absolutely. For all these people that go out and do what they do.
Yeah, just a word for Aaron Anderson on board the winner Shantu Lucky. He had a bit of work to do, didn't he, there with a loose horse? He's done a good job, hasn't he, to stay in? It looked like the loose horse was going to push him out at one point.
Well, thankfully he was upsides, and, you know, his horse had cheek pieces on for the first time, but his horse was tough and robust. And you can see that him angling to keep the grey horse in for everybody's safety.
Yeah, Shantu Lucky, the winner, 11-1. Winds of Winter was second at 5-1. Right now was third at 22-1. Martin, just a quick word. Winds of Winter just got outstayed, didn't it, in the end?
Yeah, I think she'll be winning, won't she? She's got quite a likeable way of going. She's travelled really enthusiastically, and look, she's been beaten by a weights dropper, but she's only just joined Ian Jardine's yard. I do think that we'll see her winning before too long, the way that she's travelled through the race. But Shantu Lucky, certainly no fluke about it. He's a horse that won 3 times in Ireland earlier on in his career, but you were going back a fair while, a couple of years since his last win. But he's obviously bounced right back and taken advantage of a mark that had dropped quite a long way, actually, over the last 18 months.
Okay, good stuff. Right, we need to move on. We mentioned that the action is coming thick and fast, and the action continues next at Newton Abbot. We'll get Andrew's thoughts on that in just a second. There is the 4:30 at Galway as well. Just be aware of that. So it is going to be quite tight here. But at Newton Abbot, the 4:25, they're going over 2 miles. Just a 5 of them to look at here. Cold Blue is a 2-1 favourite. 5-2 for Caranel. Riders Rock at 3-1. 9-2 Sadler's Quest. And the outside of the field is My Mate Polly at 33-1. Andrew, where are you going on this one?
Well, my nap runs in this, and it's Sadler's Quest, and she likes this time of year. She's just consistent. She rarely runs a bad race, but it was time of year around about this mark. A little bit of juice underfoot that she hasn't had as well for a while. I thought would possibly suit her here. Obviously, I respect Caranel in a small runner field who has to be dropped in because that's the nature of how she likes to go about things, and you can argue she can be a bit unlucky at times, but she's not easy to win with. But Sadler's Quest has beaten her before, albeit when Caranel was better off at the weights, but I just think that this could be Sadler's Quest's day. Okay, nap selection then from Andrew Thornton. Delighted to say John O'Connell has joined us ahead of the next at Galway. Can we just get us... Well, good afternoon, first of all, John. I'm being rude there. Good afternoon to you. The Wall Park is the 5-6 favourite. Kings Hill 9-4. Lord Erskine at 4-1. Can you just give us your selection on the next at Galway, please?
I'll probably be with the Wall Park. Good afternoon, by the way, folks. Good afternoon, listeners. Yeah, I'll probably be with the Wall Park. Tricky little contest, but we know this one comes here in good form. Unfortunately, it's a different sort of contest from what we looked at early on, and the Wall Park been very easy to back in the last few minutes, despite the non-runners.
Yeah, they go without Fakir Dudery and French Dynamite, both non-runners. Andrew, your shout on the next at Galway?
Yeah, it's been depleted, to say the least, because I was looking forward to seeing Fakir Dudery taking part this afternoon. But yeah, the Wall Park horse in form. Yeah, you've got top weight in here, but it's compressed the way things are. And it looks like a good opportunity for the horse to rattle up a three-timer.
Okay, Cold Blue has been backed in late on here at Newton Abbot at 13-8 from 2-1, 11-4 for Caranel. Riders Rock at 3-1 and 5-1, the Andrew Thornton Knapp selection. Sadler's Quest. My Mate Polly at 40-1. They are coming in to face the starter then. Let's join them down at Newton Abbot for their latest race, the 425.
No. I will just use life. Let's find out if we trust this. What do we trust him? Civilians, soldiers, Russians, Poles, trusting each other. Well, we have to try. Splitting down is good. If there is good, we'll pay for it. Lieutenant, I'm Little Feltham. Alexander Pictures. This is only Friday. A pleasant Lieutenant Chester. Everyone who calls me such saves time and energy. Thank you. We would like very much to know what's happening on the outside world. Would you tell us? Of course. What's happening on the wall? Please. How far away is it? We are between 600 and 700 miles away. We are beating back the Nazis, but it is a slow process. Are there partisans nearby? Could they help us? We have many things to do. I'm afraid here we must help ourselves. Let us be open with each other. You did not ask me here just to be friends with the Russians. So, what do you want? You think we can trust each other?
Riders Rock on the outside of Cool Blue. They've pulled further clear from My Mate Polly, who's not as far clear now of the last pair, Sadler's Quest and Caranel. So interesting to see which riders have judged this pace the most effectively, because Cool Blue just shying to the left there, getting in the way of Riders Rock briefly. My Mate Polly, and the back two, Sadler's Quest and Caranel, continuing to edge significantly closer now. There would only be 12 lengths top to bottom. Cool Blue, Riders Rock, trying to get a mid-race breather in after their early exploits. My Mate Polly, Sadler's Quest on the outside in maroon and blue, and Caranel. Those two have closed up. Just a question of how much they did to do so, but at the moment, they've made their ground quite smoothly. Cool Blue leads into the back straight. Riders Rock in second place. My Mate Polly in third. Sadler's Quest and Caranel right back in touch now, so far more compact than they were a circuit ago as they all pop over that flood of hurdles. Cool Blue, Riders Rock, red and white colours, My Mate Polly. Sadler's Quest for Joe Anderson and Caranel for Ben Jones as they make their way towards the third last. Riders Rock and Cool Blue. From in third place, My Mate Polly. Caranel travelling up strongly. Sadler's Quest just nudged along last of the five. As out in the lead, Cool Blue still holds sway. Riders Rock in second place, and the first one to struggle looks to be Sadler's Quest, followed swiftly by My Mate Polly. Both of those are being ridden along, and certainly in the case of Sadler's Quest is in danger of losing touch here. Meanwhile, Caranel travels quite strongly behind the front two, who remain Cool Blue and Riders Rock. Caranel in third place. At a big price, My Mate Polly's still in there, and there's a gap of 3 to 4 lengths back to Sadler's Quest. So turning towards the second last, Riders Rock renews the challenge to Cool Blue, and they still hold sway here from Caranel in third place, who switched to the inside and now begins her challenge, but still Cool Blue and Riders Rock are the front two. Nothing else has got in it yet. This is 2 from the finish, and over in the lead, Cool Blue and Riders Rock. Caranel still a length away under pressure, down towards the last. This private battle between Riders Rock and Cool Blue goes to the final flight of hurdles. Riders Rock, Cool Blue blunders, loses half a length, driven towards the line. It's Riders Rock who's home in front. Riders Rock, a family success for the Tizzards and a 50th career winner for Freddie Gingell. Beats Cool Blue. They saw off the closers. Caranel.
Yeah, Riders Rock, the winner. We need to move swiftly on because they are down at the start at Galway. The Wall Park is the selection of John O'Connell and Andrew Thornton ahead of the next 5 to 6 favourite. Kings Hill 5 to 2. Lord Erskine is 100 to 30. They're away in racing. Let's join them.
2-5 is the trip. 12 flights to jump. It's riding on to make it the favourite, the Wall Park, followed by Kings Hill representing the Greys. Dropped out, Lord Erskine. Continuing on to the first of 12 flights, it's the Wall Park and Jack Kennedy leading a couple of lengths. Kings Hill, Jack Gilligan. Third of the 3 approaching the first is Lord Erskine, Rachel Blackmore. Making the bend towards the second flight, order unchanged. The Wall Park cuts out the running from Kings Hill. And lastly, Lord Erskine. Round the bend for flight number 2. It's the Wall Park by a length and a half to Kings Hill. There's 1 and 2 break away from Lord Erskine, who's now 4 lengths adrift, last of the trio. It's the Wall Park, put down there. Now jumped by Kings Hill as they make tracks to flight number 3. Matching strides, the Wall Park, Kings Hill, followed by Lord Erskine. The only change is that Kings Hill is now the leader from the Wall Park and Lord Erskine. As they come up to their final 2 miles in the DC Gilligan hurdle. Kings Hill presses ahead from the Wall Park with a gap to Lord Erskine. Going to the last of 3 up the far side. This is the 4th. Jumping it well, Kings Hill, followed by the Wall Park and Lord Erskine. Making the bend at the top of the track. Quite a run before they'll reach the 5th flight on the turn into the straight. Kings Hill, the leader from the Wall Park. The big winner here at the Saturday of the festival. Lord Erskine a little bit closer, last of the 3. Racing down into the dip to flight number 5. Kings Hill. Little lid up, coming down the hill from the Wall Park, who's almost back on terms, followed by Lord Erskine. On to this next flight. Kings Hill and the Wall Park, followed by Lord Erskine. Reaching their final mile and a half as they swing into the straight to flight number 6, the flight that'll be the last one next time. But a whole lot now between Kings Hill on the rail and the Wall Park in the yellow and white, followed by Lord Erskine. Final flight next time. Kings Hill jumped it better than the Wall Park, who's filled his way over a couple of flights, and then Lord Erskine as they passed their point of departure. Finishing next time, another 6 flights left to jump. They pass the halfway stage, and together, Kings Hill, the Wall Park, 4 in front. Lord Erskine, a marvellous dual-purpose horse over the years. Flight which was their first. Kings Hill back a length clear from the Wall Park. Still observing from the back is Lord Erskine. Entering their final mile, 5 flights left to jump the DC Gilligan hurdle. Kings Hill by a length to the Wall Park. With the break of 4 to the trailing 5 Lord Erskine. Over the second flight past the stands, Kings Hill is hurdling well. Now goes on by 2.5 lengths to the Wall Park. Finally, Lord Erskine over the next, Kings Hill. Got that one wrong. Allowed the Wall Park to jump back to be within less than 2 lengths. Right across from the stand, 6 furlongs to go. 3 flights to jump and re-establishing a lead. In between flights is King's Hill from the Wall Park and Lord Erskine. Last of 3 up the far side. King's Hill jumped that better than the previous flight, followed by the Wall Park and Lord Erskine. 5 furlongs to go from here. 2 flights to jump as they turn to come down the hill. King's Hill by a length and a half to the Wall Park. It's closed back up. 4 to 5 lengths to Lord Erskine with 4 furlongs to go and 2 flights to jump. It's all to play for. King's Hill from the Wall Park is now just getting a shake of the reins. Lord Erskine also been asked to try and take closer order, coming towards the second last. King's Hill and the Wall Park followed by Lord Erskine. Arriving at 2 out, King's Hill driven into it, the Wall Park on the outside and is back on terms, and that takes the lead. Running round the home turn and the DC Gilligan hurdle, and it's the Wall Park gone on by a length and a half to King's Hill, with a gap then to Lord Erskine, who's always been last and straightening for the final flight. It's the Wall Park over from King's Hill, who's trying to have another go, with a gap then to Lord Erskine inside the final furlong, and it's the Wall Park and Jack Kennedy from King's Hill, and Jack Gilligan trying very hard, but it's not going to be, as the Wall Park makes it 3 on the bounce for Jack Kennedy and Gordon Elliott, winning the DC Gilligan hurdle from King's Hill, Lord Erskine.
Well, it wasn't the race that we were expecting, as in we had a couple pulled out before the off, but the Wall Park wins, tipped up by Andrew Thornton and John O'Connell. John, what do you take out of the race?
Bit of a messy affair, really. The winner didn't jump particularly well all the way through. He was, in general, out-jumped by King's Hill, but he's been in good nick now for a while, the Wall Park, and his class got up on top in the closing stages.
Good stuff. Andrew, anything to add?
I think the quicker they went in the closing stages, the better the winner jumped. I think that was the key, that he really made his mind up at the penultimate flight and the last. Very quick at the second last, got that length in front and was very positive going down to the last. Once he opened him up, the jumping was slicker.
Good stuff. 5-6 favourite, the Wall Park, the winner there. If you followed Andrew and John in on that, well done. Newton Abbott, Riders Rock was the 3-1 winner. Cold Blue was second, the 13-8 favourite. Right, without further ado, we need to speak to Martin Dixon, because he's looking at the 440 at Brighton. Fighting Poet, 100-30 favourite. Fascinating Lips, 5-1, 11-2 Cloudy Rose, and the Conqueror. Where are we going in this one, Martin?
Yeah, competitive race. Fighting Poet, recent course and distance winner. Ground was good on that occasion, so it's softer ground that he's got to contend with today. It's a pretty competitive race, this. I thought Innis Free Pearl, the filly, 3-year-old filly for Tom Ward, had a solid each-way chance. She's quite a stoutly bred, well, very stoutly bred filly. She's by Yates, and a half-sister to a 2-mile winner, so lots of stamina in the pedigree. She seemed to appreciate stepping up in trip and going onto softer ground at Windsor on her handicap debut last time out. She showed improvement that day, stayed on well in the closing stages in a small field, and just ahead of her was Red Cloud, who came out and bolted up last week at Lingfield on the all-weather, and I just think she's open to a bit more improvement than most of these. So I'll go with Innis Free Pearl each way, but it is a competitive race.
Yeah, 15-2 at the moment. Fifth, the odds 1, 2 and 3. If you're following Martin in with his selection, they are going to start loading forward very shortly indeed. Fighting Poet is the 3-1 favourite. Cloudy Rose, Fascinating Lips, both 11-2. 6-1 Fen Tiger. The Conqueror at 13-2. Innis Free Pearl, Martin's pick at 15-2. 11-1 Irizumi. Daedalus at 16s. 18-1 Big Jimbo. And Davine, the outsider, at 50-1, although not without its supporters. 66s a few minutes ago. Anything else, Martin, that you might be worried about? Maybe a bigger price? Because as you said, there's plenty of value across the field.
Yeah, there's plenty of these, to be honest, that you'd give a chance to. The Conqueror, he's a previous course and distance winner. Holly Doyle, good booking on him. He's often been ridden by apprentice jockeys in recent times. He'll have a bit of a chance, although he's drawn in stall 1, and that could make life difficult for Holly to be able to get across to that stand side up there in the latter stages, which we've seen happening a lot this afternoon. Fen Tiger, there's a possible tactical advantage with him. He might be able to get a solo on the lead potentially under Laura Coughlin. He's been running okay. He's a free-going horse, likes to front run. He's been under amateur jockeys in amateur races on his last 3 starts. And he's not been running badly. He is a proven soft ground horse. And like I said, the angle with him mainly would be that he could potentially get an easy time on the front end here. I don't think anything will... The Conqueror will probably be his closest pursuer early on, but I'd imagine he'll get his own way to some extent, Fen Tiger, in front.
Okay, 7-2 now, Fighting Poet, just ever so slightly on the drift. 5-1 about Fen Tiger. Clyde Rose is 11-2, 13-2 for Fascinating Lips, 15-2 Innis Free Pearl. Just quickly reiterate a couple of sentences on why you're going for the pick that you've gone for.
Yeah, Innisfree Pearl, she's a very lightly raced filly. She didn't show much in her qualifying runs for handicaps, but that's led to a low handicap mark. Much better from her on her handicap debut last time at Windsor when she encountered soft ground for the first time. She's got those conditions again this afternoon, and very lightly raced filly in a field largely full of exposed horses. And the Windsor run has worked out okay, considering it was a small field handicap. So there could just be a bit more to come from her.
Good stuff, Innisfree Pearl. Let's join them.
A mile and a half. This time, Irizumi was the one who was slowly out of the gates. This the tips for every race at racedayready.com handicap. And early on, Didalos disputes the lead with Fascinating Lips, and Tom Queally up the inside now comes through to lead on Fascinating Lips. Behind those two, we've got Fen Tiger with the nose-banded head. Alongside Fen Tiger on the outside is Innisfree Pearl. Fen Tiger just nudged along now, loses third place. Behind him, Big Jimbo's on the outside, followed by the Conqueror, who is well and truly held up. Cloudy Rose, she's up on the outside of the field. Fighting Poet well down the field at the moment, with just a couple behind early on, those two being Duveen and the slow-starting Irizumi. Fascinating Lips then leading them through the first half mile. Fascinating Lips by a length or so to Didalos in second place as they now begin to sweep down the hill. In third place, Innisfree Pearl. Big Jimbo in the all-yellow silks, just shading fourth place, nudging ahead of Fen Tiger. And then held up is Cloudy Rose. Another one held up next to Cloudy Rose is the Conqueror. Fighting Poet been ridden with restraint throughout next to Duveen, and the back marker still continues to be Irizumi as they sweep down the hill. Less than 6 to run from this point, and Fascinating Lips has the advantage. Didalos under pressure, a long way out as well in second place, being ridden along. Innisfree Pearl is in third place, and then the noseband coming closer. That's Fen Tiger. It's going to look as though it's going to nip up the inside as the bend unfolds ahead of them shortly. Big Jimbo pushed along next alongside the Conqueror, who's trying to stay on in behind those. Fighting Poet's going as well as anything, but about 5 or 6 lengths off the pace. Ahead now of Cloudy Rose, who's ridden along. Irizumi and Duveen are the back markers. So they head now downhill with just 3 furlongs to run. Right on the rail, that's Fascinating Lips. Challenging, but ridden now is Fen Tiger in behind them, followed by Innisfree Pearl. Fighting Poet's going to be delivered late by Billy Loughnane. He's still got a squeak, but he needs to up the ante a bit. Ahead then of Irizumi and the rest, headed by Cloudy Rose. The leader is Fen Tiger, has come through to lead. Getting into top gear though is Fighting Poet over on the far side. This side is Innisfree Pearl still with every chance. Fascinating Lips comes next. The leader is still just Fen Tiger, climbing uphill. Half a furlong left to go. Innisfree Pearl this side, the far side, that is Fighting Poet. Finish of the afternoon so far. Innisfree Pearl this side, nosing forward with Fen Tiger. Innisfree Pearl from Fen Tiger. Behind those, Fighting Poet, and a close fourth was Irizumi.
Yeah, Innisfree Pearl is the winner. And if you were listening and you followed Martin Dixon in, then you've got yourself a winner. Martin, I hope you had a few quid on it yourself. It's a gutsy effort there to get the win.
Yeah, she was game, wasn't she? She's a really stout stayer, clearly, and she's needed every bit of that stamina to come home in front. I thought Trevor Whelan did well in the end to navigate across towards this near side, and to be honest, that might have been the game changer really in the result. I think Laura Coughlin, she'll probably regret not moving across, to be honest. She had every opportunity to come across to this stand side with Fen Tiger out in front. That's been where you've needed to be all day. And Trevor Whelan was able to burrow his way up the inside or outside, whichever way you want to look at it, towards this near side rail at Brighton. And I do think that's made a difference. It seems to be the place that you want to be. And ultimately, it's helped her finish off her race better. But she's a filly. She's quite likeable. She stays really well. And I think there'll be more wins in her, particularly as she goes up in trip. She'll get 1.6 miles, no problem, probably even 2 miles. And she could just be a filly at a low level to keep on the right side of, really, because she hasn't had a lot of racing and she stays really well.
Okay, good stuff. We'll confirm SPs in a moment. We need to move on, though. The action coming thick and fast. Don't forget, Wolverhampton starts in, around about 10 minutes' time. They're open to the 4:55. Then we've got the 5 o'clock at Newton Abbot and the 5:05 at Galway. It's an incredibly busy time. But before that, we've got the 4:48 at Perth, where we need to go 2.5 miles. They go in a field of 10. Grain of Hope is the 4-1 favourite. Summer Grounds at 9-2. 11-2 Burgundy Man. 13-2 for Prince Nino. Jormungandr, I think that's how you say it, 8-1. 9-1 Palm Beach. Carrera is 10s. It's 12s and bigger the remainder. Andrew Thornton, where are you going in this one?
I'm going with Summer Grounds for Nicky Richards. I think we've got Sean Quinlan on board. Horse who's been relatively lightly raced over the years. Only one win so far. That would happen to be at Market Raisin back in May time. But the horse has seemed to have been able to run more consistently recently. Plenty of races spaced out, but I think there's scope for a bit more improvement. Ground conditions we mentioned up there are absolutely perfect. 2 good runs at Market Raisin. Won the one there a couple of starts back, beat Misty Manny, and then last time out at Market Raisin got quite badly hampered in the early part of the race. As coming back after another couple of months off, but the yard's obviously going well. We saw Parisian Encore of Nicky Richards run a big race there earlier on. Didn't manage to win, but to say this horse is 8 years old, but hasn't had too much racing.
Okay, so Summer Grounds then for Andrew. 4:40 at Brighton. Industry Pearl 15-2 winner. Fen Tiger second at 9-2. Fighting Poet 7-2 was third. So Martin Dixon, the question is, where are you spending your winnings on the next race?
Take a chance on Burgundy Man. He's not won a race yet, but when he came across from France a couple of years ago, 3 years ago now, he had a rating of 125 when he came across. And he hasn't had that much racing, this horse, at all. He's moved yards. He joined Mark Campion for one run. Then he had a long time off the track. He's now with Mike Smith. And I think after that long absence, there has been little bits of hope on his last couple of starts. And he looks ready to me to go up in distance. And the ground will be slightly slower today than it was at the height of summer when he was running around here. He's had a wind operation since he was last seen. I just think when you look at that handicap mark of 125 when he came across, there clearly is that sort of innate ability there. Maybe the wind up. So he's taking a chance. He's obviously never won a race, and he's been must have been a hard horse to train along the way. But maybe just this slightly slower ground today than he's had a couple of times, and the longer trip could see him run better.
Okay, they are starting to walk forward here. We've got the 4:55 at Wolverhampton on the way as well on the back of this one. And I can tell you the market principal there is Claim to Glory 8-13, 7-2 Greek Gift, Lockwood at 15-2, Keep Singing 15-2, Gretna Dreams is 40-1. I don't know if John is with us. John, just a quick selection at Wolverhampton. Hopefully we'll get a chance to dig into it in a little bit more detail.
Well, Claim to Glory has been subject of a huge punt in this race, and you can see why he's strong in the market. This is the sort of trip he wants, and he's proven himself as well at this long trip for a juvenile. But at the prices, I'm going to be with Greek Gift, who may himself have a little bit more to come at this near 10 furlong trip, which is a long way to go for a juvenile.
It is. Cheers, John. Greek Gift 7-2 then if you're fancying that one. Right, we need to get across to Perth.
2 of the Isuzu pickup at ASP Commercial Handicap Hurdle Race, and Jormungandr along the inside. I doubt that on the outside, and Prince Nino up in between the pair. They form the leading wave of 3, going down towards hurdle number 1, which they've all crossed safely. Palm Beach in a yellow-coloured jacket is racing a little wider out. Might just tuck in shortly with tracking that one through Patine, who's wider out of 2 places at one time, and Burgundy Man, who is against the rails. Then in a colour alteration, Grain of Hope, now predominantly blue, with the gold stag's head on the body, and at the back end of the field, the striped jacket of Summer Grounds, spot the red cap, and last of all is Carrera, as they now go to flight number 2. And all across absolutely fine with I Doubt That, back over the jumps today, ran on the flat at just 19 days ago and giving a very narrow lead to Jormungonda. And they are 2.5 lengths in front of Prince Nino and out wide Palm Beach, being followed by 2 places at one time, who races with Burgundy Man and Patine either side, going down towards the last hurdle in the back. On the opening occasion, they've all taken it safely. Grain of Hope, another one who is returning to the National Hunt Sphere today, is at the back end of the field, now just up in behind the white-faced Summer Grounds, and they are 2 lengths ahead of the back marker Cara Ray. So swinging back towards the entrance to the home straight first time, and I Doubt That under Callum Bewley goes on by a length or so to Jormungonda, racing in second as they corner. They're being followed by Palm Beach, a little bit wider out of Burgundy Man as they stride on towards the next flight. Prince Nino is a little deeper out on the track, black jacket, white sleeves, as they're now on the approach to the first of the 2 flights down the home straight. I Doubt That took it well and was a little more fluent than Jormungonda, with back in behind them Palm Beach. At the back end of the field there was a mid-race reminder for Grain of Hope, who's not really travelling and is around about 3 to 4 lengths detached in rear as they go down towards the flight, which will be the last next time. And not so good that time, the leader I Doubt That. And Jormungonda is now back almost alongside. They are a couple in front of Palm Beach, Patine and Prince Nino, with Summer Grounds creeping a little nearer down along the inside. Racing next is Burgundy Man, 2 lengths away to Cara Ray, who's with 2 places at one time, and they are followed a further length and a half adrift by Grain of Hope as they swing right-handed and embark on this second and final circuit in Division 2 of the Isuzu Pickup at ASP Commercial Handicap Hurdle Race. I Doubt That, working wider out of Jormungonda, with tracking that one through Palm Beach, Patine in the mix as well. Jormungonda not overly polished that time as they continue their progress, going away from us and out into the back for one last time. They've got about a mile still to cover and 4 more flights to jump, and it is I Doubt That and Jormungonda racing in front of the white-faced Palm Beach, who's along the inside of the improving Patine, and then deeper out is Prince Nino, being followed by Burgundy Man and Summer Grounds in front of Cara Ray as they reach the flight right across from us. Back in behind those, and rather cautious at it, was 2 places at one time, who's now being joined out wider by the ridden along Grain of Hope as they continue their progress on towards the final 3/4 of a mile. 3 more flights of hurdles to get across, and they're relatively tightly grouped, around about 8 to 10 lengths only covering the lot of them. And it is the always prominent I Doubt That, who still shows in front, comes now to 3 out and measures it well from Patine. Another slightly sketchy jump from Jormungonda, with out wider and driven now Prince Nino to come closer, but does respond. Summer Grounds along the inside of Burgundy Man are the next 2. Then the quietly ridden Cara Ray, without a bit wider Grain of Hope, who's still towards the rear with 2 places at one time, and the fading Palm Beach, that one's now dropped towards the rear. As they swing on into the home straight, they've got 2 more flights to jump, and it is I Doubt That, still with a narrow call, but on the outside Prince Nino is now laying down what looks to be a pretty big challenge, with boxing on in behind them Patine. Away to the left is Summer Grounds as they race now down towards 2 out. Cara Ray tried to close on the far outside. Prince Nino's gone on at the second last in front of Patine. Summer Grounds on the left. Here's Cara Ray down the far outside. They're now moving on in front of I Doubt That, who has little more to offer. Palm Beach is next. It's Patine who shows in front, approaching the final flight. Patine has quickened on by a couple of lengths, gets over the last quickly and was more fluent than Prince Nino. Summer Grounds down along the inner, further back to Cara Ray, and they're racing into the closing stages, and both divisions of the Isuzu Pickup at ASP Commercial Handicap Hurdle will go to Aaron Anderson and Jess Betty. It's Patine who wins. From in second position Summer Grounds, with home in third Prince Nino, Cara Ray next ahead of Palm Beach, and then came Burgundy Man and the long-time leader.
Yeah, Patine the winner, and a double for trainer and jockey there, Andrew Thornton.
Yeah, locally train not far from Kirk Levington, Yarm, around that area. Yeah, big day. That's, I think, Jess Betty's first career double. Wow. So you've won both divisions. That was a slightly easier success.
I remain round one. Fortune, you arranged for me and 2 of my men to be in a fight. And Toynbee rose on still awaits, carrying a message to us. Who is scheduled to take evening road for this fight? Sergeant, you must be killed. Million and nine, and that. Please. When we hear to dispute, we act now. We go to the assembly. By then, the key assess shall be dead, and instead dismiss us. Watch will march us to the main gate. You have pistols to take care of the guards in the town. We kill the 2 flames at the gate, open it, and out we go, running like horses into the woods. Anything goes wrong before we get out. Does it mean for yourself? I can look in the stores in the crown of back. I think I can steal some rifles and ammunition. What do you think? Meet my men just before walk out in the kitchen. Show me. Do not take any unnecessary risks. Yes, I will. Did you know that tomorrow is the beginning of service? Yes. It is a holy day. I forgot. And my father was a rabbi. They killed holy days. Why not the other way around? God will forgive. There are those here who wonder if we can forgive God. This plan of ours, do you think it can really work? Yes. I think we have to pray.
After 2.5 furlongs, leading from Kieran O'Neill on Keep Singing. In the blue, Clifford Lee on Greek Gift, a white jacket against the running rail is next as they have 3/4 of a mile to go as they begin the entrance into the back straight. Gretna Dreams, Ray Dawson, dark blue and pink has moved up ahead of Claim to Glory, Harry Davies in the orange colours, who's the back marker as they race on down the back straight. And Lockwood just over a length ahead. Keep Singing in second position by about a neck or so to Greek Gift, and then comes the dark blue and pink of Gretna Dreams, and against the running rail at the rear, the orange of Claim to Glory is the back marker. They're a half mile to travel from here. Lockwood still continues to be in front. Keep Singing running in second place, and then Greek Gift encouraged along in third. Gretna Dreams making progress. There's a 1.5 length gap then behind those to Claim to Glory. He's still the back marker of this quintet as they come to the crown of the bend. And in yellow, Lockwood ridden along, Keep Singing in the blue, moving alongside Gretna Dreams at a big price in the dark blue and pink, moving through into second. Kieran O'Neill has sent Keep Singing for the line, goes on by 2 lengths. Gretna Dreams in second. Claim to Glory is moving into third place, inching closer, but oh so slowly, the 2 ahead of it. And Keep Singing, she's still in front as they head to the final furlong now, leading from Gretna Dreams in second place. A big run near side. Gretna Dreams in the pink joining Keep Singing. The judge will split those. It's very tight. Claim to Glory was third. Greek Gift was fourth.
Close call. Photo finish there at Wolverhampton. I can't give you the result yet. Go on. Are we going to have a verdict on this? A view on this? Oh.
I'll let John go for it.
John, what do you think? And by the way, hello, John.
Hello, Darren. How are you? If we can keep this conversation going about hello, how are you? Did you have a nice weekend? We might have the result up before I have to call it.
That is tight. That is very, very tight. Because you mentioned, you picked it up beforehand, John, that late money for one of Stan Moore's is I always think very, very noteworthy. And have they had a little touch on this? But I don't know whether it's won yet. It's very tight.
Gretna Dreams is about 4s on favourites.
Watch out, there's a view from the cheap seats.
I think that's one far side.
You think it's one?
I think it's one far side, yeah.
We keep singing, Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the outside of the pair.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Is it really? Oh, there you go. Well, I don't bet on first pitches anyway, so I may as well keep my mouth shut. But I'm not going to start betting on them.
Can we talk about Newton Abbott? We've got 3 runners at the post. Newton Abbott, the expensive one 4-6, Alan de Banks 5-4, 25-1 about the Mon the Hoops. It's been flip-flopping, these two at the top of the market.
I'd go with the expensive one, coming back off a break. Alan de Banks had quite a hard race, I thought, last time out, and I just felt that the expensive one's Newbury run looked pretty solid, and I don't think Sammy Twiston-Davis will be hanging around here.
Okay, so that is the expensive one, 8-13, market leader Alan de Banks 5-4, Mon the Hoops is 28-1. We've got Newton Abbott's final race coming up. There's a bumper over 2 miles 1. We have action from Galway to follow at 5:05. And the guy's keen on a result appearing on the screens from Wolverhampton, which I haven't got yet. So, what's happening at Newton Abbott? Any sign of a start? No. Right, let's just move across. Oh, the starter's got the flag up. We're going to go to Newton Abbott. Here's Richard Hoyles.
Being called forward this afternoon. Spin the turn. They're off. Bumper closes proceedings with the expensive one and Alan de Banks, the front 2 in the market, and they are the ones that settle down early on with about a length or so between them. The expensive one in front, Alan de Banks in second place, and Mon the Hoops only a length or so away in third as they make their way steadily down the back straight. The expensive one, black with the white sleeves, for Sam and Nigel Twiston-Davis, from a family that the yard know well. Alan de Banks already been victorious here and followed it up with a second at Worcester. Shane Fennellan claiming 7th for the now joint licence holders Peter and Mickey Bowen. And Mon the Hoops, second racecourse start for her off the back of an absence of nearly 11 months. Brian Carver and Chris Honor in the green and white hoops as they move down the side, and Mon the Hoops is now just about 2 to 3 lengths behind the other 2 as the expensive one, a little bit of look around, ears pricked, eyes bright, turns into the straight with lead of a length or so from Alan de Banks, and Mon the Hoops is still well in touch at this comparatively early stage. So the die seems to be cast as regards the running order. The expensive one, Sam Twiston-Davis, did enough to get to the lead and is now just sitting quietly out in front. Shane Fennellan, not giving him too much rope, is only about half a length or so down. And the steady gallop so far means Mon the Hoops has been able to stay in touch as they make their way up the home straight. Out in the lead, it is the expensive one. On his outside is the pretty substantial Alan de Banks, neck or so down.
Just breaking in there to say there is a dead heat at Wolverhampton and a steward's inquiry to boot. So number 3, Gretna Dreams, 40-1, 40-1. Dead heats with number 5, Keep Singing at 13-2. Number 2, Claim to Glory was third, the 8-13 favourite. It's a dead heat, but there is a steward's inquiry. Let's go back to Newton Abbott. By the way, they are at the post at Galway for a handicap hurdle where it's 3-1 West Clare. Paying 5 places on that race at Galway. Here's Richard Hoyles at Newton Abbott.
Which was the way to go. Still leads from Alan de Banks as they work down the side. Mon the Hoops in third place. So relatively uneventful first circuit, apart from the expensive one, slight detour going out on the final circuit. Now turns into the back straight with a lead of a length over Alan de Banks and Mon the Hoops, last of the trio. No change in the play, really. The expensive one out in front. Alan de Banks content at this moment to sit just a length or so down. And Mon the Hoops still well in touch. So all 3 of them with every chance, 3/4 of a mile to travel. The expensive one on the front end. Alan de Banks in second place and Mon the Hoops in third. And still all 3 riders sitting pretty quietly. So we turn into a relative dash here with the expensive one trying to lead it out. Alan de Banks just being pushed a little closer by Shane Fennellan, and the pace is beginning to lift with Mon the Hoops' Brian Carver, also just for the first time, encouraging her to stay in touch. The Expensive One just beginning to try and wind it up, but still has two close pursuers with Alan de Banks and Mon the Hoops, who's right there on the heels of the front two as they turn in. And now Sam Twiston-Davies is beginning to try to go through the gears on the Expensive One. At this stage, Alan de Banks is able to keep tabs. They've readily left Mon the Hoops behind, and now the dash for home will begin. The Expensive One, black and white yellow cap, Sam Twiston-Davies. Alan de Banks, left-hand side for Shane Fenelon, draws alongside, just gives his rival a little bit of a nudge there. Over a furlong and a half to go. Alan de Banks from the Expensive One as they set off up this run-in. They've got 200 yards to travel. Alan de Banks just hanging slightly. The Expensive One in second place. They're driving for the line, but it's Alan de Banks who's the stronger. Alan de Banks for Shane Fenelon and the Bowens sees off the Expensive One for the Twiston-Davises, and they pulled clear of Mon the Hoops in third.
Meanwhile, they're about to make a line over at Galway. In fact, I think they're just about to jump away at Galway. Here is Jerry Hannon, or is it going to be a false start at Galway? It's a false start at Galway, which means John O'Connell's got about 5 seconds to give a selection.
Oscar High, a real veteran down at the bottom, used to have a cracking course record down the years here. So if he's ever going to do it, I mean, he's an old boy now. Give him one last chance in a race at Galway.
Okay, Oscar High 11-1 at Galway. It's 4-1 about West Clare. So Oscar High 11-1, the selection of John O'Connell for this handicap hurdle, where we're paying 5 places. This is the 5:05 at Galway. As you've already heard, there was a dead heat called at Wolverhampton, but there is a steward's inquiry over at Wolverhampton. Let's go back to Galway. Here's Jerry Hannon.
That off. Repeat that, and Liz Lucky very, very slow to jump off with them. Liz Lucky, to a greater extent, is trailing the field. They come away from the first of 13 flights. Oscar High won this race before, was followed by Sydney Cruiser. Danesford Mayfly Handy on the outside, Mrs. Biddle, followed by Cloudy Fountain, Fly de Magode and Grivet. Mr. Brogue next, on the inside is Tom Red. Then in bulk with 2.5 lengths to Divil a Bother, West Clare, Light on the River, to do under Citizen on the outside of Clyde the Glide, and then Heaney's Island. Followed at the second flight by Heath's Inn. Repeat that. And one behind is Liz Lucky. To the bend they go. Flight number 3, Oscar High, followed by Sydney Cruiser and Danesford Mayfly. Mrs. Biddle is 4th, and 5th is Grivet, and then Cloudy Fountain. Fly de Magode, Tom Red on the inside of Mr. Brogue. They face up to the second flight away from the stands. Oscar High jumped it well, followed by Sydney Cruiser. Staked by the Dooner Citizen. Continuing towards the next, and this is Oscar High, followed by Sydney Cruiser, Danesford Mayfly. And Mrs. Biddle, Grivet next on the inside. They race to their final 2 miles. Grivet is followed by Cloudy Fountain and Fly de Magode and Tom Red, Mr. Brogue, the Dooner Citizen, and Imbolc and West Clare and Clyde the Glide. Then Divil a Bother, Light on the River, repeat that, Healy's Island, Heath's Inn. And still catching up at the back is Liz Lucky. Fly de Magode took a chunk of that flight, but survived. As they make the bend at the top of the track, it is Oscar High, followed all the while by Sydney Cruiser and Danesford Mayfly. Speaking of the 4th, Mrs. Biddle and Grivet, and then Fly de Magode and Cloudy Fountain, the Dooner Citizen. On the inside, Tom Red and then Mr. Brogue. Imbolc and Healy's Island, West Clare. Clyde the Glide next, and then repeat that. Divil a Bother, Light on the River. Heath's Inn, Liz Lucky. Coming to the flight, bring them to the completion of the circuit. Division 1 of the Galway Handicap Hurdle over 2.6. And it's Oscar High. In by the rail in the black and white, followed by Sydney Cruiser, Danesford Mayfly, Mrs. Biddle, then Grivet, Fly de Magode and Tom Red is taking closer order, and then Cloudy Fountain, Mr. Brogue, ridden along as the Dooner Citizen, then Imbolc and West Clare and Clyde the Glide and Divil a Bother and Heath's Inn. Healy's Island, Light on the River, repeat that, Liz Lucky. Onto the flight, which was their first. It'll be the last next time. And as of yet to be headed, Oscar High and Shane O'Callaghan. Leading a couple of lengths, Sydney Cruiser and Alex Harvey. Just third is Danesford Mayfly, Danny Wallens from Mrs. Biddle, J.J. Slevin, then Grivet, Little changes up front after Grivet's Flight of Magode and then Tom Red and Cloudy Fountain. Mr. Brogue, the Dinner Citizen, and M. Balk and West Clare, and he fits in and Clyde the Glide and Divil Abod and Healy's Island. Repeat that, Glide and the River Liz Lucky. 6 flights left to jump. They've passed the halfway stage. Oscar High from Sydney Cruiser. And then Danesford Mayfly. The outer of Danesford Mayfly is Mrs. Biddle. Running the rail is Grieve, and then Fly the Magode. Tom Red next. And then Cloudy Fountain. As they swing a right to the next flight past the stands, which will be 5 from the finish. They've less than a mile to go. Oscar High extends the lead at 3 lengths over Sydney Cruiser. Something similar back to in third. Danesford Mayfly, then Mrs. Biddle, Grieve, Fly to Magode, Cloudy Fountain, Tom Red, Mr. Brogue, West Clare in Bulk. Still driven is the Dinner Citizen, then Light on the River, and Divil Abod and Clyde the Glide, and he fits in and is lucky. Still well back is Repeat That, the 3-day winner. And falling behind is Healy's Island. On they go to the final 6 furlongs. 3 flights left to jump. Oscar High still leads the way from Sydney Cruiser. Grieve up to dispute third with Danesford Mayfly. Then Fly to Magode and Mrs. Biddle. Tom Red next on the inside. Last of 3 up the bag. Oscar High, followed by Sydney Cruiser. Danesford Mayfly, Red Cap on the outside. Running the rail is Grieve as they pass the 5. After Grieve is Fly to Magode and then Tom Red. Cloudy Fountain, Mr. Brogue is taking closer order ahead of West Clare. Mrs. Biddle is starting to drift back and then Light on the River. 4 lengths to Divil Abod and then Repeat That and Imbog. Liz Lucky and Clyde the Glide. The Dinner Citizen, he fits in. Coming down towards the second last, it's still Oscar High up top from Sydney Cruiser. Ridden along in third is Danesford Mayfly, then Grieve, Fly to Magode, Cloudy Fountain, Mr. Brogue, West Clare, Tom Red next on the inside, then Light on the River and Divil Abod. Being pulled up is Mrs. Biddle, the second last. Oscar High, still the leader from Sydney Cruiser, Grieve, Danesford Mayfly next. Followed round the home turn, Fly to Magode, and then West Clare, Mr. Brogue, Divil Abod, a gap to Tom Red and Cloudy Fountain. In they come to the final flight, and it is Oscar High. Over the last, Oscar High from Sydney Cruiser, who's trying to close the gap up the hill. West Clare is plugging on, ahead of Divil Abod, who's come from a long, long way back. And they're followed after a break, then Dream is Grieve, and it's Oscar High. In the centre, Divil Abod, the far side is West Clare. Oscar High on the stand side from West Clare. Divil Abod, followed in by Sydney Cruiser, well clear from Danesford Mayfly and Fly to Magode as Oscar High wins the second running of the race.
Oscar High looks to have won that race over at Galway. They were racing wide apart at the end. Judge probably goes for a photo, but it is Oscar High looks to have won over at Galway. Stewards' inquiry, I'm told, it continues at Wolverhampton. At Newton Abbot in the 5 o'clock race, you heard Alan de Banks won at 11-8, beating the short price favourite, the expensive one, who returned at 8-13. Let's move across now to the south coast, and we are off to Brighton for the 5:15, where here Mina is the 3-1 favourite. It's 7-2 about Carnival Day and the Thunderer. Next in is 6-1 Dr. Foster, Afloat 9-1, 11-1 Speed Court, Platinum Prince 14-1, 22-1 Sun Festival. I've got there's a few individuals here on the track at Brighton. Not quite sure what's going on at Brighton. Let's hear from Martin Dixon, who's been previewing the Brighton card all day. Open looking race coming up here at Brighton. Do we have an issue on the south coast?
I think we must have some sort of an issue, yeah. I'm not sure exactly what it is, to be honest, Darren. I've got the same pictures as you, but looks like we're going to be in for a bit of a delay. I'm not sure what the exact reason is.
No, right, okay.
Also checking the Thunderer down at the start as well. Yeah. But there were definitely some of the ground staff out on the track.
There were some ground staff out the track. The Thunderer, I reckon, is being trotted up and down here for the vet. It looks as though there's something amiss there. But as I was saying a moment ago, this has got a real open look about it, Martin.
It has, yeah. Well, it's a race that is confined to horses that have not won in the 2024 flat turf season. Sorry. So by its very nature, it is full of horses that have been finding winning difficult. I think Minor is the likeliest winner of the race. I'm not sure he's done an awful lot wrong, really. His 2 runs at Newbury, his 2 second-placed efforts at Newbury, have both been good runs. And whereas a few of the others, I'd have some doubts about their attitude, I wouldn't have those concerns about Minor. So I think he's the horse to beat. He's by Make Believe, who gets a lot of horses that handle soft ground. He isn't yet proven on the ground. That is one slight concern. But if he goes on it, then I think he's the horse to beat.
Okay, so Minor shows at 130, shares favouritism at the moment with Carnival Day. By the way, they seem to trot Thunderer up and down, but I think that horse has been given the green light. They are loading the stalls now here at Brighton for the 5:15. So Minor, your selection. Quick word on the other joint favourite, if you can, Martin. That's Carnival Day.
Yeah, Carnival Day, just 4 starts so far this year. Often misses the break. He does get a bit behind, so he's kind of reliant on a little bit of luck because of that. He's looking for a first career win. If you're looking for something at a bigger price, I think a Float has got an each-way chance. 15-2 shot, the filly for Ray Guest and Billy Loughnane. You can forget her last run because she got hampered at quite an early stage of the race, and that's a run to completely ignore.
Okay.
And she does at least sort of have a decent attitude.
And they're racing.
He's been ridden along at the back of the field, the Thunderer, not in a very encouraging early sign. Let's see if Marco Gianni can work his magic on him and get him back involved. 1.25 miles the trip for the Sky Sports Racing Sky 415 confined handicap, and up front disputing it, Sun Festival and Minor. Minor on the inside, taking a bit of a grip now. Just in behind them, the grey Platinum Prince is also quite free. Coming down the hill, Carnival Days now well in touch, followed by Dr. Foster, and behind those, Afloat, who's followed then by Speed Court, and the Thunderer is still to the back end of the field. Down the hill they come. Not much to choose between the 2 leaders here. Sun Festival in the pale jacket and the orange of Carnival Day. Just in behind them in third, Minor. The all red of Speed Court close up, and between the 2 of them with the noseband is Dr. Foster. Dr. Foster followed then by Platinum Prince, the grey horse, and then the Thunderer, who's now alongside Afloat at the rear end of the field. They're making their way down the hill then, and about to turn inside the final half mile of the contest. Staying wide is Sun Festival, virtually joined now by Carnival Day, who's coming between runners and coming strongly too. Minor's front rank as well. Behind them, Dr. Foster has always travelled pretty well. The Thunderer, having got closer, is now ridden along and slightly squeezed out there on the rail. Speed Court. Behind them, Platinum Prince, the grey, and the back marker Afloat, staying on from the rear of the field as well. Open looking race. They dash down to the 2 marker. The rail runner now is Carnival Day, trying to come through Platinum Prince. Minor's there, Afloat with a chance as well. Over on the far side as Sun Festival weakens out of contention. Dr. Foster is well beaten off as well. It's Carnival Day and Holly Doyle right up the rail, leading from Afloat in second place. In third is Platinum Prince. They stride now up towards the line. Carnival Day putting good distance between himself and the rest to win well. Carnival Day it is from Afloat and Platinum Prince.
Thanks to John Hunt there, and that was the Brighton 5:15 where Carnival Day has won. The rail's the place to be at Brighton today. Carnival Day going clear in the closing stages. Number 4 on the card beats number 2 Afloat. Back in third, number 8 Platinum Prince. For the record, the Thunderer 4th. Hot news off the press. Amended result, Wolverhampton. It was first of all from the judges' box. It was declared a dead heat between Gretna Dreams and Keep Singing. I don't know why the result's been amended because I haven't seen the replay, etc. But it has been amended. Gretna Dreams has now been given the outright verdict. So it's first number 3, Gretna Dreams at 40 to 1. Second number 5, Keep Singing, 13 to 2. And third number 2, Claim to Glory, the 8 to 13 favourite. Let's bring in John O'Connell. John, can you shed any light into this decision?
Yeah, Keep Singing, having got to the front, then edged to his right, and Gretna Dreams was carried across the track in the final furlong or so, and there wasn't much in it, but considering it was a dead heat, there didn't need to be much. So as soon as the prices went back up on the dead heat, it seemed to be the common consent that Gretna Dreams was going to get the race. and that's a relatively quick stewards inquiry as well.
Okay, so it's a straightforward decision. It sounds that way. Obviously, very, very fine margins. No margins, of course. Dead heat was the initial verdict. Right, let's go to Perth. 5:22, a handicap hurdle. It's a long-distance race, and Blended Stealth is the favourite here at Perth at 7-2. Bullion Boss is next in at 4-1. That's the same price as our Zebo. 13-2, Regrove Lord. 15-2, Lady Mendoza. 8-1, Ironheart, and it's 1-8, 18-1 bar. Let's bring in Martin Dixon. The staying handicap hurdle race coming your way now from Perth. And the one at the top of the market, just shading favouritism at the moment, Martin, is Blended Stealth, who's right at the foot of the handicap for Team Quinlan.
Yeah, he's a horse looking for a first career win. He's had a lot of goes, hasn't he, Darren? For a horse that you're going to be asking to back at a fairly short price. He's had a lot of goes. His best recent run was at least over this course and distance. You know, of course, he's got a little bit of a chance, but I'd prefer to look for something at a slightly bigger price here. I think Lady Mendoza, she comes back off a little bit of a break. She's not had that much racing over staying distances. I think she's a mare who wants this sort of trip. She's still seeking a first career win, but she has recorded quite a lot of placed efforts. She hasn't had loads of go. She's only had 4 starts in handicap company. I think she probably does want a bit of a trip. Like I say, this is a step back up to a staying distance for her. And yeah, I'll be Lady Mendoza each way after a 2-month break. 5-1 chance Lady Mendoza was 7-1, so a bit of money for Lady Mendoza. I don't know what sort of race it was, Martin, but I see this horse has actually won on the point-to-point circuit, Lady Mendoza. Yeah, she did. She won an Irish point-to-point earlier on in her career. I think like I say, she's unexposed really over staying trips, and that's the angle with her. She looks a strong stayer to me. I think she'll keep on galloping. Okay, that is Lady Mendoza. It's a 7-2 the field race. Blended Stealth, the favourite, Martin. Not too keen there on those stats. Like, look at that Blended Stealth's form figures. Got some placed efforts, but just look at the wins to runs. No wins from 28 starts for Blended Stealth, and that is the favourite here, 7-2. Our Zebo is 9-2. Gavin Sheehan is aboard our Zebo. Our Zebo for Noel Kelly's yard, a horse who was down the field last time at Cartmel. That was over fences, reverts back to hurdles. Here, right, starters on the rostrum, runners they're still circling, and they're coming up next with the 5:30 race at Wolverhampton. Looks though Jason Callahan's looking at his watch, and he's about to raise his flag over at Perth. Anything else of interest in this race? Wide open race, Martin, isn't it? It is a wide open race. Our Zebo, worth noting that he has been well backed. He's back over hurdles today. Didn't take to chasing really. And it could be that back over hurdles suits him for Noel Kelly. There has been plenty of money about for him. Okay, let's go to Perth.
And they're away. The first division of the practical car and van rental at ASP.Scott handicap hurdle race. And down they come to the first flight. We'll see who takes off in front rather than hazarding a guess. Our Zebo in the yellow jacket. Yeah, miles back. It's on the outside. Steps Match has come over the first flight with the lead. So Steps Match in the hands of Callum Bewley, giving a lead to Lady Mendoza in the blue and white jacket. Our Zebo in the yellow. And then towards the inside, Bullion Boss just in front of Castletown as they hop over hurdle number 2. And they're all across safely. Wider out on the track is Blended Stealth, who races with Regrove Lord and Gino Drummer Boy. And over towards the inside is Ironheart. And the back marker by a further 4 lengths is Shantou Moon. And they now have 2 circuits left in front of them. Steps Match, first start today for trainer Dara Burke, heads right-handed out towards the far side. With improving up along the inside, Ironheart is now up into almost second place with Lady Mendoza, and out a bit wider Castletown with Bullion Boss in the black coloured jacket with the orange diamond as they race now across hurdle number 3. And they're all over it safely, continuing their run going away from us, and it is Steps Match wider out of Lady Mendoza, Ironheart, Castletown, And then up in between runners, Bullion Boss, with on the wide outside Blended Stealth. That one keeping company with Regrove Lord, who's in similar colours. They're both in purple and pink. And then over towards the inside is Gino Drummer Boy with Our Zebo in the yellow and purple. The back marker by a further 2.5 to 3 lengths is Shantu Moon as they came over the flight right across from us. And they're now galloping on towards the completion of the first third of their journey. So Steps Match on the outside of Lady Mendoza, Bullion Boss and Castle Town as they race now through the 2-mile gate and on towards flight number 5. They are due to take 12 in total, and Steps Match is going to reach this one with a 2-length lead. They've all taken it safely and currently around about 12 lengths between first and last. It's a sensible, steady, early gallop here as they make the right-handed turn out of the far side for the first time. Steps Match from Lady Mendoza, Castletown, and then Bullion Boss, and towards the inside, Iron Heart, without a little bit wider Blended Stealth up into midfield. Then along the inside, Gino Drummer Boy. As they come around the corner, Sean Bowen and Gordon Elliott drawing a blank so far on the afternoon. And then towards the rear of the field, Our Zebo just being cajoled along into the straight. That will now away to the extreme right-hand side. And Regrove Lord is towards the back still with Shantu Moon. So coming to the first flight in the home straight, the first of the 2, and they're all over it safely. And Lady Mendoza, the blue sleeves, has now at the very least joined, probably moved on from Steps Match. Castletown down the centre in Ray Green's famous green and yellow silks as they now reach the flight which will be the last next time. And, oh, Bullion Boss. Oh, that's some recovery, isn't it? Well done to Connor Rabbit. He's just about managed to keep the partnership intact. Took him a few strides to completely regain the equilibrium, but it's been maintained, and only around about 1.5 lengths off the leader as they cluster a little more tightly together now. Right-handed out towards the far side for the final time. So Lady Mendoza is just about with the advantage overall from Castletown, and still prominent Steps Match with the recovering Bullion Boss up in between horses. Down along the inside is Iron Heart as they now reach the 8th of the 12 hurdles. All crossing it safely enough. At the back end of the field, Regrove Lord is now off the bridle and is about to be relegated perhaps to last spot by Shantu Moon as they race right-handed into the back straight. They have about 1 mile to go from here, and it is Lady Mendoza with on the outside Steps Match, Bullion Boss, and then towards the inside is Iron Heart with Castletown still very much in the mix, as is Blended Stealth, and wider out the hard-working Our Zebo as they cross the next flight, and a little bit sketchy over that flight there was Blended Stealth in that purple and pink coloured jacket off the bridle now as they continue their progress over in the back. Gino Drummer Boy has been fairly quietly handled by Sean Bowen, a green coloured jacket, yellow and white striped cap, far from discounted just yet as they continue their run over on the far side, and it is Lady Mendoza, the only mare in the field, with on the outside still their Steps Match, and Steps Match, Lady Mendoza take off together. Bullion Boss is up in between them. The leaders, though, racing wide apart, with back in behind them Iron Heart and Castletown, Blended Stealth. Gino Drummer Boy still catching the eye and travelling kindly as they're now racing right-handed back towards home. Our Zebo follows in company with Regrove Lord and Shantu Moon, who is now beginning to struggle to keep touch with the other runners and is tailing off as they swing for home then. Lots of chances. Lady Mendoza now ridden along towards the inside of Bullion Boss, who's coming there together with Gino Drummer Boy. Down the outside, Steps Match is still boxing on for pressure as they're on the approach to the second last flight of hurdles, fanning out all over the track. Iron Heart is pulling up before jumping this one. So arriving at 2 from home, and Steps Match is back on into the lead. Clearly now, Lady Mendoza just beginning to tire along the inside. Bullion Boss and Gino Drummer Boy are trying hard to come out after Steps Match, but Steps Match doesn't know when he's beaten and is pounding on towards the final flight under Callum Bewley. Steps Match is at the last and crosses it safely and clearly. From in second position, Gino Drummer Boy, then Bullion Boss, Lady Mendoza, and the staying on Regrove Lord in behind those. But it's all about Steps Match in the hands of Callum Bewley, and what a fine start this is for Steps Match in the care of trainer Dara Burke. Makes most to win, beating Gino Drummer Boy, and it was tight for the minors in behind. The staying on Regrove Lord pressing Lady Mendoza, and Bullion Boss back with those.
Yeah, Steps Match has bolted in there in that race over at Perth. Steps Match number 3, the winner at 22-1 in the hands of Callum Bewley. Now, just give you that important message about Wolverhampton. You know the result now at Wolverhampton because there was an amended result there at Dunstall Park 2. The first race, that was the 4:55. We initially had a dead heat between Gretna Dreams and Keep Singing. There was an amended result. Gretna Dreams has been now awarded the race outright at 40-1. Keep Singing second, 13-2. Claim to Glory third, 8-13 favourite. Here at William Hill, we are paying out on the outright winner, Gretna Dreams, but we are also honouring the dead heat. That is the important message here from William Hill. Now let's go to Wolverhampton. Haven't got an awful lot of time to dwell here. Let's bring in John O'Connell. It's evens about Reposado now. Target Man second in 9-4, 7-2 Jewel of London, 25-1 bar. John.
Race full of question marks. Target Man we haven't seen since April. Something must have gone amiss. Jewel of London has been regressive. So Reposado, I'm not too sure what the course is currently capable of, but the market seems to be happy, and this is a huge drop in class. So Reposado, blessed mainly through a process of elimination.
Okay, David Egan is aboard Target Man. Both horses are in the ammo colours. First colours carried by Target Man. Runners then moving up into the stalls. 5:30 Wolverhampton. Race 2 at Wolverhampton. Here's Ian Bartlett.
She has stall number 2. She's the last one to come in. And that's it all in. And ready. They're off. A race over 6, Light Blue of Galaxy Zoo, the debutant, much slower than the others to get away and gather pace. Jewel of London just jumped out first, but Target Man's only about a neck behind up on the inside as they complete the first furlong. But now, Jewel of London stretches on, goes 2 ahead. Target Man in second. Natsumi, the white jacket, just holds third. Reposado playing white cap, neck behind in 4th place, 2 lengths behind these to Galaxy Zoo. They have now come to the end of the back straight. Little over a length still for Jewel of London. Leading from Target Man, moved off the rails and going to try and come round the outside of the filly in front of him. Then Natsumi against the running rails in company with Reposado, who's just ridden along a little bit there. Back in 3rd place. Galaxy Zoo is the back marker. Jewel of London still leads him as she enters the home straight, kicking on again by almost 2 lengths. Target Man in 2nd, Reposado full stretch in 3rd. On the left, Galaxy Zoo in the light blue begins to stay on. Natsumi behind those. It's Jewel of London. Callum Shepherd still have the lead, still pursued by Target Man. Galaxy Zoo continues to run on strongly in the light blue, well inside the final furlong. Jewel of London is in front and is just going to stay there. Over Target Man and the running on Galaxy Zoo. Reposado might narrowly be 4th.
Yeah, victory there goes to Jewel of London, number 4 on the card. Jewel of London, we're at 7-2. Second, number 2, Target Man at 9-4. Reposado went off the 11-10 favourite in that particular race there. Wolverhampton. Perth result 3, Steps Matched at 22-1. Beat 2, Gino Drummerboy 12-1. 8, Regrove Lord third at 13-2. Lady Mendoza was 4th for the record. Going back to Wolverhampton, bringing in Mr. JOC. I must admit, I just thought there was a good positive ride, obviously from Callum Shepherd and Jewel of London, and the more experienced horse there prevailing with Target Man. I just thought showing a bit of inexperience in 2nd place.
Yeah, it wasn't a race I liked when I was looking at earlier on. Reposado, I think it's pretty safe to say his best days already behind him. Reined back, having broken well on the outside, and found nothing in the straight. But only just beat one of the outsiders home. But yeah, ordinary enough race. I must admit, I thought Jewel of London looked aggressive before the race, but they found the right opportunity. Not quite sure. Well, I wouldn't be too confident the race is going to prove to be too strong going forward. I mean, Galaxy Zoo, I've been waiting to see if there's any move for that horse all day long, because it was a race you had question marks against the newcomers, the horses with experience, but in the end, it's run pretty well.
Okay, that was the action at Wolverhampton. Now, the next race we've got is the 5:40 at Galway. Quite a bit busy, 25 minutes now. 5:40 Galway, 5:50 Brighton, 5:55 Perth, 6 o'clock Wolverhampton. I've got John O'Connell and Martin Dixon with me. By my reckoning, Martin Dixon's got 2 more races to come. Andrew Thornton will be rejoining us for the 6:15 at Galway. I want to ask you two guys a question while we've got a couple of minutes in hand. It's a question I asked Andrew Thornton off air earlier on. Bringing Martin to start with. Any strong views on this debate about geldings running in the Arc de Triomphe, Martin?
I don't have any. Well, to be honest, I would leave it as it is. I think it's a race where it's obviously horses that run in it. A lot of them will already have the ability to be stallions anyway. But I think it enhances their potential and credentials to be a stallion if they've won the Arc. I'm all for middle distance breeding. I think we've lost a little bit of that in recent times, and I would leave it as it is. I don't have a problem with the Arc. I think it's every single year it is obviously a hugely competitive race, a fantastic race, and you get many of the world's best there. And no, I'd leave it as it is. There's only the odd exception that would add something to the race, but they've needed to be gelded to get to the bottom of their ability, and I'd leave it as it is, to be honest.
Okay.
Okay. What about you?
Me, I'd allow geldings to run in the race because I'm thinking it from just purely from a racing fan's point of view. I want to see the best horses running the best races, and this year I know it's been brought. It's really in the spotlight now because of this year's those two talented French geldings, Goliath and Calandagan. That's highlighted the situation. I'd never thought about it until now. But yeah, I think from a racing fan's point of view, I would like to see it open up to geldings because I want to see the best horses running the best races. And I firmly believe the Arc de Triomphe is the greatest turf flat race in the business.
So do we let them in the Derby then?
No.
As well?
No, because I see what you're saying, and I see the points that everyone's saying about the pedigree, about the breeding side of the industry, and I think they've got it right there that the Group 1 races confined to 2-year-olds and confined to 3-year-olds that they should be restricted, that gelding should be excluded from those races because of the breed, for the benefit of the breed. I don't have a problem with that, but I think for these races that are opened up to the 3-year-olds and over at championship level, I would like to see the geldings running them. What about Mr. JOC?
I haven't got a strong opinion like Martin, but probably like you, I reckon I'd be happier to let them in the Arc. But I'm not really massively sold either way. Probably the Swain thing for me would be, you get the best horses running, so you could have those geldings who can be around till 7, 8, 9 years of age on the flat.
That is another problem. Sorry to interrupt, but that is another slight problem if you allow them in, isn't it?
What's that, mate?
You could. Well, you've got a top class gelding.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he can race on until he's 6, 7 years old and keep coming back for the Arc.
Yeah.
And maybe you'd like to see that. Maybe people would think that as a positive. But if you've got a horse that's of that sort of ability and you see him coming and winning 3 or 4 Arcs on the spin, maybe people would like that. But I quite like that it's different every year, if that makes sense.
Right, but that, I mean, I must admit that's the beauty of the classic races, the 3-year-old races. It's different every year. You're going to see a different winner, and different, from generation to generation, you're going to see different champions. I just think it's a shame that the best, there are going to be times like this year where you just feel, there's a couple of horses that should really be in this race and they can't run in this race. This is from a racing fan's point of view. This is why, we keep on saying how one of the attractions of top-class jump racing is the fact that geldings are permitted to run in those races. Hence, you know, this situation now that I'm talking about with the Arc. Anyway, we'll talk about that again. Let's go to Galway, because the runners are at the start at Galway. We are paying 5 places for the 540, and it's 4-1 Reddy's Island. Ballastar 9-2. It's another wide open race. Mr. JOC, John O'Connell, you just love these pin sticking jobs in Ireland, don't you?
I'll have you know, Darren, I put up Division 1 winner of this.
I know you did.
Right? I thought I'd better mention that. Unlikely to follow suit in Division 2, but here goes. I'm with Ballastar. Rather like Division 1 winner half an hour ago. We're talking a bit of Galway form.
Yeah.
Just picked in this race last year. Hasn't won since, but has been pretty lightly raced, and has got the excellent Danny Mullins on board. A couple of bits of note about the race. Has been money for Reddy's Island and the Jack Kennedy first run for a little while, and there's also been money for Max Time. Now, Max Time, although hardly a veteran, he's 7 years of age, but has never hit the first 4 in a race. 21 runs, 6 bumpers, 15 hurdles, never hit the frame. Not usually backed as well. Generally goes off a huge price, but some people are expecting better today because there's been support for this horse at fancy prices.
Right, okay, so this is Galway. He just loves these fiendishly competitive handicaps, Mr. JOC. Hey, you just love, you can't get enough of them, can you?
The reserve who doesn't get in and gets smashed off the board when he turns up somewhere later in the week.
Yeah. Right, they are circling, hopefully for the last time. This is the second division of the 2 mile 6 handicap hurdle, the 540 race over at Galway, and just check out those prices. We're paying 5 places on this race, and the favourite at the moment for a man who's had a frustrating day at Perth, Gordon Elliott, is Reddy's Island.
Again over 2-6, round the bend for the first of 13 flights. First to show in front is Kilmuddy JJ, blue cap. In the centre is Church Lane. Also figuring prominently in these early stages, the nose banded Ballastar. Improving his Max Time. Running the far rail as He's Dynamite. As they come up to pass the winning post. 2 circuits to race, and it's Ballastar gone on by a little more than a length to He's Dynamite. Third is Church Lane, and fourth is Max Time. Now taking a lead is Kilmuddy JJ. On the inside is Ivan, with in between horses Koshariga and Steeler's Appeal. Queen of the Lodge next on the outside as they make the bend towards the third flight. Ballastar the leader from He's Dynamite, Church Lane, Max Time, and then Ivan, Koshariga. Followed up the far side by Steeler's Appeal, and then Let's Do This, who's followed by Kilmuddy JJ. We Will Rock You next, and then followed by Just Made It. On the inside, But What About Me, and then Hawkworthy Flash. Slight mistake there by Queen of the Lodge. Keen Quirk having some issues with irons. Over the next, and it's Ballastar opening up an advantage. Blundered there by Reddy's Island. Did well to get away with it. On they go to their final 2 miles. It's Ballastar followed by He's Dynamite. Improving into third is Let's Do This. And then Max Time, Church Lane next, followed by Kosharigan, Steeler's Appeal, Ivan. We Will Rock You, Just Made It. Kilmuddy JJ next on the inside. But What About Me, followed by Hawkworthy Flat and Oh Lord. They go away from that last one up the back straight. As they make the bend at the top, it is Ballastar, followed by He's Dynamite. In third is Let's Do This, and fourth is Max Time, and then Church Lane, Koshariga. Ivan, followed by Steeler's Appeal. We Will Rock You, Just Made It. Kilmuddy JJ, But What About Me and Hawkworthy Flower, followed by Oh Lord. In the stripes, I'll Be There on the inside. Then Queen of the Lodge, followed by Written Along Gold Haven, and then Reddy's Island. At the rear, Master Mac Black, and there's none behind, Dealer's Pet. Coming to the flight before the strain. And it's Ballastar from He's Dynamite, followed by Let's Do This and Max Time. Church Lane has never been too far off them. Took that flight quite carefully. And then Koshariga, Ivan, Steeler's Appeal. We Will Rock You next. And But What About Me and Kilmuddy JJ. Followed around the bend at their point of departure. Just Made It. Then Hawkworthy Flat, I'll Be There. Oh Lord, Reddy's Island, Gold Haven. The back three are Queen of the Lodge, Master Mac Black, and Dealer's Pet. Away from the flight, that'll be the last one next time. And it is Ballast Star, Denny Mullins, almost joined by He's Dynamite, and Sean Flanagan. Couple clear of Max Time. Shane Fitzgerald just third from Let's Do This, Jordan Gainford and Church Lane. On the inside, Ivan, followed by What About Me, and the Steelers Appeal, Koshadiga, We Will Rock You, Kilmurray JJ, and on the inside is I'll Be There. After I'll Be There is Just Made It, then Hawkworthy Flower, Reddy's Island is still well back, and then Goldhaven, Oh Lord, Queen of the Lodge, Dealer's Pet, Master Mac Black. They're well inside the halfway stage, another 5 flights left to jump. Little has changed up ahead from the outset, with Ballast Star making the bend, a length and a half in front of He's Dynamite. Wrestling back to third is Let's Do This from Max Time. But What About Me is taking closer order on the inside of Church Lane. 2.5 lengths to Steelers Appeal and then Ivan. We Will Rock You and Kilmurray JJ, and I'll Be There, and Just Made It next, followed by Koshadigan and Hawkworthy Flower. 4 lengths then to Goldhaven, followed by Reddy's Island, and then Dealer's Pet. Queen of the Lodge, Master Mac Black over the next up the far side. And it's Ballast Star continuing to put in a good shift, has led from Flagfall, from He's Dynamite. Next is on the inside, Let's Do This from Max Time. In 5th place is But What About Me? Then Church Lane, Steelers Appeal, Ivan, We Will Rock You, Kilmurray JJ, followed then by Just Made It. And on the inside, I'll Be There, followed by Hawkworthy Flower. As they finish off, they're jumping up the far side. Ballast Star and He's Dynamite have poached a lead over Max Time. Ridden in 4th is Let's Do This, followed at the bend by But What About Me, and then Ivan. Steelers Appeal and I'll Be There next, and then We Will Rock You as He's Dynamite. Has gone on to head the long-time leader, Ballast Star. In 3rd and very much in touch is Max Time, followed by Let's Do This, But What About Me, Van, Hawkworthy Flower, I'll Be There, We Will Rock You, Steelers Appeal, Kilmurray JJ, Just Made It, a gap then to fading, Church Lane, then Dealer's Pet and Goldhaven and Master McBlag, Queen of the Lodge and Koshadiga. Coming towards the second last, Reddy's Island has been pulled out. The leader is He's Dynamite, over the second last from Ballast Star in 3rd, and trying to gain round the outside is Max Time, followed round the bend by Let's Do This. They're getting spaced out as He's Dynamite turns for the final flight under Sean Flanagan, followed now by Max Time and Shane Fitzgerald, and then Ballast Star, who's relegated to 3rd. Away from the final flight, it's He's Dynamite from Max Time, who's putting in a good run over on the far side. These two with the finish to themselves, gone away from Let's Do This and Ballast Star, and it is Max Time and Shane Fitzgerald getting the better of He's Dynamite as Max Time continues a very good year here at Ballybrid for Iggy Madden. 2nd is He's Dynamite, 3rd is Let's Do This, and Ballast Star in 4th.
Yeah, victory there goes to number 19, Max Time. 2nd, number 13, He's Dynamite. 3rd was number 1. And Let's Do This. That's the 1, 2, 3. Max Time, 17-2, the winner. He's Dynamite. Sounds like our pundit John O'Connell, 18-1. And 3rd, number 1. Let's Do This at 11-1.
That's a gamble, that did.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. Now, just I'll give you the 4th. I've forgotten what was 4th now. But anyway, we'll get the 4th shortly. But that was the 540 race over at Galway. Coming up, we've got the 550 at Brighton, 555 at Perth, 6 o'clock Wolverhampton. It means Martin Dixon is, a.k.a. Agro, is chomping at the bit to sink his teeth into these races because he's going to have his tea in a minute. Do you hear that, John? He's going to have his tea in a minute. He's a northern lad. He's going to have his. He's a northern lad. He's going to have his tea. You're not going to have your dinner, are you, Martin? You're going to have your tea.
Yeah, if you're from northern London, I bet you call it your tea, don't you?
Yeah.
I definitely am a tea subscriber. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. No. Yeah. For once, Mr. JOC, you're outnumbered.
Please, don't put me. I can't be on the tea, people. You drink tea. You don't eat tea.
Right. Let's have a look at this race coming up from Brighton then. The 550, it's a handicap over 7 furlongs or thereabouts. Ensemble, Billy Loughnane, George Bowie shows at the top of the market 9-4. Big Bard 3-1. 7-2 Zaltala with Targo at 4-1, and it's 9-1. about the complete outsider. That's My Guapo. So On Song, Billy Loughnane, George Bowie tops the market here, 9-4 about this market leader, who has got that one win on the board over this course and distance, Martin Dixon. That was last month, but different ground conditions today.
Yeah, he does have a decent run on softer ground at Doncaster in the spring, so I think he probably handles it. He obviously handles the track as well. It could be a messy race, this. I don't know where the pace is going to come from. I'm going to take a chance that Big Bard, who's quite an enthusiastic horse, if he gets the start right, he's capable of making the run in this horse. Now, he's never won beyond 6 furlongs, but he does stay. He does stay 7 furlongs. He sees his 6 furlong races out really well. When he ran over 7 at Lingfield in May, he stayed the trip fine. He was beaten into 6, but he saw the trip out no problem. The last time that he came to Brighton was in May of last year. He hasn't been back there since, which is a bit of a surprise in itself, but he was the winner. And he does go really well on soft ground. So I'm hoping Big Bard gets the start right. Paddy Bradley is able to ride him forward. If he does, he might get an easy lead. And it's all going to come down to what gets that stands rail, judging by what we've seen so far this afternoon at Brighton. Every single winner has come hard up the rail, haven't they, in the latter stages?
They have, and they've won going away. Big Bard is top of the market now, 2-1. I'm just looking at those. I've just opened up the Racing Post, looking at the last 3 efforts. Weird start, slightly awkward start, awkward start.
He can be tricky at the stalls, but hopefully there's not going to be too many that are wanting to push forward. So Big Bard for me.
Okay.
He's been well back now as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, the money's coming. 2-1, Big Bard, 15-8, Big Bard, 15-8, Big Bard, On Song, 11-4. Otago 4-1, 9-2, Zaltala, and it's 9-1 about My Guapo. Runners then moving up into the stalls for Brighton's last race. This is the 550 over at Brighton. Big Bard. He must have something about the starting stalls because he's having a think about going in at the moment. For Team Moore and Paddy Bradley is aboard, but stall handlers are winning that argument with Big Bard. 7 furlongs, the journey. Number 2 On Song's about to go in. Here's John Hunt.
The Race Day Ready app handicap. All set over 7 furlongs. They're off and racing. Big Bard a little bit slowly into stride. Zaltala began the race brilliantly and leads the field. Restrained on the outside is On Song, and that means that the keen-going Big Bard finds himself in 2nd place, chasing Zaltala down the hill. Otago's off the pace, and so too is My Guapo and Holly Doyle, just about last of all. So they've nearly covered the first couple of furlongs, and up front, Zaltala racing with his head quite high up in the air, keen to get on with business, ahead of Big Bard in 2nd place, who's another one really keen. He's pulling his way to the front now. Just behind them, On Song keeping an eye on the pair ahead of him. Likewise, Otago's there, and at the back end of the field is My Guapo just shaken along now. So they're heading for the rail, and the final run for home this afternoon. Trouble there. On Song got hampered badly by Big Bard, who came across him at that point of the race. Big Bard on the rail now, being chased by Zaltala and Otago. On Song's chance probably gone now, and My Guapo plugging on. They head then down towards the final furlong. Otago out in front. On the rail is Big Bard. Between the two of them is Zaltala. My Guapo staying on. On Song rallying gamely as well. This not over yet. Otago leading the field. Zaltala and On Song both coming home very strongly indeed. Otago it is. How unlucky was On Song in 2nd place, and Zaltala came next.
Yeah, John, summing that up well. On Song has to be marked down as unlucky there, Martin.
Oh, he'd have won, wouldn't he? He'd have won comfortably because, to be honest, I think Paddy Bradley might be in a little bit of trouble with the stewards there because he seemed to come right across and hamper. You'd need to see the head-on to be sure, but caused all sorts of problems for On Song and Billy Loughnane. But for that interference, he would have won. I think there was still a gap there for Billy to go through, and he had half a horse through it, I think, when Big Bard came right across him. It's quite dangerous, really.
Yeah, Paddy determined to get the running rail, but that's, it looks to have cost On Song the glory there at Brighton. Now let's go to Perth. Got the 5:55 at Perth, second division of this 3-mile handicap hurdle. Runners are at the post. It's 2-1 the field here. Favourite is General Hubble, number 9. It's been a frustrating day for Gordon Elliott and Sean Bowen. 2-1 market leader. Jim Lee's Island is 100-30. Western Glen 6-1, 13-2 about Paddy Elvis and Galileo, and it's 12-1 bar. Question I've got for you, Martin, is Gordon going to go out with a winner?
Well, it's been well backed, hasn't it, this General Hubble? He's not a horse that I particularly like. He was with Kim Bailey previously, and he kind of lost his way and became quite difficult and temperamental. Now, he did make quite an eye-catching start for Gordon Elliott over fences at Killarney, last time out. But I quite like the way Jim Lee's Island won at the track last time out. That was over fences, reverts to hurdles today, Jim Lee's Island, but clearly in very good form. That was a winning start for Susan Corbett's yard as well. And I was impressed with how he travelled. He really powered through that race, won pretty readily, really. And I don't think reverting to hurdling will be too much of a problem for him. He hasn't tried it, admittedly, for quite some time, but he was kind of getting handicapped in novices when he was running over hurdles previously. Like I say, I liked the way that he won, and I think off a £5 higher mark, given that he's only just starting out for a stable that have done really well in the last couple of years with a small team of horses. I think there might be a bit more to come from Jim Lee's Island for this stable.
Okay, Jim Lee's Island, who won here then a few weeks ago. The selection of Martin Dixon, 7-2. Jim Lee's Island. Favourites now 6-4. General Hubble. And then the next one in the March Mile. And it is a race which sees Air Harbour at the top of the bedding for Mick Appleby and Ali Rawlinson. 4-1 is the latest price. Eagle Day, 5-1. Photon is 11-2. Lady of Arabia 15-2. 8-1 King of Scotia with Giorgio M at 8. 17-2 Cloudy Sky. And might as well read the other prices. Dawn of Liberation 9-1. 14-1 Tasmanian Legend. And It's a Love Thing at 33-1. So Air Harbour is the 4-1 favourite here for Ali Rawlinson and Mick Appleby. Bringing in Andrew Thornton. Wow, this is a real open class 4, isn't it?
Understatement. But the favourite hasn't been in the winners' enclosure since 2021. That's Air Harbour. Slipped down in class, and Mick Appleby has a very good habit with these kind of horses. Only one on the all-weather surface. It's still going to be a big ass, though, isn't it? Yeah, I'd rather be with. I honestly think that Cloudy Sky's got a good chance for Richard Fahey. Drawn in 1, usually a good strong traveller, likes to race up with the pace. Won at Pontefract last time out, where it seemed to suit front runners, and a horse who still could be on the up. Has only had one try on the all-weather before. That was back in May over 1.25 miles, and I think the fact is didn't really last home. They dropped back in trip last time out at Pontefract down to the mile. Previously had been run over 1.25 miles at York and Chester in some competitive races. I think it's got a great draw here in stall 1, and I think is overpriced.
Okay. Cloudy Sky comes out of stall number 1. You've got about 10 seconds to sum it up, John.
Okay, I'm worried about the draw for Lady of Arabia, otherwise I fancy that. So I'm going to be with Eagle Day from stall 2. Happy to be back here at Wolverhampton on the all-weather.
Okay, that is Eagle Day for David Evans and Dylan Hogan coming out of stall number 2, a dual course winner. That's for John O'Connell, and Cloudy Sky there for Andrew Thornton. This is the 6:30 at Wolverhampton, where Air Harbour is the 7-2 favourite. We've got about 3 to go in, maybe 2 now. One of those is Eagle Day for John O'Connell, and the last one going in is King of Scotia. Here's Ian Bartlett.
Forward also. Last 2 coming up. And the last one then, King of Scotia to 4, all good. Couple of restless. They're off. They get away. Rather leaping out of the stalls was Giorgio M. Didn't do Dawn of Liberation any favours getting away there. Photon in the pink, Air Harbour in black and red and the grey, Cloudy Sky, the leading trio. Giorgio M in the light blue, coming through to 4th position now. Eagle Days against the running rail. King of Scotia with this. The stripes of Lady of Arabia is wide. Dawn of Liberation in red and brown and the green of Tasmanian Legend behind this. And It's a Love Thing is at the back of the field as they make their way into the back straight. And Cloudy Sky has the lead. She's about a half ahead. Photon in the pink colours is running in 2nd place. Eagle Day in purple and yellows another half length further back in 3rd. And then the nose banded Air Harbour. Black and red colours. Giorgio M, the light blues up round the outside of this. And then comes Dawn of Liberation. King of Scotia in brown and beige and maroon is next. And followed by the green of Tasmanian Legend. Then Lady of Arabia, light blue sleeves on a pink cap. And behind this is It's a Love Thing, who continues to be the back marker. They're already beginning the run towards home. Cloudy Sky's about a half ahead. Photon running in 2nd. Eagle Day up against the running rail, stalking that pair. Giorgio M's flat out round the outside of them. Air Harbour comes next. These are followed by Dawn of Liberation, then King of Scotia, then Tasmania Legend, Lady of Arabia next, and It's a Love Thing. Still the back marker, but still in front and lengthening on. Cloudy Sky moves into the straight. She's 2 ahead. Eagle Day's moved into 2nd. Photon, Air Harbour behind these 3, 4. Dawn of Liberation is next. Lady of Arabia, pink cap on the left, closing well. Here's Eagle Day to tackle Cloudy Sky. Lady of Arabia is still catching these on the outside. Lady of Arabia from the back of the field grabs it and wins. Eagle Day 2nd, Cloudy Sky in 3rd. Air Harbour was 4th.
Yeah, coming from off the pace to grab the money in the end. That was number 5, Lady of Arabia for Clifford Lee and Eve Johnson Horton. Lady of Arabia, the winner, 17-2. 2nd was number 3, Eagle Day, 7-2 joint favourite. 3rd, number 9, Cloudy Sky, 12-1. Air Harbour, 4th, the other joint favourite. And it was Lady of Arabia, Andrew Thornton, who picked them up towards the end because it was Cloudy Sky just got into a nice rhythm down the back, seemed to kick off the turn. I thought Cloudy Sky was going to take some beating. Then it looked as though Eagle Day was coming to take the money and picking up those pieces. Lady of Arabia.
It was. I think Cloudy Sky was dossing a bit in front, to be perfectly honest. Went too clear, but was just away from the winner as much as anything, and wasn't doing an awful lot. So, yeah, you've got each way money on with Cloudy Sky, but out on the outside, Clifford Lee was the one who was challenging last and late. And Eve Johnson Horton's horses recently have really hit a rich vein of form, had a bit of a quiet spell for 5 or 6 weeks, which a lot of trainers often do. But Clifford Lee picking up a good spare ride here, and yeah, he's proven a bit of a go-to man now, Cliff Lee. After, his heavy association with Carl Burke, but somebody who rarely gets it wrong.
Mm-hmm. Here's a person who very rarely gets it wrong, John O'Connell.
Well, I got that one wrong because I read too much into the draw and I talked myself out of it. But yeah, it's done well to win because nothing else really got into the race from behind. It did look as if Eagle Day, things are set up absolutely perfectly from that 2-stall. Dylan Hogan got a nice run into the home straight. Didn't have to do any work really, any switching to get past the leader. But by that time on the roll, Lady of Arabia down the outside. And she's got a really good strike rate for one in this sort of grade of race. That's now 5 from 18, and 4 of those wins have been on your weather.
That was Lady of Arabia, the winner at Wolverhampton. Next race is the 6:45 at Galway, 2 mile 6 handicap chase coming up from Galway. Just look at the Racing Post website. Andrew and John, this is good news because I've often thought that, this is something we do lack in this country. A good 2 mile handicap chases. And I see that at the Kelso Borders National meeting, they've got a £75,000 2 mile handicap chase scheduled. The news is broken today. And that's good because, 2 mile handicap chases, what you think about the Grand Annual and the Red Rum Chase at the Spring Festivals, but what have you got that stands out away from those two races for 2 mile handicap chasers.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
So this is...
But yeah, I was just going to say, you've got the, the first, you've got the 2.5 mile old Rowan chase, which stands out, which you get some 2 milers having a crack at. But you don't have, for me, there's too many graded races, open handicaps for good prize money. If there's good prize money in, people aren't frightened to let their horses carry weight. Get rid of some of these graded races, which don't mean too much, and put on the prize money. I'll go back to the old, the one that used to stand out. It's got to be Ascot, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Desert Orchid, Panto Prince.
Exactly.
Limited handicap that was.
Yep.
For the prize money, and why that ever went to a conditions chase, I will never know.
Yeah. It was always, Andrew, it was always considered to be the big betting race of the month for the whole of January. And you always, you've got a top-notch chaser in that race, 2 miler, giving the weight away because it was a limited handicap, it's serious money, and it was a good betting heat. And what's happened in recent years? 3 or 4 runners with a favourite that goes off at an extremely prohibitive price. And what good is that to the industry?
Absolutely none. And it's a case of don't bow down to trainer pressure by saying, oh, we need this or we need the top trainers. Personally, you put the prize money on, they will turn up. 2 milers carrying top weight, I'd go and look at Denman running around the Hennessy over 3 mile 2. Weight is about having good horses taking and giving. Handicap's are all about giving everybody a chance.
Yeah.
But if you've got the best horse in the race, you'll never be frightened about giving away weight to lesser horses, or not inferior, but lower graded horses. But on the flip side, you'll be very happy to have a crack at a better horse if you've got 10-7, 10-9, 10-10 to carry.
Yeah.
It just makes sense to have good handicaps through and through. Get rid of some of these non-events, which are graded races where you have a handful of runners.
I'm sure you agree, don't you, John?
Absolutely spot on about the graded events. Yeah, there are far too many of them. The Victor Chandler Chase, as you called it, the Ascot race, is a prime example of that. But the other thing I would say is that is on the weekend. I'm pretty sure that's the weekend the Kelso race you mentioned of the Tingle Creek, which wouldn't affect it because you're not going to get the same horses going. But Ascot do stage some very valuable 2 mile handicap chases during the season. And they simply don't get the support for them at all. You normally end up getting 8 or 9 runners. Paul Nichols will always have a few that he'll send there. Venetia Williams normally targets it. I think So Scottish has been going for them from Emmett Mullen stable over in Ireland. But they're 75 grand races that should have 15, 16 runners. They should almost be balloting horses out. But it doesn't happen. And yet, for whatever reason, twice as many are happy to, well, I know the reason, but twice as many will be happy to go for the same money virtually at the festival for the Grand Annual Chase. Obviously, because it's the kudos for winning at Cheltenham, if you like. But those Ascot races haven't held up. Hopefully, we'll get a different type of animal for the Kelso race. It'll be a little bit more northern heavy, hopefully, but it should, and it deserves to get a really good turnout for it, and I hope the trainers go for it.
John, one thing I'll say, though, if you go back and have a look at Ascot chases throughout, I'd go 80s, 90s, there'd be less runners back then than what there have been in the last 10 years. There was a lot less runners. I can remember Sue Smith going down there with the likes of Kildymore and horses because there were small fields. They've all, trends. Ascot have primarily, they'd never had big fields in the 80s and 90s. Wiz will probably remember.
Yeah.
But they're better supported now than they used to be.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But the 2 mile handicap chases that they have at that Ascot meeting are relatively newish races, and they haven't caught on for some reason. They'd be getting sort of 10 runners, but they should be getting a deal more than that. So Just looking at actually last year, Boot Hill won. Here we go, 65,000 to the winner. It was a 100 grand plus race. 8 horses turned up. The winner was Boot Hill for Harry Fry. That was at the November meeting. That's the same day, by the way, to give you a guide, as the Betfair Chase at Haydock. But I think 8 would be par for the course. And you're absolutely right. Ascot have generally suffered in a lot of those 2-mile races, but it's a bit. You think, they could do better than that.
But going back to to Andrew's original point, I do agree. We should be getting rid of some of these graded races, these uncompetitive trainer benefit races. We should be getting rid of some of these.
Absolutely. Then they can't be good for the levy. Occasionally you get a really good watch, but it's generally not that way, is it? And we've had a few farces, especially at Ascot, come and think of it, last season. It's the 2 that spring to mind. One was the Tingle Creek, but certainly the Ascot one in mid-January. You mentioned about the Desert Orchid, and I remember actually it must be one of the last of them. Was it Azertiop and Isio?
That was a cracking race. Absolutely, magical.
It was, and I actually think they got a bit of a turnout. They got a bit of a decent turnout for the race. I think they had quite a few runners, which we mentioned there that don't always get at Ascot, but. I've got it here in front of me. 13 runners in that. Isio beat Azertiop. 13 turned up, and there was good prize money then. But maybe it's just I don't know. Trainers don't seem to be pointing their horses that way at the moment. Hopefully, it'll change.
Right. So that was the news anyway about Kelso introducing a 2-mile handicap chase worth 75 grand at the Borders National Meeting. Real go-ahead course, Kelso. Let's go to Galway. Got the 6:45 race coming up from Galway. It is a handicap chase over 2 miles 6. Number 11, Natural Breeze, the non-runner, leaves the field of 10 to face the starter. 5 to the field here, with Never a Dull Moment at the top of the betting. Horses won a couple of times at Galway in the past. Just 3 then is 130 second in. Centurion Steel is trading at 15 to 2. It's 8 to 1 about Maronstown. 10 to 1, a couple of them, Bocelli's Voice and King Ferdinand, and bigger prices about the rest of them. Let's bring in Andrew Thornton then here at Galway, where Never a Dull Moment tops the market in the McManus Silks and comes here having won at the big meeting. That was over hurdles.
It was, Wiz, and it's a case of can he be as good? He's still a maiden over fences. They dropped back to hurdles last time out after some chases. That was the run over hurdles last time was off the back of a break. It was on soft ground. 2 things worry me a little bit. The ground's drying up, and he hasn't quite shown that he's as good a chaser as what he is over hurdles. So that definitely worries me. To the fact of can he reproduce what he did last time out? He's off the same mark today. Charlie O'Dwyer rode him last time out, taking off a couple of pounds. This is a slightly better race. So I have slight reservations about the favourite, and I'm going to go against him. And Paul Gilligan's horse have been in great form. Jack Gilligan's taking the ride on Just 3 here, and Just 3's only had the 4 starts over fences. To gain in Ireland, you have to have the 3 starts, and I think this horse has gained a bit of experience. He hasn't got overly competitive over the larger obstacles so far, but I think he's a good chance of getting competitive today.
That is Just 3 for Team Gilligan, and Just 3 is second in at 3 to 1. We've already seen them in the winner's circle here today. Let's now join John O'Connell for his view on this race at Galway. Never a Dull Moment, top of the market, 9 to 4, 3 to 1, Just 3, and it's 8 to 1 bar the front 2 now, John.
I'm going with Andrew on this one. I'm going with Just 3 as well. Had a run just as recently as Friday at Kilbeggan behind an impressive runaway winner then, Marv Michael of Henry de Bromhead's. And it was just put into the race later on, got a bit of experience, Just 3, but got the impression, given he's got the entry here already, that today might have been a bit of a plan. So I'm going to be with Just 3. The favourite, loves it here, and it could leave that chasing form behind now it's back here at Galway, but I'm happy enough to be with the world back to just 3, a second favourite.
Yeah, the market leader, Never a Dull Moments, 2 career wins over hurdles, both here at Galway. Runners are down at the start, just 3. The selection of our pundits, 3-1. And then it's 15-2 about Centurion Steel and Bocelli's Voice, 9-1 Shantou Show, 10-1 Bar, all at the post here. Any other horses tickle any of your fancies here, guys?
I make a mention of Shantou Show. There's been money round for the horse. Not the best of form at the moment, pulled up last time, tailed off before then, but there has been a bit of support. So given what we saw about an hour ago in Division 2 of the long distance hurdle when it was a world back winner, probably it's worth keeping an eye on.
Okay, Shantou Show, who has got Hunter Chase and point-to-point winning form. Shantou Show, 9-1 is the price of that horse as Never a Dull Moment tops the market at 5-2. Looks to the starters about to call him in for this handicap chase, the 6:45 at Galway, race 7 of 8 on their card this evening. 2 miles, 6.5 furlongs is the trip. They're lining up at the top of the straight. Here's Jerry Hannon.
Often running over 2 3/4 miles, the Kenny Developments handicap chase. Heading out on the first of 2 full circuits. Wide across the track, Lake Chad, just 3 in the centre is Bocelli's Voice. Extreme far side is Centurion Steel, followed by Marenstown and Shantou Show. King Ferdinand, Never a Dull Moment, as they go to the first of 14 fences. All safely over. Centurion Steel and Lake Chad go to the bend, followed by Marenstown, just 3. Bocelli's Voice, Never a Dull Moment, Shantou Show, King Ferdinand, and the top weight Macalone. Dropped out is Too Far East is West. On they go to fence number 2. Centurion Steel goes on by a couple of lengths to Lake Chad. And he just third Marenstown from an improving Never a Dull Moment on the inside of just 3. Then Bocelli's Voice, King Ferdinand, Macalone. Losing ground towards rear division is Shantou Show, trailing the field by 2.5 lengths. Too Far East is West. Going to the next up the far side. Fence number 3, Centurion Steel, the leader. From Lake Chad, Marenstown, just 3. King Ferdinand next, and Never a Dull Moment after the festival winner. Shantou Show, and then Bocelli's Voice, Macalone, and Too Far East is West. The Ditch, which is the 4th. Centurion Steel shows in the lead by a couple of lengths to Lake Chad, Marenstown. Just 3 jumped it sideways. And then King Ferdinand, Never a Dull Moment, having lost his arms. Jack Gilligan on the 8, just 3. Coming downhill to the next 2 fences, which are 6 and 7. Centurion Steel, the leader, from Lake Chad, Marenstown. And the started plus just 3. King Ferdinand, Never a Dull Moment. Bocelli's Voice, Macalone, Shantou Show, Too Far East is West. Centurion Steel, slight mistake. Out wide, just 3. Up the inner is Lake Chad, who jumps on. So turning into the straight, coming back to the point at which they started. Shantou Show is getting reminders at the back. Just 3. It's carrying on regardless. They turned in to the point at which they started, but has been brought very wide, just 3 by Jack Gilligan. Lake Chad the Grey, just with the lead from Centurion Steel. Then Marenstown, King Ferdinand, Never a Dull Moment. They see out their first circuit. Another 7 fences left to jump. Just 3. Being brought under control by Jack Gilligan. Taken out of the race. Finishing next time, Lake Chad by length to Centurion Steel, another length to Marenstown, Never a Dull Moment. Then King Ferdinand, Macalone, Bocelli's Voice, Too Far East is West, and Shantou Show. They're past the halfway stage in the Kenny Developments handicap chase. Lake Chad goes on by 2 lengths to Centurion Steel. On the inside is Never a Dull Moment with Marenstown in between horses. Then King Ferdinand, Macalone, Bocelli's Voice, Too Far East is West, and Shantou Show. inside the final mile. 6 fences left to jump. It's Lake Chad and Brian Hayes by 2 lengths to Centurion Steel. Carl Miller, good jump up on the inside by Never a Dull Moment. Took him into second under Mark Walsh. And then Maddenstown, King Ferdinand, Macaloni, Bocelli's Voice. Too Far East is West, and still struggling on is Shantou Show. 7 furlongs to go. 5 fences left to jump. It's Lake Chad, still up there in front from Maddenstown. A couple of lengths between 1 and 2. Then Never a Dull Moment. Centurion Steel starting to fall away. Passed by King Ferdinand. And then Macaloni, Bocelli's Voice. Going to the second last fence up the back straight. This will be 4 from the finish. And it's Lake Chad at the last ditch. Into it. Popped it in a lead of a couple of lengths over Never a Dull Moment on the inside of Maddenstown. And then King Ferdinand, Macaloni, Bocelli's Voice. Too Far East is West. Centurion Steel. And at the rear is Shantou Show. Turning with 5 furlongs to go. 2 fences left to jump. And it is Lake Chad approaching a lead of 3 lengths at the top turn from Never a Dull Moment, who looks poised in second, then Maddenstown, Macaloni up in a fourth, and then King Ferdinand. Too Far East is West, Bocelli's Voice, Centurion Steel, and the main body of the field have dropped Shantou Show. Coming down towards the second last, and it is Lake Chad with Never a Dull Moment, looking ominous on the outside, and jumped on into the lead, did Never a Dull Moment, coming to the final fence, and it is Never a Dull Moment over the last, as the margin widens on the turn into the straight from Macaloni, who's running on into second, ahead of Lake Chad, who's no more to give, and then Too Far East is West and Maddenstown. But running round the home turn, it is Never a Dull Moment by 5 to 6 lengths of Macaloni, Lake Chad, Too Far East is West, followed up the hill by Maddenstown, Bocelli's Voice, Centurion Steel, King Ferdinand, Shantou Show, but it is Never a Dull Moment, and Mark Walsh in the lead and coasting to victory in the Kenny Developments Handicap Chase. Never a Dull Moment continues to do all he's winning here at Galway. Second is Macaloni, and Too Far East is West third.
Yeah, it's another easy winner. That is Never a Dull Moment in the hands of Mark Walsh, the 9-4 favourite. Second, number 1, McGilly Loney at 16 to 1, and third, number 5, Too Far East is West, and that horse has returned at 66 to 1. It was all about Never a Dull Moment there, Andrew Thornton. Then there was never a dull moment in that race, because sadly for you guys, it all went wrong for Just 3 at an early stage.
Well, I think Never a Dull Moment, when that had happened, this horse would probably go about 2s on the way he was travelling and jump. He was on springs today and just travelled through the race. Mark Walsh was 3 lengths behind with 2 to jump. Suddenly he jumped the second last. He was 3 in front. He only put 8 strides between the second last and the last, whereas a few of the others were sort of 9 and 10. He was just so easy going through the race. He's absolutely bolted up, and it's hard to believe that he hadn't won over fences before now.
But bringing John, this is his beloved track.
It is. They don't have many more meetings. They've got one at the end of October. I'm not quite sure if it's a flat or a jumps card, but he's absolutely bolted up. He's going to get probably a £10 rise for this, but he's deserved it. It's just a pity that the only serious market rival was out of the race after less than a mile. So frustrating for us and punters, and the connections of the well-backed Just 3 as well, who there was real support for today. So given the way it's happened as well, but the winner's absolutely bolted up, and given how well he's travelled, Just 3 would have had to have been really on song to have beaten this horse.
It's Never a Dull Moment, the winner there at Galway, and a very, very easy winner as well for Mark Walsh, jumping those last 2 fences and then climbing the hill, and that long run in here at Galway, but winning in really good style. We'll have a talk about the Ledger after this next race, talk about some of the weekend's highlights after this next race. Got some betting in on the Ledger and other weekend highlights. It's going to be some weekend next weekend with the St. Ledger on both sides of the Irish Sea, the Irish Champion Stakes at Leopardstown. All to come. Had an email here from Martin, and here's one I'm sure the guys will answer. He said, he's got a question. Meaning of buy back in a claimer. He said, hi, would you be able to explain what the meaning of to buy back a horse that wins a claimer, and does it cost the original owner anything? Do you want to jump in there, Andrew or John?
Has John ever bought anything back in a claimer?
John, have you?
No, I haven't. Never got involved at all. I'm thinking more sellers, though. Don't you buy them back mainly from a seller?
Well, in a claimer, you can. Yeah, exactly. In a if you're running horses in claimers, you can't buy them back. You can put in a counterclaim. You can put in a claim to, if there's 4 or 5 go into a hat, you can also put your name in to claim it back. The trainer can put in a claim. You can go that way, but buying, you only buy a seller back in. You can't. You can counterclaim, but as far as a seller's concerned, the horse goes to auction. You bid against the person who's bidding against you, and that's how you buy that back in. And you have to pay a percentage, which will go to the race course to buy it back in.
That's right. I'm pretty sure. I think I'm right in saying that when you see after a seller a horse, the winner's been bought back in for £10,000, we'll just say, I'm pretty sure that the people who buy it in, the owner or stroke trainer, doesn't pay £10,000.
No.
If a different owner has come in to purchase it, then they are paying £10,000. But if it's the original one, then they're paying a percentage, as you say. It's not £10,000 though.
The race course will receive, if the horse is sold, the race course will receive a percentage of what it is sold for, and there'll be a buyer's premium and a seller's premium. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Hopefully, yeah. It does to me.
Yeah. Selling races. What's happened to selling races, boys?
Good question. I think there's some race courses like having them. There's the valuable one at York. There's quite a few. There's one or two valuable. There's one at Goodwood. There's one at York. But further down the scale, jumping, there's Leicester have. They definitely probably have more than most, and so do Fakenham. But I can remember back in the, I'd go late 90s, 2000s, Martin Pipe would win, I would say, sellers and claimers, 30 or 40 a season.
Yeah. We'll come back to that in a second. Runners are at the post at Wolverhampton. Got a 7 furlong handicap where Chalk Mountain is 15-8, Ultramarine 3-1, Surprise Picture is 7-2, 11-2 Roaring Ralph, Northcliffe 16s, Cappuccinero 16s, 33-1 about Knights over Egypt. Bringing in John O'Connell here. John, Chalk Mountain then tops the market for Stuart Kittow, comes here having won comfortably at Southwell. But there are other horses in this race that are last time out winners. You've got Surprise Picture, who won as recently as last Thursday, for instance, here at Wolverhampton, and Roaring Ralph, who won earlier in the week at Southwell.
Cracking little race of its kind, isn't it? As you mentioned, 3 horses have won in the last 6 days, so all those carrying penalties. Chalk Mountain, very much the one that the public have latched onto, strong at the top of the betting for Rob Hornby. I get that. But I'm going to be just about with Surprise Picture for the massively informed Grant Stewart, whose win was here at Wolverhampton, loves it here. Admittedly, that wasn't a stronger race at all, 0-65 as the other ones last week. But given his course form and given the form of the yard, I'll just about be with Surprise Picture. But this is a strong race for the grade.
Yeah, it is a strong race. So Surprise Picture then carrying the £5 penalty amongst one of 3 horses carrying that £5 penalty in this race. Surprise Picture, the selection of John O'Connell at 130. Andrew?
I'll go with a horse that hasn't got a penalty, and that's Ultramarine for Dave Evans. Draw-wise, we're drawn wide here in one of the outside berths here. But it's only a small field, so I don't see it as too much of a negative. And the fact the horse doesn't have a penalty to carry, I think, is certainly a positive. So the horse has got winning form round here. off a pound higher mark, and won a couple of times at Kempton in the early part of the season. Went off the boil a little, but has come back on the boil. And as I say, just with the way the penalties streamed here, I think this horse could go very close.
Okay, that's Ultramarine for Dave Evans, Dylan Hogan in the saddle, 3-1. Chalk Mountain tops the market at 15-8. Here's Ian Bartlett at Wolverhampton.
They're ready. They're off. Race over 7 furlongs as they get away here, running towards the first turn pretty quickly. Surprise Picture and Chalk Mountain are the first two to go through and have the advantage. Roaring Ralph is with those. Knights Over Egypt, 3 deep on the course. Cappuccinero follows those as they level up now into the back straight. Then Ultramarine, and with the cheek pieces on, Northcliffe is at the rear of the field. White Jacket then, Surprise Picture sets him a decent clip here, leads by a neck only to Knights Over Egypt in the red jacket running in second, and then comes Roaring Ralph in red and yellow up round the outside of Chalk Mountain, the grey against the running rail. Behind these, one off the rail is Cappuccinero, the hoop colours, and then comes Ultramarine in white and black, and Northcliffe 2 lengths behind those in black and orange, but heading now towards the crown of the bend, and Surprise Picture still has the lead, now by about a half length. Knights Over Egypt in second place, Chalk Mountain right on the heels in third place, and then on the left with the red headgear is Roaring Ralph. Behind these, Cappuccinero, Ultramarine and Northcliffe. Levelling up into the home straight, Surprise Picture continues to have the advantage. Chalk Mountain coming through with a challenge. Knights Over Egypt and also Roaring Ralph are there. Ultramarine trying to close against the running rail. Inside the final furlong now. Chalk Mountain comes to go past Surprise Picture, and Chalk Mountain, Rob Hornby, pretty easy really. Surprise Picture second, a 3-way thing for second. Knights Over Egypt on the outside, Cappuccinero, and between them was Roaring Ralph.
Well, it was horses carrying the penalty that dominated the finish there, and that's these 3.
Don't forget to use my coupon code GreenDot750. By using this code, you're really helping out the channel. Please help keep making these videos. It's pretty back. Let's get back to the video. The other pilot is following the route on the flight line view, represented by this new gentleman here. This moving map display makes navigation more intuitive than in previous years when using dials were used. On it, the plane is represented by this triangle. The route it's following is a magenta, and other waypoints and airports can be displayed on the screen as well. It also has the advantage of being able to display weather directly on the plane's weather radar, and it can show other nearby airports. But unlike what you might think, this map does not use GPS to tell the plane's position. That's because the 737-300 did not have a GPS. GPS is a relatively new addition to commercial aircraft, and even though it began being introduced in the 1990s, it didn't really become standard until the 2010s. Rather than GPS, position information displayed on this map is derived mainly from the aircraft's inertial reference units, which we mentioned earlier. Inertial reference units use gyroscopes, which are spun up at the start of the flight while the plane is stationary at the gate, and which then detect acceleration in different directions as the plane starts moving. Although not as accurate as GPS, they are still precise enough for navigation, and they have the benefit of being entirely self-contained. No satellites, no radio signals, and no magnets. Just a fast spinning mass which detects the plane's movement as it flies and displays it on its map. So, as the pilots monitored the flight's progress, they weren't looking at some true objective representation of where the plane was. Rather, they were looking at the calculations of the IOU, which was simply being displayed in electronic form. However, the IOU wasn't the only source of position information. The plane's computers also tuned into nearby radio bands and factored in their direction and distance to help calculate the aircraft's position, in addition to the information from the IOU. Having multiple sources of information like this allows the computers to calculate the aircraft's position with high precision. I know that that's a lot of information to take in, but it's important to cover it in order to fully understand what is now about to happen. About 15 minutes after takeoff, Flight 782 reached its cruising altitude of 33,000 feet. Not long after that, the pilots passed air traffic control for a short trip. By routing direct to a waypoint called Cypriot, they would be able to cut some intermediate waypoints out and save some time en route. The controller flew through the Cypriot, and the first officer used his flight management computer to send the plane directly to it. All was well as the plane turned left onto its new course. As they left the Cardiff airspace, the pilots contacted Bali air traffic control. They would be with Bali for a few minutes before being transferred to Uji Alam Control, the final enemy controller, before they began their descent into Makassar. These would be the last few normal moments in Air Flight 782. At 25 minutes past 7 that morning, according to the pilots, the flight management computer quietly switched from IRE 1 to IRE 2. It was now getting its position information from the unit that the engineers installed back on the ground before departure. The pilots had tested this unit on the ground and all the information was normal. But now, over the Java Sea, it began to change. Bit by bit, it started to provide the flight management computer with false information about the plane's position. As a result, the plane now began a gentle right-hand turn, barely perceptible to the pilots. The plane thought it was going in a straight line, because the IRE said that it was, and this is what showed up on the pilot's navigation displays. Even the compass headings showed the plane to be flying on track. The pilots had been trained to believe their instruments. Now, their instruments were lying to them. A caution message popped up on the flight management computer, saying IRS now only. This meant that the plane was getting its position entirely from the inertial reference unit, and not from any radio beacons on the ground. IRS now only, as in the only source of navigation information, is the IRS, or the inertial reference system. As far as the pilots were concerned, this wasn't anything to be counted on. All it meant was that the plane was simply out of range of any radio beacons, which it would normally tune into to more accurately determine the plane's position. This wasn't too surprising out over the sea. And anyway, as long as the IRE was working, it should have been more than capable of keeping track of the plane's position. The first officer cleared this caution message, and with no awareness that anything was amiss, the pilots began briefing the arrival into Makassar. They checked the weather reports for the area, which showed that the skies were clear of clouds and the visibility was good. Their plan was to make a visual approach to runway 31, the Air Force Northwest area. And this morning, they were the only flight approaching the area from the west, and they expected a hassle-free ride. Bali Air Traffic Control then handed the flight out to the ground control, the final enemy controller for their flight. When the first officer radioed the new controller, he got his second circuit of the day. He was now cleared directly to the Makassar Ward, which is the radio beacon at the airport itself. The first officer programmed this waypoint into the flight management computer and set the plane on its new course. From here on out, the pilot would be flying directly to the airport. As far as they were concerned, they were now in the home straight. With the aircraft's position information coming from the faulty IRE, the navigation display showed the Makassar beacon as being straight ahead, roughly east of the aircraft. In reality, the plane was still turning to the south, and the beacon was now off to its left-hand side. Both pilots and passengers were completely oblivious as the plane drifted further and further away from its planned route. However, the pilots weren't the only ones who were supposed to be monitoring the plane's flight path. Where was air traffic control when it this? Hadn't they noticed the plane turning? At this point, it was already 10 miles off course. As it happened, the controllers had a system called RAM, or Route Appearance Monitoring, which was designed to alert them whenever a flight deviated from its planned route by more than 10 miles. The only problem was that the warning had been incorrectly to air traffic control, telling them that they were passing this waypoint, and the controller handed them off to the next controller of the route. When a plane goes off track, it's essential for the pilots to determine its position as quickly as possible. That's because at the speed that jet aircraft travel, even just a few minutes of going off course can bring the aircraft dozens of miles from where it is supposed to be. In the case of Flight 782, for every minute the plane flew, it was going off course by 30
Do 4-1 Clever Minded, 12-1 Bar. So you've got those few at the top of the betting. And it's a daughter of Yates who leads the market here. Andrew.
Looks the part on pedigree. Dam is related to the German mile winner, Group 3 winner, Cherry Denon. And, you know, the Patrick Mullins is riding for Willie. Paul Byrne-Owens looks fit, looks ready, short in the market. You're taking on a horse who has got form, but I'd rather be with the newcomer. You know, the second in hasn't won yet and has had 2 chances. You're put off by the price, but don't be.
Okay. And John?
Yeah, I'll go for Mathael then, the second in for John Gleeson. The drying ground would help. They've clearly been targeting this sort of good ground races, and it may not be good enough, but I'll give it a chance anyway. But tricky little finale for sure.
Okay, this is the Mayor's Bumper, the 7:15 race here at what looks to be a blustery Galway. Race 8, we're on the flat at Galway tomorrow. Good card there tomorrow. This is the final race of tonight's jumping programme here at Galway. Big field, 10 to 11 now. Mummy Derry, the top of the market for Willie and Patrick Mullins. They are lining up. Here's Jerry Hannon at Galway.
If nothing in the map matched what they were seeing inside, they checked with the warning, which up until this point had been showing the max of beacon straight there. But now it too was acting. The inoperative flag had appeared on the instrument, indicating either the instrument wasn't working or the inoperative beacon was out of range.
Lining up.
This didn't make sense.
Away they go over 2 wides. The concluding Irish EBF Mayor's Bumper. Dancing Dame first to show in front, now taken on by Mummy Derry. In between them is Mehel and Clever Minded as they race the end of a furlong. And it is Mummy Derry taking up an early lead, followed by Dancing Dame, Clever Minded, Mehel. On the outside is She's Poetry, followed by The Cuckoo. In between horses, Atomic Queen, then Annie Hope Harriet. Tightly grouped, turning to head down into the dip. It's Mummy Derry. Just with the edge from Mehel. Running the rail as Dancing Dame was Clever Minded, followed by Atomic Queen and The Cuckoo. Down the hill they come. Pretty well stacked up. It's Mummy Derry, just holding sway over Dancing Dame. Clever Minded, Mehel, Atomic Queen, The Cuckoo. On the inside is Colleen Das, followed by Annie Hope Harriet. Minnie Mongus is next. They climb uphill inside their final mile and a half. Mummy Derry, rejoined by Dancing Dame. In between them is Clever Minded, followed by Annie Hope Harriet and Mehel, those two racing together. Colleen Das next with Atomic Queen and Minnie Mongus, The Cuckoo. Around the outside is She's Poetry. These are tracked by Angel's Peak and Her Exact and Scarlet Purse. At the back, both Madam Jess and Quain Gal. Inside the furlong point, and it's Dancing Dame who's moved on into the lead from Clever Minded, followed by Mummy Derry, Mehel. On the stand side is She's Poetry. In between horses is Atomic Queen and then Annie Hope Harriet, Minnie Mongus, Colleen Das, The Cuckoo, then Scarlet Purse, Angel's Peak as they continue towards the halfway stage. After Angel's Peak, Madam Jess and Her Exact, and trailing the field by a few lengths is a Quaint Gal. Reaching the halfway stage, and the leader is Dancing Dame and David Doyle, gone on by less than 2 lengths to Clever Minded, Finney Maguire. Shuffled back into 3rd place, Mummy Derry and Patrick Mullins, then Mehel, She's Poetry, Annie Hope Harriet, Minnie Mongus next, and then Atomic Queen, followed by The Cuckoo. On the inside is Colleen Das. After them in mid-division is Angel's Peak, followed by Scarlet Purse, racing together Her Exact, Madam Jess, and 4 lengths to a Quaint Gal. 7 furlongs out, and it's Dancing Dame, retaining a lead of a length over Clever Minded. Close up 3rd in the pale blue jacket is Mummy Derry. On the inside, improving is Colleen Das with Annie Hope Harriet. They're followed by Mehel. Right with them is She's Poetry, then Minnie Mongus, The Cuckoo. Passing their point of departure, 5.5 furlongs to go from here in the Irish EBF Mayor's Bumper, and it's Dancing Dame with a reduced advantage over Clever Minded, Mummy Derry, Mehel, working out to She's Poetry. On the inside in the black and white is Colleen Das with Annie Hope Harriet and Minnie Mongus is next. These are being followed by The Cuckoo. Next on the inside is Angel's Peak as they race down the hill. Dancing Dame is the leader by length with half a mile to go, followed by On the inside, Clever Minded. Then Mummy Derry, who's now squeezed along. Mehel tracks closely with Colin Das next. These are being followed by an improving Angel's Peak on the inside of Minnie Mongus. After them, She's Poetry and the Cuckoo, and the back marker of the leading group, Annie Hope Harriet. Climbing for the home turn, Dancing Dame, rejoined by Mummy Derry, and between them is Clever Minded. Coming with the runners, Mehel. These four are abreast, two clear of Colin Das. After them on the inside, Angel's Peak, and then Minnie Mongus as these break away from the remainder. Round the bend for home, with just over a furlong to go. And look together, Mehel on the outside of Mummy Derry, followed by Dancing Dame, and then Colin Das. A gap then to Clever Minded, who's being followed by Minnie Mongus. Inside the final 200 yards, and it is Mehel getting the upper hand from Mummy Derry. In third place is Colin Das, whose rider's saddle has gone sideways, but it is Mehel, rewarded for her consistency, seeing off Mummy Derry by 3/4 of a length. In third place was Colin Das, clear from Dancing Dame and then Minnie Mongus.
So, victory there goes to Methil. Second was Mummy Derry. And third was number 3, Colleen Das. The SPs here at Galway to the 7:15 were as follows. Winner, number 8, Methil, 7-2, John Gleeson aboard. Second, number 16, Mummy Derry, 10-11 favourite. Third, number 3, Colleen Das, who has returned at the price of 20-1. Alan O'Sullivan there had a slipping saddle. John O'Connell, I'm just going to bring you in here.
Yeah.
Do you know what I watched during that race? Just for a minute.
Go on.
Was the William Hill Sprint Championship, i.e. the Nunthorpe, right, won by Sharpo. Are these not the Sharpo colours? Or something similar?
Sharpo's colours, actually, I'm going to have a look at this. Well, Sharpo's colours were officially blue bird's eye.
Bird's eye, yeah. And I'm not sure if these are actually the same sort of colours, but different. Not the same owner, because it was Monica Sheriff that owned Sharpo.
It was. I just wonder. Yeah, because according to the Racing Post site, it looks a lighter blue, but when you see it on the screen, it does look like the darker blue that Sharpo had.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sure she's not around to have horses, Monica Sheriff, so is it possible that the owner can buy them? Or
possibly. I think
if you don't re-register them each year, then they become, up for grabs, if that makes sense.
But then again, you're going to be talking here, boys, two different jurisdictions, a British one and an Irish one, so you can register the same colours, can't you? You can register colours in Ireland that might be registered in Britain by somebody else.
I honestly don't know that. No? Well, I can't remember any horses running over, I don't know.
No.
As far as this win is concerned, John Gleeson,
he's giving it a ride.
He's got the horse beautifully settled early doors, and that's what did for the second. She was just too keen. She did too much in the first mile, whereas Methil has switched off, relaxed, and then John Gleeson has taken the second on when she's just come off the bridle, where I think Patrick would have loved to have just got her up the hill and turned in with a breather, but he hasn't been allowed to do it. And John Gleeson taking the 5 off, he's great value for that. And I think the third, I don't think the lead cloth went missing for Alan O'Sullivan on Kaelin Day. Yeah. So I think you'll be okay for the third if you back that one each way. Okay. But you better just wait for the weighed-in signal. But the jockey on the winner, I think Peter Bowen brought John Gleeson over to ride a winner there not so long ago, and he's just a very talented rider who, talented Grade 1 winning rider.
Of course, Cheltenham Festival. Yeah. And didn't it win at Punchestown as well, that horse that won at Cheltenham Festival?
Did.
Yeah. He's only about 20, isn't he, or something? He's very young, I know that.
Have you stopped watching the Abbey and the William Hill Championship now and the July Cup?
No, I haven't. No.
I'm sure these are the Sharpo colours. Anyway, Methil has won. Watching the Mullinses have a winner at Bangor on Dee last week. Patrick in an interview on the TV, Andrew was playing down, thinking about the championship at this stage. Are they going to hit the lids? Are they going to hit the lids running from an earlier stage in the season? in a quest to retain the British Jump Trainers Championship. And he just played it down. He said, no, we'll just, basically just work away at it and see where we're at come the spring.
What you mean? Those horses have been getting qualified at Worcester for the £70,000 handicap in
That's
about
what he said.
3 weeks'
That's
time.
what the man
He's
said.
Well, he might not be thinking about it, but David Casey, who does all the placing, will be. So the answer to the question that he was asked is probably correct.
Right.
In theory, the man who does the placing has got his finger on the pulse.
Yes.
I think that's probably the best way to describe it. But, on last year's exploits, they don't really need to think about it too much before Cheltenham.
No.
With the ammunition that they've got to fire. But they will... You can tell already that there's days where there's no racing in Ireland where... what's interesting from my point of view is in Ireland, Patrick can only have, I think it's 75 rides against professionals in Ireland. But I'm not sure whether it's reciprocated in England. And I doubt it is.
Right.
So in that respect, whatever he's riding over here, it doesn't influence what happens over in Ireland.
The numbers in Ireland, right.
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh, by the way,
it adds spice, though.
Of course it does. I certainly don't have a problem with it. I think it was fantastic. I thought for last season, the last few weeks.
I
of the
also
season.
think that having won the title last season, he would also have noticed earlier in last season, before the Cheltenham Festival in March, Gavin Cromwell was the winning most trainer at Cheltenham last year, going up to that. So Willie Mullins would be thinking, well, Gavin Cromwell, if he's winning 6 or 7 handicap chases and handicap hurdles at Cheltenham, I could surely pick up some of these at the October and the November and December meetings and so on. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see more Willie Mullins handicappers over for those Cheltenham pre-Christmas meetings.
Okay. Well, never mind just Cheltenham, John. Where did Gavin Cromwell have a lot of success?
Well, he had him at Haydock, didn't he?
Ascot as well.
He had a double at Haydock, didn't he, on the big February meeting? Yeah, he had a fantastic time over here. So I'm sure Willie Mullins would have looked at that and just thought, if Gavin Cromwell can have these, I've got more horses to call on than he has. So instead of having 5 or 6 of his running against each other in the Theisters chase, he can send 2 of those over to Doncaster maybe that week.
Yeah.
It was it won't be Willie Mullins. It'll be David Casey.
Yeah.
Darren's been in touch. Darren Nayley says, as a 3-year-old, myself won a Nottingham Claimer on the flat, achieving an RPR of 53.
Oh, that's a great shout.
Obviously underperformed in that Claimer, I would suggest.
Yeah.
That is a cracking shout.
Ran twice at the Cheltenham Festival.
Yeah.
Which I'm not sure you can do now.
No, you can't.
You wouldn't be. No, you couldn't do it now, could you?
Yeah.
Which is a shame. There's several winners. I mean, I remember my young man, was it, who went for the double. I think he was first and second. It's a shame that it's a shame for those 2 milers, and it's a shame. It should be left to the trainers.
Mentioned earlier that Martin Pipe, the champion hurdler that Martin Pipe got out of a Claimer, one of the owners was John Inverdale. Right. And he, the 5 Live guy, and he was part of the consortium with Henry Candy. And of course, when I won a Claimer, they just said, no, we'll just take the money at the auction afterwards or whatever. We won't buy it back in or whatever. It'll make it reclaim the horse. And about 18 months later, they were almost mopping up everything under Martin Pipe's tutelage.
Yeah, John Inverdale doesn't like to think that he did own a champion hurdle winner.
Yeah, in brackets, at one time.
At one time. You're talking about your horses running at Cheltenham 2 days on the bounce. I mean, back in the day, didn't Flying Bolt win the champion chase, finished second in the champion hurdle or something like that, John?
Yeah, I can't remember which order, but I think He won the champion chase and was turned over at hot favourite for the champion hurdle.
On consecutive days.
Yeah, that's right. And years ago, what we now know as the Ryanair chase, that was used to be called the Cathcart chase, or
Indeed.
It was a variation of it, if you like. And very often, way back, that race was the last of the 3 days, when it was a 3-day festival, and a lot of horses would be entered in there having run already in the Arkle Chase or the Grand Annual or the Queen Mother Champion Chase, or Champion Chase as was then. So a lot of horses ran in the Cathcart Chase as their second go of the meeting.
Yeah. Anyway, let's go to Wolverhampton. Number 4, Help Me Rhonda, for James Fanshawe and Daniel Muscat, is 15-8 favourite here. Grecian Goth 9-2, 13-2 Amroon, 17-2 Black Line, 9-1 Bar. John?
I'm going to go with the Help Me Rhonda. It's unusual that one of these comes over from Ireland and finds its way into the James Fanshawe yard, but that's what's happened here. And we're talking 0-58 contest here at Wolverhampton. But 2 starts ago, Help Me Rhonda was third at Limerick in a 0-80. That's a few leagues above this. And the winner and fourth have been winning races since. So given the strength in the market, I know it hasn't been here before, but Help Me Rhonda could have a class edge.
Okay, and Andrew?
Agreed. James Fanshawe, great record with his horses here at Wolverhampton in 3-year-old handicaps as well. So, it just looks a perfect opportunity. Plum drawing 1. I don't mind whether the horse gets the lead or makes the run in. I think this could be very well handicapped.
Okay. They're loading for this Classics Handicap 7-furlong race 6 of 8 here at Wolverhampton this evening. This is the 7:30 Wolverhampton, and it's 15-8 Help Me Rhonda, Grecian God 9-2, Amroon is 13-2, Black Line 17-2, and it's 9-1 Bar. Here's Ian Bartlett.
That's it all in. Ready. They're off. Race over 7 furlongs. They get going here. True Blue Gent in the light blue is out sharpish and is one of the first of them to show. Diligent Henry, widest of all, and also Mademoiselle Can are up there. Takes Time and Kinematic are the 2 behind those in 4th and 5th places. And then Help Me Rhonda on the inside of Liège and 2 lengths away to Grecian God, who's with Black Line, and Amroon is at the rear of the field. Mademoiselle Can, red and white jacket, dark cap, just leading. Red and white for Diligent Henry running in second, be about a half length behind. Light blue on the rails of True Blue Gent behind these. Kinematic white with green hoops a half length further back. She runs 4th, 2 lengths away. It Takes Time, red and white colours. Nose banded Liège behind this. Black jacket of Help Me Rhonda comes next as they leave the back straight. And then Grecian God in green and yellow up round the outside. Light blue of Black Lion is behind this as they now come to the crown of the bend. And the dark blue and white of Amroon is still the back marker. Mademoiselle Can gives way. Diligent Henry sent for the line, quickly goes on by 2. Kinematic and True Blue Gent together 2nd and 3rd positions. Behind these, Mademoiselle Can Takes Time, Liège running on. Wandering around a bit in front is Diligent Henry. Kinematic in the white and green challenging. Black Line on the extreme left coming with a very late challenge. Black Line is the one finishing. Diligent Henry is still in front. Black Line has joined Diligent Henry and got past him. Kinematic in 3rd, True Blue Gent in 4th.
Yeah, I was all set to write in the result there. I was all set to write in Diligent Henry the winner, but Black Lion has come over the top and has mugged Diligent Henry back in.
As the plane neared the threshold, the automated voice in the cockpit began counting down the aircraft's height. It's the moment, Trish. At 20 minutes past 9 that morning, Flight 782 touched down in the window. The captain applied the brakes and gradually brought the aircraft into a step. Everyone on board had survived.
So the winner there, Black Lion, was just a weak signal. Again, I've got really tired.
He landed at Hamburg.
Just got a weak signal there, yeah, for Black Lion. So it was a signal nonetheless, but we don't back the weak ones anymore. There was no signal for the fix actually. Just gonna need to get some information. Right.
A reduced lead for Red Hatter, only by a length and a half now over Bay of Australia, getting closer in second place. Third position continues to be market leader Roman Secret, and she's about 3 parts of a length ahead of Miss Dandelion, who's up round the outside of her, and the blue of Jez Bomb is still at the rear of the field. Less than a half mile to go. Bay of Australia moves past the weakening Red Hatter, who's very quickly dropped to last position. Roman Secret has taken second. Miss Dandelion's with her 2 lengths behind these. Jez Bomb, who's ridden along in 4th position. There's 10 plus lengths behind these to Red Hatter. They're moving into the home straight. Bay of Australia in the maroon leading by a length or so to Roman Secret in second, now trying to launch her challenge. Jez Bomb on the left, coming down the centre with a run also. Miss Dandelion is behind those. Bay of Australia being tackled by Jez Bomb. Roman Secret's between them but under pressure. Jez Bomb, the consistent one in the blue, has come through to take it up as they race to the line. Cam Hardy on Jez Bomb showing in front and win. Bay of Australia second, Roman Secret in third. Miss Dandelion behind those in 4th.
Yes, you were talking about Jez Bomb beforehand there. I think it was you, John, wasn't it, mentioning Jez Bomb beforehand? Jez Bomb has won. Cam Hardy aboard for Sam England. Second, 18-1 bar. Scratch number 3, Millie the Molly. 3-1 favourite here is Suwannee, who's looking for a third course and distance win. Andrew?
Musical Diva, class dropper, now rated 57, in a north 55. The penultimate to start behind DC Flyer. I was at Newcastle the other day when DC Flyer was well. That was, to me, that was a good run behind DC Flyer, who beat Exponential, a Lady of the Gar. Favourite, just dropped down that £1, gets in here. So that's the one for me.
Okay. And yourself, John?
This is going to be it should be Fast and Furious. Suwannee has got the form to win this. But I just wonder if Suwannee will get the run of things up front, because the likes of Ustath and Maris Angel tend to go hard up front as well. For that reason, I'm going to go for Q20 Boy to hopefully, under Alicia Perkins, come wide into straight and pick them up. So the 8 draw may not be too bad. I'm torn between Q20 Boy and next second. I'll just about go for Q20 Boy. Might get the run of the race.
Okay, 4 times a course winner, Q20 Boy, Mark Usher trains and Alicia Perkins in the saddle. It's 5-1 about Q20 Boy now. 5-2 is the price of Suwannee for the final race of the day. This is the 8:30 at Wolverhampton. Musical Diva put up by Andrew is 7-2 second in. Marie's Angels 4-1, Q20 Boy 5, 7-1 and bigger. The rest of them, runners loading, field of 9 going over 5 furlongs, and the first 4 or 5 have gone into the stalls here at Wolverhampton for this final race of the evening. Favourite Suwannee open up 3-1 or thereabouts. Backed into 5-2. You can get 11-4 now about Suwannee as the last few move up. Go on.
There is so much pace on in this. There is so much pace on.
So we're looking at a real burn up here at Wolverhampton for the last race. Marie's Angel for Mark Walford's stable just moves up. 3 runs. First time in a handicap for Marie's Angel. 2 more to go in. Here's Ian Bartlett.
Last one, Q20 Boy, stall number 8. And that is it, all in. Ready. They're off. Race over 5. They get away fair decent break, although Suan is rather boxed around by a couple of rivals. Blue, Maris Angel, Musical Diva in green go through to lead. White Face of Ustath is up there. Noseband of next second is behind these. Lighter grey Suani is next. Darker grey Pink Stripes behind this. Then comes the Sarafina from Q20 Boy and Beaver Kitten. Maris Angel leads around the turn by about a half length, maybe a neck to. In second, the green Musical Diva. Suani is a length and a half behind these in third. Staff heads the remainder are all taken off their feet. Pink Stripes in green sleeves behind these to next second, and Q20 Boyle, Serafina and Beaver Kitten. Musical Diva is coming to join Mary's Angel as they level up for home. Suani is 2 lengths behind, and Red Jacket switches to the right. Behind these is a big gap to Pink Stripes, and Q20 Boy on the left closing down the centre. Blue Jacket, Mary's Angel. The green, Musical Diva. The red is Suani. It's this trio as they race towards the line. Mary's Angel still shows in front and has won. Mary's Angel wins to Suani, then Musical Diva and Q20 Boy.
Well, that was one thing there. It was, as Andrew said beforehand, so much pace in this race. They didn't hang around in that last race, and the handicap debutant, Mary's Angel, has won the final race at Wolverhampton. First, number 2, Mary's Angel, 7-2. Second, number 6, Suani,